Hey, so the other day, a girl named Missy sent her story to MSA about how a ring completely took over her life. Well, I have a similar story, except mine isn't about a ring. It's a necklace. And, unlike Missy's story, mine doesn't end in a mystery. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. We're gonna find out who's behind it all. I'm kind of like Missy. I want love too. Not the cheesy kind. Just someone who really sees me. My name's Helen. I'm a junior in high school. And I've spent most of my life feeling like background noise, invisible. I wasn't very popular, not like my sister Lucy, for sure. She was a year younger, but a step ahead in everything. She was the kind of girl who naturally drew attention, thanks to her beauty and ridiculously high IQ. And I loved her for that. But sometimes I wished I could have her life, where I was the one getting more notice until the necklace came along, and everything changed. I was halfway through brushing my hair before school when the doorbell rang. Weird. No one ever shows up that early. I opened the door and found a small package sitting alone on the porch. No return address. Just silver wrapping and my name written across it in perfect handwriting. Inside was a dark velvet pouch, and when I opened it, there it was, a delicate necklace with a diamond at its center that looked way too real to be a prank. There was a note folded beside it. I picked it up and read it out loud. For as long as you wear this necklace, true love will find you. I slid the necklace around my neck. It settled lightly against my throat, like it belonged there, but not in a comforting way. It felt like it was claiming something. My voice, my identity. And then something shifted. When I got to school, I could tell something was off. Usually, I was invisible. Just another face in the hallway that people only noticed if I was in their way. But today, people actually looked at me, smiled, waved, like I was someone. Jessica and Dana, the queens of the social food chain, who usually wouldn't waste a blink on me, walked right up to me.
Good morning, Helen. You look so cute.
Yeah, doesn't she, Jessica? We should invite her to sit with us, Jessica. What do you think, Jessica?
Yes, all right. You don't have to say my name that much. Jeez. And you, Helen, babe. We're waiting for you at lunch.
That's when I knew something had changed, and I knew it was because of the necklace. Even in biology class, Mr. Smith, my teacher who's impossible to impress, complimented my homework.
Everyone could learn a thing or two from Helen. She's the only one who turns in fantastic work.
By lunchtime, it felt like people were practically fighting to sit near me. My mind was racing. I'd spent years feeling invisible, and now suddenly, everyone was noticing me. Well, almost everyone. Alan still walked by like I didn't exist. Back in middle school, I'd had a tiny crush on him. He was the quiet type who never tried too hard. Maybe I liked that he didn't try at all. I guess I thought that if even someone like him noticed me, then I'd finally matter. Later when I got home, my phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Calls, texts, new likes, and followers flooding in. I didn't even recognize half the numbers. That's when Lucy stepped into my room.
So you're famous now?
It's this weird necklace. I got it yesterday with a note, and the next day, boom, my entire life changed. You've got competition now. Be careful.
Guess we're the new dream team then? And whether it's the necklace or not, who cares? The important thing is that you enjoy it. Since you're basically the most popular girl in school now, let's hit a party.
Over the next few days, I started getting used to this new version of me. Girls whispered about me like I was some kind of trend. Guys tripped over themselves just to talk to me. And I let them. I flirted without thinking, just because I could.
Hey, Helen, I used to have a crush on your sister, but suddenly, I adore you. What can I say? The heart wants what it wants.
There's something wrong with this one.
Yeah, what she said.
For real, nerdy? Why would I pick you when I could have anyone in this school? Guys who are like double your worth?
Ouch, you go, girl.
Then I saw Alan at his locker. I walked past him, flipped my hair, and tossed a comment over my shoulder. Hey, Alan, wicked shirt.
Oh, thanks.
Nothing. Barely even a reaction. I wasn't sad or hurt. I was angry. I wanted to slap Alan back into reality, back into the world where I was the diva he was supposed to fall for. Just then, a deep, accented voice sliced through my storm like a blade.
Who dares make our queen angry?
It was Edward. He had moved to the country just a few months ago. Even though he kept to himself and barely talked to anyone, he carried that mysterious new kid energy like a designer coat. Rumors swirled that he came from a ridiculously rich and powerful family, lived in a mansion, and spoke 5 languages or something. I wasn't planning to give him the time of day, but I was still mad at Alan, and I wanted to prove to myself, and everyone else, that I could get someone way better. So I leaned in. You always show up when someone's having a breakdown?
Only when it's interesting.
The coach blew his whistle and started pairing people for the relay course.
Helen, Edward, you're together.
He looked at me, waiting, but I was the one who stepped forward first. Guess you're lucky.
I was just thinking the same thing.
The course was brutal. Cones, hurdles, crawling under nets. I wasn't about to let him show me up. We moved in sync, not saying much, but I could feel him watching me. Halfway through, I caught him stealing another glance. You do this often? Pretend PE is a runway?
Only when I have an audience worth impressing.
You look French?
I can be, if you want me to be.
Wow, très romantique. We hit the finish line together. I bent down, catching my breath, and I found him still looking at me.
You're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Now that we've conquered this great battlefield, let me take you out.
We walked off the court side by side, not holding hands, but we didn't have to. Every eye in the gym was on us. If I thought I was getting attention before, this was on another level. Helen and the hot European guy? Yeah, I chose him. That night at home, after dinner, Lucy came to my room.
I saw you with Edward today. If you're dating him, please, just stop.
Why would I? He's making me even more popular. What, jealous much?
Whoa, easy there. He's suddenly being nice to you? Yeah, like an axe being nice to a turkey.
Ugh, God. And you? You're not like the others? You're not chasing after me, worshipping me? And now when I've got the most powerful, popular guy in school, you're telling me to back off? What am I supposed to get from that?
I don't chase you because I'm your sister. I loved you before the necklace, but it's changing you.
Well, I like this change.
Well, I don't. The ones who shine brightest often burn fastest.
You and your so-called wisdom. Just shut up and get out. Lucy shook her head in disappointment and walked out. Every morning, a single rose was waiting on my locker, always with a note. For my beautiful Helen, thinking of you always. Ed. It was dramatic, old-fashioned, and honestly, kind of perfect. Edward was everywhere, waiting by my class door, carrying my books like some polished bodyguard, swiping his card before I could even reach mine in the lunch line. He didn't just bring romance. He brought luxury. Swiss chocolates, designer cologne, cars with doors that opened themselves. My life had definitely got an upgrade. And he always had my back whenever someone dared to criticize me. Like that one time Mr. Smith caught me cheating on a test.
Helen, this is the 3rd time. I have to take your paper. Please leave the class.
Guess what? I don't feel like leaving, and you're not taking my paper.
Helen, since when do you talk back like this?
Since now. Got a problem with that? Take it up with me.
This doesn't concern you, Edward. Sit down.
But Edward didn't sit. He stepped up to Mr. Smith and pushed him back. The class gasped, and Mr. Smith's face turned pale. I was thrilled. Edward had put him in his place. Mr. Smith stormed out, probably to get security and the principal. But somehow, Edward smoothed everything over, like he always did, and we walked away clean. Again. I was getting more impressed with him by the day. One evening, Edward invited a few of us to a rooftop jazz lounge downtown. Velvet booths, candlelight, and a skyline view that looked like a movie backdrop. I was lounging on a velvet chaise, sipping something I couldn't pronounce, soaking in the music and all the curious stares. That's when our waiter arrived, dressed sharp, polished, polite. It was Ellen.
I'll have a sparkling hibiscus iced tea, light on the ice, heavy on the sparkle.
Same, just what Jessica wants. And make it fast, yeah?
Alan nodded, jotting it down without a word. He didn't even look at me. And for some reason, that felt worse than an insult. Like I wasn't even worth reacting to. And I'll take a ginger lemonade, extra sharp, like my mood today. Chop chop. Alan's jaw tightened, but he just gave a small nod and hurried off. Jessica and Dana looked at me, and then we all burst out laughing. I pulled a compact mirror from my bag to check my lip gloss, but the moment I saw my reflection, I froze. The girl staring back wasn't the one who used to hide behind her hoodie in the back row. She was surrounded by the same girls who used to snicker behind her back, and now she was laughing with them. Same smirk, same perfectly arched eyebrows, same air of untouchable. For a split second, it didn't feel like me, like I was playing a part that fit a little too well. But I clicked the mirror shut and smiled. This was the life I wanted, wasn't it? But as the weeks passed and I spent more time with Edward, I started to realize something. We didn't talk. Not really. He didn't get my favorite movie references. He never shared songs he liked. I'd crack a joke and he'd just smile politely. Ask him about his past? Vague answers. His future? Even vaguer. The only thing he ever seemed sure about was us. How amazing we looked together. How meant to be we were. Maybe he was right. Maybe chemistry didn't need conversation. Or maybe I was just trying too hard to believe it did. By then, Lucy and I weren't speaking. Every time she saw me, she'd just shake her head in that infuriating way of hers. Then one night, while I was out with Edward and the girls at a local party, Mom called. What she said shocked me.
What is it, babe?
It's Lucy. Mom said she fell during basketball practice. They rushed her to the hospital. I think I need to go see her. Would you give me a ride?
Babe, she's fine. Probably just tripped from being distracted, too busy obsessing over your life. She never supported you anyway. What kind of sister is that?
Yeah, like your mom didn't say it was the ER or anything, right? She's probably okay. Come on, the party's just getting started.
I hesitated. A part of me did want to go, but another part whispered, why? For people who don't even care about you? So I brushed it off and stayed at the party. I was having the time of my life. The music was loud, the lights were spinning, and the night stretched on forever. It was 5 a.m. and we were still partying, when suddenly the door burst open. My parents walked in, with a police officer right behind them. Helen, what are you doing? We've been trying to reach you for hours. Your phone went straight to voicemail. We had to call the police.
Told you. These cases are always the same. Worried parents, missing teen, and surprise. She's just out partying. Just another kid thinking the world revolves around her.
Well, it kinda does.
Helen, your sister's in the hospital and this is where we find you? Partying like nothing happened? We've tried to be patient, but this is too much.
Mom, Dad, seriously? You're embarrassing me. Embarrassing you? In front of them? These nobodies?
Helen, are you really going to let them talk to us like that?
I'd never talked back to my parents before, but them showing up here, making a scene in front of everyone, that crossed a line. Since when do you care about me? I was always the easy one, the quiet one, never got your attention. Now that I've finally found happiness, you want to ruin it. Honestly, I should have called child services years ago. What are you even talking about? I don't know why I said that. I just wanted to hurt them. So I started lying, saying they were abusive, that they harassed me. I went all in. They tried to defend themselves.
She's probably lying. She looks like a spoiled brat, but we still have to investigate. Both of you, come with me. And you, Helen, you're going home. Party's over. Everyone, out.
The music stopped. People grabbed their stuff and shuffled out awkwardly. As I walked past Edward, escorted by the officer, he leaned in slightly, caught my eye, and mouthed,
I love you.
It was the first time he'd said it, and my stupid heart fluttered. After a few hours at the station, my parents were sent home. The report stayed open for now, but no one expected it to go anywhere. Not that it mattered. They were already crushed. So now, one daughter's in the hospital and the other wants to send us to jail. Lucky us, honey. We've got the perfect family. I ignored them. From that day on, I didn't say a word to either of them. I didn't need to. I'd stopped caring the moment Edward told me he loved me. Who needs parents or siblings or anyone when you've got Edward and the necklace that changed everything? For the next few weeks, I lived like a queen. Everyone respected me. Even the teachers and the principal avoided getting on my bad side, no matter what I said or did. I remember one day after our English teacher gave us a surprise quiz, and I failed, I got so angry. I scratched up her brand new car in the parking lot, keyed it from end to end. When she found out, she nearly cried.
Nice job, babe. Bet she's got 6 years of loan payments left. Why do poor people even buy fancy cars in the first place? She deserved it, getting her car blessed by your holy hand.
Holy?
Of course, you're like a goddess now. People hang on your every word. They adore you. They do anything just to be close to you.
Darn right they do. And he was right. I did feel like a goddess. The kind that everyone wanted to please. That is, until one day. After Lucy got out of the hospital, she stayed home for a few weeks to recover. But the day she came back to school, I saw her walking arm in arm with none other than Alan. Freaking Alan! Of all the guys in the school, she chose Alan?
Who cares? Your boyfriend is Edward.
Yeah, but she knew I used to have a tiny crush on him. Why'd she pick him? Just to get back at me?
Wait, you had a crush on Alan? Ew. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she is jealous. She was the center of attention before you came along. You were living in her shadow. And now you're the queen, and she's living in yours.
I'm gonna make her regret being born. From that day on, all I cared about was Lucy and her thing with Alan. I checked her socials religiously. I had girls follow her around at school. I asked her classmates for daily updates, reports, anything. Even with Edward next to me, I was constantly on my phone, reading messages from my little spy squad.
Wow, what keeps the queen so busy?
My stupid sister. She's dating someone new.
Since when do you care about your sister?
It's not just her, it's who she's dating.
Say that again?
Oh no, I said too much. I was too angry. And now Edward knew.
Who is she dating?
It's no one. I mean, who cares?
You clearly do. Who is it, Helen?
You know what? I don't owe you an explanation. I said it's no one, so drop it. Now, if you'll excuse me. I stood up to leave, but Edward grabbed my wrist hard.
Let me remind you, I'm not one of your little slaves. Don't give me that attitude. I'm in control. I'm your master.
Master? Go master talking to someone who still buys your act. Don't you ever touch me again, you worthless piece of dirt. He stared at me, shocked. I'd never seen him look like that before. But I didn't care. I walked away. Who needed him when I had the necklace? There's something I didn't tell you. Something I've known for a while. I knew it was Edward who got me the necklace. You see, a few weeks back, he was acting weird. And one day, a card fell out from his pocket that belonged to some witch. It didn't make sense. So I decided to visit her, the witch, or sorceress, or whatever she calls herself. I mean, she had a business card, so she couldn't be that scary, right? Her place was exactly what you'd expect. Dark, creepy, and filled with enough weird jars and candle wax.
Oh, you're late. I had a vision you'd come hours ago. I canceled my nap for this.
Sorry?
You'd better be. Let me guess. Necklace trouble?
Yes, Edward came to you, right?
Boys like Edward come to me all the time. You know that Timothy kid? The one with the ring? Yeah, that was me too. These rich little heartbreakers are my best customers. When Edward lived in Italy, he used to get bullied as a kid. He even showed me a picture. And wow, oh, he was ugly. I kinda get why they bullied him.
Oof.
Anyway, when his dad started their mafia business, the money came rolling in. But even with all that, Edward was still a joke at school. Power and cash couldn't fix his vibe.
So they moved to the U.S.?
One of the reasons. But things didn't exactly improve. Even after his little glow-up, girls still weren't interested. That's when his dad came back to me. I'd already helped with some business problems. You know, curses, sabotaging rivals. Oh, the usual.
Okay, but the necklace, what does it do?
Ah, the necklace. Well, since Edward still couldn't land a girlfriend, I figured, why not enchant the girl he liked instead? And that was you. So, I made the necklace.
So it was supposed to make me fall for him? Because, spoiler alert, it didn't. Sorry to disappoint.
Oh, I'm not disappointed. I'm proud. I tried something new with this one. I didn't just bake in a love spell. I added a power element. The necklace makes the wearer unstoppable. Oh, but here's the twist. It adapts to your personality. It doesn't work the same on everyone. It becomes you.
Okay, but does Edward have any control over it? Can he take it back?
That idiot? No, I told him he did. Charged him extra for that little lie. The truth is, neither of us control it now. I honestly don't know who's in charge. You or the necklace.
Who cares? As long as it makes me powerful and happy.
That's the spirit. Oh, thinking like a real witch. Here, take my card. If you get used to this kind of power and want more, I do curses, possession contracts, love potions. And if you like this video and subscribe to MSA, you get a spooky spell for free.
If I ever needed your help with someone close to me, say my sister Lucy, what would I need?
Horn of a virgin goat, 3 drops of blood from a blind bat, and a feather of a falcon. Oh, and a Venmo account.
Yikes, that's a lot of work. Anyway, thanks for your help. I turned and left, feeling more powerful than ever.
Oh, she thinks she can handle the necklace. Oh, with that personality, oh, it's going to blow her up right in her face. Ugh, what an idiot.
So I believed I had full control over the necklace, and no one could take it from me. Lucy knew I was after her. She tried to ignore me, even though she knew I had girls following her and Alan everywhere they went. Eventually, she'd had enough. One night, she stormed into my room.
Listen, Helen, you have to leave me alone. You and your little cult. I don't get in your business, so stay the heck out of mine.
Dump him.
I already did. But listen carefully. Starting right now, you forget you ever had a sister named Lucy. We're done.
And from that night on, we never spoke again. Not a word. My parents sided with her, of course. Not that it bothered me. The next day, Edward didn't show up at school. I didn't care. At least, that's what I told myself. But when he didn't come for a whole week, I started to panic. What if he'd moved to another school? What if he was already dating some new girl? I didn't love him, but the idea of him moving on that fast, it lit something in me. So I hired a bunch of kids to investigate, but they couldn't find anything on him. Are you a bunch of useless clowns? How dare you come back to me with nothing?
We staked out this mansion, Helen, for a whole week, day and night. We think the police are after his parents or something. They fled. Neighbor said the house got seized. We did our best.
Then your best is garbage. Get out of my sight before I really lose it. I looked at the necklace. It shined back at me, mocking, like it was laughing at my failure. I was getting less patient, more demanding, sharper, meaner.
Helen, maybe you should take a little break. Just for a few days. Stay home, watch some YouTube, relax.
Are you saying I'm losing my mind?
No, that's not what she meant. She just meant...
And who gave you permission to speak? Are you her attorney? They both blinked and stood there like ashamed toddlers. Get lost, both of you, now. That day, I tried to talk to Alan, not because I still liked him or wanted him. I just wanted to see if he wanted me, so I could reject him.
What do you want now? Your sister broke up with me because of you.
It wasn't that deep anyway.
You know what is deep? You're evil.
I couldn't believe he talked to me like that. What if someone hurt him? Without thinking, I slapped him. You watch your tongue when you talk to me. I could curse you and your whole pathetic family. You're nothing. He glared at me and his jaw clenched. But just like I expected, he lowered his head and walked away. Some kids nearby had seen it. I caught one of their eyes, and they immediately looked away and scurried off. From that day on, Jessica, Dana, and even Alan ran the other way whenever they saw me. In fact, most of the people who used to worship me now avoided me altogether. At first, I acted like I didn't care. Who needs these losers anyway? Hey, Necklacey, you'd never leave me, right? You love me as much as I love you? Maybe even more? The necklace sparkled in response, like it was nodding yes. Then my birthday came. No one wished me anything. I thought maybe they were planning a surprise. But when I arrived at school, the halls were eerily empty and silent. A random girl finally appeared at the end of the hallway. I snapped my fingers at her. You're here to wish me a happy birthday, right? She looked at me like I was some kind of serial killer. Then she took a step back and ran. I looked down at my necklace. It was glowing even brighter. But, Necklacey, you were supposed to keep them wrapped around my finger. They're supposed to adore me, worship me. Why are they avoiding me now? The necklace kept shining. I don't get it. Why are you glowing like that? Are you trying to tell me something? I stared at it. Maybe I should go back to that witch, huh? Yeah, you're right. I'll check with her. I went back to the witch for help, but the place was empty. There were burnt candles everywhere. There was a mirror near the back wall. I caught my reflection in it, and for a moment, I remembered the first time I saw myself change, the day I made fun of Alan. That was the last time I still had a conscience. I looked at the necklace through the mirror. It was shining on my face. Something in the reflection looked off. I reached for the necklace, just to feel it, to understand. But as soon as my fingers touched the chain, it tightened, fast, sharp, like it didn't want to be touched. It wouldn't budge. I yanked harder. Nothing. I started to panic. Maybe I needed help. But from whom? No one was talking to me. I went home. When my parents saw me at the door, they just turned. Mom, Dad, please, can you help me pull this necklace off? But my parents ignored me and went their way. Panicking, I rushed to the nearest hospital.
Wait, you came here to get a necklace taken off? Do we look like jewelers to you?
For the first time in months, I didn't yell, I didn't insult her, I didn't do anything.
Why are you staring at me like that? Girl, are you okay? Where are your parents?
They stopped talking to me the day I put this necklace on, and then everyone else followed. My sister told me to forget she existed. My boyfriend disappeared. I thought I was in control. I thought I was powerful. But now, I think the necklace is controlling me. I think it's cursed. I reached up, fingers brushing the chain at my throat, tears sliding down my cheeks. Don't ever wear a necklace you find on your doorstep with a note that says, "For as long as you wear this necklace, true love will find you." Love's running away from me now. I'm alone. I thought I didn't care. But my God, I am alone. And it's all because of this necklace. I got closer to the nurse. Take it off. Smash it. Rip it off my skin if you have to. Just get it off me, please. The nurse stepped back, looking very concerned. She exchanged a look with another nurse and gently reached for my arm.
Okay, come with me. Let's get you inside.
But I pulled away, panicked. I screamed and ran. It was raining hard. I didn't stop. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran, like I was trying to escape my whole life. But the necklace, still glowing, stayed on my neck, mocking me. Eventually, I collapsed on the wet pavement. I looked up at the sky and screamed, "Take the necklace! I don't want it anymore! I just want my life back! I want to be invisible again! I was happy when I was invisible, when Lucy was still with me. I'm stupid. I'm weak. I'm ashamed. I didn't realize what I was becoming. I pushed everyone away on purpose. And now I'm just lost. I thought I didn't care, but I do. I really do. Please, Take it off. I'll be better, I swear. Just, please.
I never stopped hoping you'd come back.
I turned. She was standing there in the rain.
Back when I was in the hospital, Mom told me how you offered to sell your necklace to help pay the bills. I know it might seem like a small thing, but that meant something. That wasn't the necklace talking, Helen. That was you. My sister. When you still had some control over it. And today, I realized you're not the villain. You're just another victim. A victim of your own fear, your greed, your loneliness. Sometimes our worst enemy isn't someone else. It's the version of ourselves we believe we have to become. I've been talking to Mom and Dad about this, and we think it might help if you had someone to talk to. You don't have to do it alone. I had a feeling you'd need me today. So, here I am.
I stood and wrapped my arms around her, crying harder than I had in months. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel alone. And then, just like that, the necklace slipped off. Maybe being seen isn't about being watched. Maybe it's about being understood.
Hi everyone, I'm Alina, the enchanting enigma. Want to see a magic trick? Choose a card. Ready? Hocus pocus. Is this your card? Are you sure? Well, I should keep working on that one. Let's begin. But before I continue, make sure to like and subscribe. I grew up in one of the most beautiful places on earth, Norway. I loved everything about my home. The natural beauty, the epic history, even the grumpy shopkeeper at the corner store. But the best part was the northern lights. Every year, starting around September, shimmery curtains of light appeared in the sky like a giant kaleidoscope. With my family, we went to see them every night, making bonfires, toasting marshmallows, and telling Viking stories. Those are my most cherished memories. I say memories because those times ended abruptly.
Your father and I are getting a divorce. I'm in love with my business partner, Hans, and we're moving to Argentina.
That wasn't even the worst part.
Astrid, you're coming with me. You're too young to be without your mother.
But Mom, I want to stay with Alina.
It's not up for discussion. Pack your things right now.
Growing up, my little sister Astrid idolized me. She was 2 years younger and thought everything I did was amazing, especially my magic tricks. For my next trick, I'll make a piece of gold appear out of thin air.
Wow.
Okay, technically it was a chocolate candy with gold foil, but Astrid still loved it. She was my biggest fan, even when I didn't believe in myself. So I was devastated about her leaving, but Mom's mind was made up. And just like that, she left me with my dad and my big brother Frederick. Of course I love them, but let's just say they are...
Vikings?
Not the word I have in mind. Immature? They spent all their time playing Vikings like children.
Check out the spoils of our last hunting trip, sis.
Frederick, shut up. You bought that from a grocery store. You're not a real Viking.
Tell that to the village we just razed to the ground. Good one, son.
Still, I always had fun with them. I even went to some Viking battle reenactments. It was better than staying home alone. We still went camping under the northern lights from time to time, but it wasn't the same without Astrid. I wish Astrid was here too.
Me too.
Fast forward 9 years later. I was a senior in high school, and after a lot of training, I finally started getting magic shows. At first, I'd put on shows in backyards for my classmates' birthday parties. For my first trick, I'm going to pull a rabbit out of my... Bunny? Where are you? Oops. Yeah, sometimes things go wrong, but eventually I got really good. And every time I looked out at the audience, a part of me was hoping to see Astrid sitting there clapping and laughing like she did when we were kids. She was still all the way across the world. She grew up to be a full hippie, completely in love with nature. For the first 2 years, we talked every single day, even despite the time difference. Did you watch the last MSA video? Of course, it was amazing. She is my new favorite main character, at least until tomorrow. But then we started talking only once a week, then once a month. Over time, Astrid grew colder and colder until one day she snapped. First, I was pulling this really long handkerchief from my mouth. Suddenly, a kid from the audience grabbed the end. Before we knew it, we were both rolling up in it, turning into a giant handkerchief burrito on stage. And oh God, can you stop talking about that? There are bigger problems in this world. Who cares about stupid magic anyway? Then she hung up. Rude. I tried calling back a million times, but Astrid ghosted me. Well, she was a teenager after all. They all have mood swings, right? But when a few months passed since Astrid had gone radio silent, I started getting worried. I called my mother and Hans, but neither was helpful.
She can't come to the phone right now. She's playing football.
Isn't it like midnight there?
Yeah, so late. Oh, good night.
Oh, that Elena. Right. Your sister's not home. Bye.
But with no other choice, I got a plane ticket to pay them a surprise visit. I only sent Astrid a DM so she knew I was coming, but again, there was no reply. Okay, guys, see you when I get back. Try not to burn the house down.
I can't promise that. I'm still saying don't go. It's okay. Have a safe flight, kiddo.
When I got to the airport, I didn't even have time to step into the security line before I had the shock of a lifetime. Hey, sis. Excuse me? Who are you? Astrid? You look so different. What are you doing here? I was just about to go see you. I know. I read your text when I took back my phone in the middle of my escape. Luckily, they didn't know how to work Instagram, so they hadn't read it. Escape? Who is they? What's going on? I need you to hide me. Nobody can know I'm here. Not even Dad and Frederick. Before I could ask any of the million questions I had, Astrid took us outside and put us in a cab. What's with all the secrecy? Did you rob a bank or something? Of course not, sis. Why would you ever say such a thing? Astrid kept looking nervously at the taxi driver. A few minutes later, he dropped us and Astrid pulled me into an alleyway. Tell me what you know. About why you're here? Nothing. I called you nonstop for months. Tell me what's going on before I call Mom. No, don't call her. Mom changed a lot after we moved. She does whatever Hans says and he's a monster. Like a real one. Months ago, he took my phone and kept me locked in my room. Are you for real? I can't tell you more than this for now. The first thing I did after escaping was get a ticket here. I need you. You're my last hope, sis. Astrid's story was disturbing. I had to help her. She was my baby sister. So we went to the mall to give her a makeover. New clothes, new hair color, different lenses. But I didn't know if her disguise would fool anyone. You really think Dad's not going to recognize his own daughter? I don't think so. He hasn't seen me in person since I was 7. Plus, Dad and Frederick aren't exactly geniuses. No offense. I was a little offended, but she wasn't wrong. As we got home, I almost fainted from the smell. There was trash everywhere, food smeared on the walls.
Alina, you're back. Dad, Alina's back. Thank Thor.
What the heck happened here? I've only been gone a few hours.
I told you we'd be lost without you. Who's your friend?
Dad looked at Astrid in confusion.
You remind me of someone.
Probably some international superstar or model. I get that a lot. Frederick, Dad, this is Ruby. Love your place.
Thanks, Ruby. You're a gem. Good one, Dad.
I rolled my eyes and pulled Astrid upstairs. Then my phone rang. It's Mom. Please, sis, you can't tell her I'm here. I picked up the phone, and when Mom asked me if I'd heard from Astrid, I denied it.
Your sister is in serious trouble. Please tell me if you hear from her.
Before I could say anything, she snatched the phone from my hand. Dear customer, your coverage is currently out of range. Please try again later. I felt weird, but I shrugged it off, and later I talked to my dad about Ruby staying with us for a little while. Dad was so happy I hadn't gone to Argentina that he agreed right away. Thanks, Alina. You're a lifesaver. Hey, I can book some magic show for tomorrow. You know, I'm a really big hit here, so you can come. Actually, I wanted to check out this new environmental facility nearby. Oh, okay. I guess we can do that. When we got there, it was just like a normal, boring factory site. But then Astrid broke a window, opened its latch, and started crawling in. What are you doing? Breaking in? Hush! Either come with me or shut up and stay here quietly. Feeling totally weirded out, I reluctantly followed her as she moved down the corridors. When she reached the office, she started going through the drawers and took several documents. Astrid, this is illegal. Don't worry, I know the owner. Then she grabbed some spray paint from her bag and started painting the walls. She wrote something in really big, sloppy letters. Dentures? It says destroyers. Oh, right. Oh, what? Just then, sirens wailed in the distance. Run! I thought you said you knew the owner. I do. He's my arch nemesis. What? I never said we were friends. We raced out of there as fast as we could and make it home without being caught. Why would you do something like that? Will you tell me what's going on? Can't. And don't be so uptight, sis. It was just a little fun. Thankfully, the next few days were less crazy. Astrid still avoided coming to my magic shows. She was really busy with her plan, but every time I asked about it, she would change the subject or run off who knows where. I decided to find out the truth, so I started going through her things. In her purse, there were some huge piles of cash. There must be a logical explanation. Maybe she subscribed to MSA and won their amazing weekly prize of $10,000, right? What? You haven't subscribed yet? What are you waiting for? Remember that this only works on YouTube, not on other low-end platforms such as TikTok. As soon as Astrid came back, I confronted her. Astrid, where did all this money come from? Oh, that. I saved up a bunch from working at a restaurant in Buenos Aires. Then she started a long and passionate speech about the environment. I was angry and confused, but also a little proud of her. She had so much passion and knowledge. She kept talking until we both fell asleep. In fact, I think she kept talking even in her sleep. The next morning, my dad was scrambling around the house searching for something.
My savings! I kept all my cash in random cereal boxes, but it's all gone now!
I told you to open a bank account. Then it hit me. Oh no, Astrid. I ran upstairs to confront her. You need to give that money back. What are you talking about? You stole Dad's money. What? No, I didn't. You're just mad because I didn't go to your stupid magic show. I'm sorry. I'm just too busy saving the world. She stormed out of the room. She was out of control. First, she'd almost gotten us arrested, and now she was stealing from our dad and even calling my magic stupid after everything I did for her. I'd had enough. Knowing she wasn't telling me the whole truth, I called Mom right away.
You did the right thing calling me, sweetie.
Astrid needs help before she ends up in prison. I went to school, but when I came back, all of Astrid's bags were gone. Then Frederick appeared dragging a wooden boat into the kitchen.
Check it out, sis. A real Viking boat!
That's a canoe, Frederick.
Frederick, how did you pay for that boat? I found a bunch of money in a box of Cocoa Puffs. So cool!
Oh no. So it wasn't Astrid who'd taken the money. What if she was telling the truth all along? My sister had come home for the first time in years, and I totally betrayed her. I needed to find her. I called her over and over, but again, no response. Then I decided to tell Dad the truth. When he found out that Ruby was Astrid, his face lit up again. A part of him already knew. Still, the rest of the news wasn't that good. Just as we were about to jump into our car to look for Astrid, an all-black car with a chauffeur pulled into our driveway. Out of it came Mom, Hans, and a huge bodyguard.
Where is she? Mom?
We need to find your sister right away.
She stole my money from me, and she vandalized my construction project. I knew you helped her, Alina. If you don't help me find her, you are gonna end up in jail, just like your idiot sister. Don't you dare talk to my child like that!
Dad tackled Hans, but then the huge bodyguard came for us. Frederick let out a Viking war cry and lunged at him. Soon our front yard became the scene of a fierce battle. But don't panic, we have a weapon up our sleeve, my magic. As Dad and Frederick were trying to beat the bodyguard, I decided to catch Hans. So I grabbed my magician coat and hat, and with a wave, cards flew straight at Hans's face like little arrows. Then I threw my rabbit at Hans, who is quite a fierce little biter. Then I pulled out my handkerchief, magically turned it into a rope, and then managed to tie up Hans with it. Just then, help arrived. But it wasn't the regular police. It was some kind of secret service. And they immediately arrested Hans and Mom. Turns out their new factory that Astrid had broken into was located in a zone and used certain chemicals that could lead to an environmental disaster. They had falsified the safety tests and all the permits. When Astrid found out, she tried to go public, and that's why they were keeping her locked in her room. After escaping, she came here to collect more evidence before presenting the story to the authorities, who quickly located the people responsible. Yep, my mom and Hans. However, Astrid was still nowhere to be found. She was gone. About a year later, I had my biggest magic show yet, and I nailed it. Towards the end of it, I dedicated the show to Astrid. My sister is my favorite person in the world, and I miss her. Wherever she is, I hope she knows how proud of her I am, because she grew up to be this amazing, brave person. And after the show, I went to my favorite viewing spot to see the Northern Lights, since it was the season for them. I kind of felt closer to Astrid in this spot, too. Because if you think about it, maybe the lights wouldn't be here if she hadn't fought for the environment. It was like I could hear her there. Alina! Alina! Like, she was right there with me. Alina, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Wait, Astrid? I looked around, and she was really there. I leapt up and hugged her. Oh my God, you're here! I decided I should check out that magician that everybody keeps talking about. I thought magic was so stupid and not real. I used to think that, till I heard that magic kicked Hans's butt. Since then, it's my second favorite thing, right after nature. We both laughed for a second, then we apologized to each other and hugged. Remember, guys, siblings should stick together. That is the first rule of families. I called Dad and Frederick to join us. So after all these years, we were finally seeing the Northern Lights as a family again. And that was the most magical moment ever.
Hello, my name is Simona, and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other, and it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me, and Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store, so we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him.
Please don't go, Mom. I love you.
Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away, and Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa. Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you.
Thanks, Mom. I just want you to be happy.
Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class.
Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling.
You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Simona.
No, please, don't blame yourself.
I wanted to skate on my own. Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa.
How could you let this happen?
She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Luisa came closer to my bed, looking angry.
I had a big concert today, and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert.
Luisa, you can't speak to your sister like that. She just got injured. Luisa pulled an ugly face at me, and just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed. Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day.
Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Luisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake. What are you doing here, alone?
Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious.
Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless.
What have you girls done?
It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Luisa.
I'm so tired of your behavior, Luisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things. Simona was such a good child compared to you.
Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family.
Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Louisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Louisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so.
Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school.
Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom?
Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out.
She's our mom. Don't you love her?
Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more.
When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually, It's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get. Yes, you're very good-looking. Modeling would suit you. I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight. I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, we actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner. Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with. He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real. Hey, what's wrong? Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me? There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect. Jared liked me just as I was, and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news. Honey, Louisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids. But Mom, she won't fit in at my school. No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you. The next day, Louisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat.
What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it.
The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet. What did you call us?
Put me down.
When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go.
What is wrong with the people in your school?
This is not one of your fancy schools. And all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition.
That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class.
Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Louisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Louisa looked at me, stunned. Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you? Why? What's wrong with me?
Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg.
You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Louisa.
I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see.
I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Louisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up. Louisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me. I smiled widely as Louisa turned red. And just then Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Louisa. And she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late. Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way. Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother. Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school. And during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her. But I didn't run to her rescue.
Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister?
Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it.
Yeah, but she's still your sister.
Jared always had a way to make me think twice, so I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying. Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag. Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom. I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls. It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk. I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already. Well, it's never too late to change. Later that day, when my stepmom and Mom came to pick us up, Louisa apologized to both of them too. And then, Esmeralda told us some thrilling news. She was pregnant. Oh my God, what? I'm gonna be a big sister again. That baby's lucky to have you, Simona. And you, Louisa, will be the best big sisters ever. Hi, my name is Lola and I'm from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents and I had adventures all the time. We played hide and seek, we fought monsters in our backyard, and I even saved Mom from a mean old pirate who tried to steal the last piece of pie. My life was fantastic, but when I turned 3, Mom gave birth to an evil witch named Genevieve. From the moment Jen was born, she used her beady blue eyes to cast a spell on my parents and turn them into her evil minions. Genevieve, we love you more than anything in the world.
Here you go, honey.
Hey, I was playing with that.
Jen started walking at 9 months old. At 2, she could write her own name, and at 3, she could do the alphabet without making any mistakes. When Jen was 7, she won her first national spelling bee. She got a huge cash prize, and the reporter came over to interview her for the cover story of a magazine.
I'd like to thank my parents. I couldn't have done this without them.
We're so lucky to have a genius daughter. She's our pride and joy.
My parents kept gushing about Jen for hours as I sat in a corner. When the reporter finally said it was time for pictures, I joined my family for a photo. But Jen insisted that I stay out of it. My parents tried reasoning with her, but she was beyond reason.
It's my moment, and she'll ruin my image with her stupidity vibe. Like my brain sees pictures with this special lens, and I'll be able to feel her dumbness every time I look at the pictures. I can't explain how my brain works. Just make her go.
So Mom gave me some money for ice cream and told me to wait outside while the photo shoot happened. A couple of months later, I came home from school and found Jen sitting on my bed, and all my stuff was gone.
Mom and Dad said I could switch. This room's bigger and has more space for my trophies.
But this is my room. Mom, Dad, make Jen give me my room back. Lola, stop being ridiculous. You don't need a room this size. You don't have any trophies.
Jeannie, do you need anything? Should I put up some more shelves? A new bookcase?
I was so mad I threw myself on the ground and started screaming. This sucks. I'm leaving and I'm never coming back. I'll show you. I'll get a new family that will appreciate me. I stormed out of the house. I got to the driveway and realized I had nowhere to go. So I decided to hide out in my treehouse. But then something crazy happened. My stomach started rumbling, and I searched through my pockets to find a candy bar. Then out of nowhere, this girl appeared and snatched it out of my hand. Hey, that's mine.
This is my treehouse. Get out. I don't see your name on it. It's written right there.
Oh. Then the strange girl wrote the word Madison on the wall.
I guess we're roommates now. We'll just have to share.
Then she tossed me half the candy bar. Madison and I spent the rest of the day together, and she was pretty wild. She told me about all the adventures she'd had in the neighborhood.
I found a skeleton in the neighbor's backyard. No way! The old lady across the street is an alien. I saw a spaceship in her garage. Madison made up fun games for us to play. We had a spitball fight and threw water balloons at the neighbors as they walked by. Then my mean old parents told me to come inside for dinner. They didn't even miss me or remember that I'd been upset. After that, when I wasn't at school or watching Janet's spelling bees, I'd run out to the treehouse and spend time with Madison. One time, we were pretending to have a sword fight in the backyard. It's over for you, Madison. Give up now. You'll never take me alive. Suddenly, Jen appeared out of nowhere. Lola, who are you talking to? Madison, duh. Who's that? I turned around to introduce Madison, but she seemed to have vanished into thin air. She was just here. Must have scared her off with your mean vibes. I thought Jen would say something, but she just gave me a weird look. I think you're old enough to not have an imaginary friend. And went back inside, and Madison instantly reappeared beside me. Where did you go? I didn't want to meet your stupid sister. And there, I got you. You're dead. When I was 12, I started junior high school, and it was the worst. All the girls were more interested in boys and makeup than building pillow forts or searching for hidden treasures. I had nothing in common with any of them, and most of them thought I was weird. I was pretty lonely. Then Madison started sneaking into my school. She'd make funny faces and tell the best jokes. Madison, you're hilarious. Stop, please. I'm gonna pee my pants. Who's Madison? Is she talking to the wall? Madison told me cool stories, and she was such a gossip. She knew everything about everyone, and she always had my back whenever a bully tried to mess with me. Having her around made me stronger and braver. Hey, ugly, get out of my way. Who are you calling ugly? You look like a rat, and your breath smells like poo. Once I was cast in a school play, and I had to do this huge monologue. My parents didn't even bother to come because Jen had a spelling competition the same day. I was so nervous I could barely speak, but then Madison showed up to cheer me on. I shook off my nerves and gave the best performance ever. I told my parents all about it, but they didn't care. The next day, they dragged me to another one of Jen's boring competitions. Madison brought a bag of ants, and we let them loose on stage. Jen and all the other kids freaked out and ran around screaming. It was hilarious. Then one day, things took a turn. For my 15th birthday, me and my family went on vacation. But when we got back home, I realized that Madison was gone. I searched for her everywhere. The treehouse, at school, and all over the house. She didn't show up. Madison, where are you? What the heck are you screaming about? I can't even hear myself think. I can't find Madison. What are you, 4? Look, I'm really busy, but do you want to talk? I know you're lonely and have trouble making friends, but this isn't healthy. I'm totally fine. Just leave me alone and go back to your books. If it wasn't bad enough that Madison had just left me, Jen soon got moved up to my class because she was so smart, and all the other kids instantly loved her. Is it true? You can spell every word in the dictionary? Yeah, almost. I am an international spelling champion. Ugh, please. What was so impressive about spelling anyway? When was being able to spell the word crustaceology useful? Then one morning, the most popular girl in our class, Emily, handed out invitations to her birthday party. Hey, you forgot to give me my invitation. Sorry, no freaks allowed. Then she whispered to Jen just loud enough for me to hear. I can't believe you're related to her. I hope you can come. It's going to be the best party ever. I don't think I have any contests that weekend, so I should be able to make it. I watched as all the other kids waved their invites around. After school, I walked home and stopped at the candy store to cheer myself up. Just then, I caught this boy staring at me. Then he started following me around the store. I led him down an aisle, hid behind a display case, and when he wasn't looking, I tackled him and put him in a headlock.
Ouch, that hurts.
What's your problem? Why are you following me? He reached behind me and pulled off a huge piece of paper that was taped to my back with the word loser written in bold black letters. I was so embarrassed. Then all of a sudden, I started to cry like a big baby.
What's wrong?
My life stinks. My best friend abandoned me. My family doesn't like me. And all the kids at school think I'm a freak and a loser.
You're not a loser.
You don't even know me.
I just have a feeling you're pretty cool and someone I'd like to know better.
His name was Hunter, and he was really cute, and we had a ton of things in common.
We loved the same books and movies, and he made me laugh a lot. We quickly became friends, and having him around made me feel a lot less lonely. The more time I spent with Hunter, the more I started to like him. He never once compared me to Jen, and he always listened to me. Even when I went on a full-on rant about how my parents gave Jen a brand new laptop on my birthday, and I just got some cheap shoes. Then one day, my parents called me into the kitchen for a family meeting.
Guess what, Lola? I got into St. Florence's Academy. Isn't that incredible?
Jen, we're so proud of you. We can't wait to start our new life in Chicago.
Chicago? What? No way! I'm not moving there. I'm not leaving Hunter.
Lola, don't be selfish. You'll find plenty of new friends in Chicago.
I don't need to make new friends. I already have a friend here. I'm not moving. I stormed off to my room. 10 minutes later, Jen showed up at my door. Can we talk? Why? Have you found more ways to ruin my life? That's not fair. You want to talk about fair? Ever since you were born, you've taken everything away from me. My parents, my toys, my room, and now my only real friend. I know I wasn't very nice to you when we were kids, but I've tried reaching out to you after that to talk or help you out with your issues, but you just shut me out. Issues? My only issue is you. I'm sorry you feel that way. Yeah, right. Emily's throwing me a going away party tomorrow night. Come if you want, or just sit in your room being bitter. It's up to you. Jen put the invitation on my bed and left. I was pissed at her, but I'd never been invited to a party before. My heart ached at the thought of leaving Hunter behind and never seeing him again. Hunter was more than my best friend. I felt I was in love with him. I invited Hunter to the party, and he agreed to go. The party was at Emily's mansion, and it was so much fun. The food was great, the music was spectacular, and the best thing of all was that Hunter was there with me. Then a slow song played. It was the perfect moment to tell Hunter how I felt. You want to dance?
Sure.
Dancing with Hunter was so romantic. He held me tight, and his cologne smelled so good. I looked up into his eyes. I like you.
I like you too.
You want to kiss me?
I really do.
We had the most magical kiss, but then something strange happened. I opened my eyes to find everyone staring and laughing and pointing at me, and Hunter was gone. Hunter? Lola, what's wrong? Where's Hunter? He was right there. I started to panic. Where could he have gone?
Hey, look at the freak making out with her invisible boyfriend.
Emily pointed at a huge screen on the wall. A video of me dancing alone and kissing the air played on a loop. I wished I could curl up into a tiny little ball and roll away. I ran out of there in tears and went straight to my treehouse. Minutes later, I heard a knock, and Jen walked in. Lola, please talk to me. Tell me what's going on with you. I thought Hunter was a real boy I was in love with. How stupid is that? I'm a freak and a loser like everyone says. No, you're not. You just found a way to cope with your loneliness. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Now you know the truth and you can move forward. Move forward to what? No one cares about me. I do. From now on, I'll be here for whenever you need me, I swear. And we're gonna teach Emily a lesson. Jen and I went to my dad's butcher shop and grabbed a bunch of raw meat. Then we went back to Emily's house.
Hey, Jen. Hey, crazy. You still looking for the invisible boy?
No, we just wanted to give you a gift.
A gift for me? What is it?
Then Jen and I dumped the raw meat on Emily's head. She screamed like a banshee as Jen and I went away laughing. The next day, as the last of the moving trucks were being loaded, I made one last visit to the treehouse, and suddenly both Madison and Hunter appeared. How come you're both here now? Will you stay for long this time?
We just came to say goodbye. We don't think you need us anymore.
You have a chance to start over. Let other people get to know you. They don't know what they're missing. You're a super cool friend. Thanks, you guys. You were there when I needed you the most.
Goodbye, Lola, and good luck.
It was sad to watch them leave for good, but it felt like it was time. We moved to Chicago, and Jen was true to her word. We started spending more time together, and I realized Jen didn't have the perfect life after all. I'm so tired of spelling bees. I only do the competition to make extra money for Mom and Dad. I just want to be a normal teenager for once and live my life without so much pressure. You should tell them how you feel. I've got your back.
I stood by Jen when she told her parents she wanted to stop doing spelling bees. After that, Jen and I grew even closer. I finally had a real best friend, and she just happened to be my genius little sister.
My name's Denise, and yeah, I'm an orphan, but I'm not your typical sad puppy eyes orphan. Nope, I'm more like an agent of chaos. I always loved breaking the rules and pulling off pranks, like that time when I was 6 and I changed the orphanage shampoo for pink hair dye.
You guys look like you're about to drop the hottest K-pop album of the year.
Denise, I told you not to do this again.
But you're always saying we should brighten up the place.
And sometimes I traumatized the other orphans.
They say that if you say her name 3 times in front of a mirror, she appears. Denise, Denise, Denise.
You summoned me?
Ah! Mommy! You don't have a mommy. You're an orphan.
And the people in the orphanage really tried to support in their own way.
Hi, Denise. My name is Martha. I'm the new social worker, and I'm here to help you.
But let's just say it didn't quite work.
That creature is beyond help.
Wait, she's just a little girl.
That's not a little girl. That's the Antichrist.
Aw, I love it. That'll be my new nickname. Over the years, some families did try to adopt me, but usually the first meetings ended up with them running away in terror. What? It's just fake blood. Okay, I'm kidding. It's real blood. So when I was still a kid, I changed my status in the orphanage system to already adopted. Do not disturb. It was the easiest way to stop all those noisy, we just want to give you a better life families from bothering me. Anyway, I was waiting for my real parents to come claim me. Of course, I'd never met them, but I was sure they weren't like the other adults. In my mind, they were super special and cool. Maybe criminal masterminds pulling off daring heists, or spies living under fake identities, or outlaws on the run, too dangerous for a normal life or to raise a daughter. Just some years later, I got to meet my real parents, and they sure weren't what I was expecting at all. One night when I was 17, I was in the director's office, just replacing his stress meds with laxatives, when suddenly, a door at the back caught my attention. With my expert lockpicking skills, I had the door open in under a minute, and inside, I found the records and files of all the orphans. It wasn't hard to find mine. It was a little larger than the rest. There were reports, complaint forms, and even some newspaper clippings of the times I'd escaped the orphanage for a while to pull off some of my more daring feats. Oh my God! It's like someone made a scrapbook of all my greatest hits. Then, tucked between all the chaos, I saw it. An old page with 2 names under the heading Parents. My heart stopped. Carmen and Henry Blandon. Sure, their names didn't scream criminal masterminds, but they were there, and there was even an address. That same night, I stuffed my file into my backpack and ran away from the orphanage. After a couple of days of hitchhiking and borrowing some strangers' cars, I finally arrived at my parents' address. It was a suburban house with well-cut grass and a family car. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I was ready to know the truth. I was about to approach the door when it suddenly opened, and I finally saw them. A woman in mom jeans who looked like she hadn't updated her haircut since the 90s, and a man who looked like he got excited about filing taxes. Don't forget our dinner date for Blandentines Day.
Wouldn't miss it for anything. You, me, dumplings, and slow dancing in the kitchen.
You sure you can handle that much romance?
Only if you wear those socks with the little tacos on them.
Ew! I wanted to scream, get a room! And just then, a girl about 13 years old walked out, wearing a high ponytail and a unicorn backpack. That had to be my sister?
Ew, I forgot it's Blandentine's Day.
I'll see you at 7, honey. Hopefully, my breakup with Gary will be quick and painless.
Wait, who's Gary?
The mole on your dad's back. He's having Gary removed before dinner.
I'm leaving now and never asking questions again.
Don't run from your stepmole, Andrea.
I'm blocking this whole thing from memory.
As they all drove off, I was fuming. Not only were they painfully ordinary and extremely lame, they had another daughter, one that they kept. All this time, they were playing happy family while I counted cockroaches on the orphanage walls? And right then and there, I decided I was gonna do everything in my power to destroy their fairy tale life. So I tailed them from a distance, all the way to Andrea's school. The first step of my plan was to infiltrate the family, and this pathetic unicorn princess was my way in. I walked into the school with the confidence of someone who'd been going there since kindergarten. I couldn't join Andrea in her class, so I spent the morning lurking around, waiting to catch her at recess. But when I walked into the cafeteria, I saw I wasn't the only one who had beef with her.
Give me my backpack and leave me alone!
Or what? You're gonna call your unicorn buddies?
This was the perfect opportunity to gain my little sister's trust. Just leave her alone, you moron. They all turned to look at me.
Who are you, and why are you dressed like a homeless person? Don't you have a mirror at home?
Oh, is that the best you have? You look like you practice your insults in the mirror every morning. Mirror, mirror, who's the lamest bully in town? Spoiler alert, it's you. The rest of the kids laughed, and you could see his bravery fizzle out. Why do you even want a unicorn backpack? That's kinda sus.
What? No, it's not for me. It sells well on eBay.
Right, sure. Big market for used unicorn backpacks.
Shut up!
You know what bullies and unicorns have in common? They both look better with a horn on their forehead. At that moment, I snatched an ice cream cone right out of the hands of one of his sidekicks, and splat! I planted it dead center on his forehead. The crowd erupted with laughter. For a second, he just stood frozen, tears mixing with melted ice cream. Then he ran off.
This is not over!
Sure. Next time, I'll bring sprinkles. As the crowd began to scatter, Andrea walked up to me.
Thank you so much for saving me.
Don't mention it. We good people have to stick together.
You're awesome. I'm Andrea.
I'm Denuni Shijira. Yep, that's the best I could come up with.
Nice to meet you, Denuni Shijira.
That same night, Andrea invited me to her house for dinner. She wanted our parents to meet her savior. Couldn't have planned it better. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about it. I mean, I was about to officially meet my parents. And of course, I couldn't go dressed like this. So I went on my own transformation scene, just like in the movies. Except instead of a fun shopping montage, I just shoplifted some clothes and cosmetics from Macy's and got ready in the mall bathroom. Ugh, I hate it. I look like a Tier B Disney princess whose biggest dreams are to attend the Eras tour and marry a dentist. I walked to the door, took a deep breath, and rang the doorbell. My parents opened the door with big smiles and, after abandoning me 17 years ago, welcomed me into their house. It was a nice place, not too big or fancy, but it felt warm, like a home. I didn't expect it to, but it kind of startled me. I had to remind myself why I was there. Ruin their life. Got it. What's that? I was saying you guys have a lovely home. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. You're always welcome here.
And thank you for helping her with that bully. Andrea told us everything about it.
Oh, it was nothing.
It was amazing, Denuni Shijira.
We sat down to dinner, and honestly, it was hard to stomach how sweet they were. Like a family-sized bowl of cringe with extra syrup. They had an entire wall dedicated to Andrea's achievements, like she'd cured a disease or won an Olympic gold medal. My orphanage file is much more impressive. And just before dinner, they made me say grace out loud, full on, thank you for this food style. So, yeah, thanks, Jesus Christ, for being cool. And, shout out to all your crew for this dinner. Great work, everyone. The food looks swell. Amen. During dinner, I was bombarded with questions. Literally. Are you new in school?
When did you arrive in town?
Where are you from?
What do your parents do?
For how long are you staying?
Where are you living?
Anyone else would have cracked under pressure, but not me. I'd spent years perfecting the art of lying. Yes, today was my first day in school. I arrived yesterday. I'm originally from Oklahoma, but I'm something of a nomad. My parents are circus artists, so they're always touring around the world. Right now, they're in Asia. I'm supposed to stay here for a year. I'm living in a drafty apartment above a dry cleaner downtown and the bathroom's outside. But hey, at least the hallway raccoon looks disease-free and it's not a circus cage.
Oh, honey.
They felt so bad for me they invited me to stay with them just until my family came back. And Andrea was over the moon about it. Are you sure about this? I don't want to impose. We're not letting a nice, sweet kid like yourself live alone in some awful apartment. Stay here as long as you want. If your parents are okay with it, of course. Honestly, I don't think they care about me or where I live. Oh, don't say that. I'm sure they do.
You're staying with us. End of discussion.
For a moment, I thought, they're so nice. They seem like good people. Then, I remembered they had dumped me in an orphanage. It would be my pleasure. Step 1 of my plan, complete. I was living in their house, eating their food, and most importantly, not sleeping in a stolen car anymore. Just for fun, I logged into the orphanage's official portal one day. The orphanage had technically reported me missing, but I don't think they were in any rush to find me. My police sketch was basically a smiley face with long hair. I bet they threw a party and changed the locks. After a few days, I realized I couldn't just keep lurking around Andrew's school like that. Eventually, someone was going to notice I didn't actually go there. So I faked some transfer papers, printed them at the library, and dropped them off at the front office confidently.
You're not in the system yet, but I'll update it. Probably.
I paid the admission fee using savings from my many orphanage side hustles. Thankfully, it was just a tacky public school, so it wasn't much. And just like that, I was in. And then I started disrupting my family's perfect life. I started small, switching the salt with sugar, hiding the remote, setting all the clocks half an hour off. Then I kicked it up a notch. I accidentally left the back door open and lured the neighbor's goat into Mr. Blandon's study. It ate his entire stack of work documents and chewed up 2 USB sticks. But they always managed to spin it into something positive. This coffee's a little salty, but it's got personality, and I love it. Must be a new trend.
This one's unreadable. But maybe that's the universe telling me to take a break.
You have been working too hard lately. It's a sign.
You're right, honey. Thank you, mysterious, wise goat of destiny.
That goat ate your entire fiscal quarter. We've always said, when one USB doesn't work, another one will. Are they high on essential oils or what? I don't know if it was their sickening optimism or the fact that I just accidentally salted my cereal, but the urge to vomit kicked in hard. I was getting defeated by a family of wholesome weirdos. But then it clicked. Right there, I came up with a plan so diabolical that I gave myself the creeps. If I really wanted to get back at my parents, I had to do it through their greatest weakness. Their sweet, precious Andrea. I could corrupt her, turn their sweet little princess into a fire-breathing, chaos-spreading dragon. So I took my time to study her first. Andrea was everything I wasn't. She was a good student, sweet, polite, and had that weird habit of raising her hand before speaking, even at home. She probably recycled her homework and apologized to chairs when she bumped into them. Of course, being a nerd and a pushover doesn't exactly make you popular in school. Every day, she was bullied, but she tried to hide it from me.
Yes, I accidentally dropped my personal diary in the toilet. Again. Silly me.
Yeah, she even had a personal diary. What a loser. And she was obsessed with me. She kept following me around like I was some kind of superhero. She wanted to spend every second with me.
Look, Danuni, I made a BFF bracelet for you.
Oh, great. Too bad I'm allergic to bracelets. It was nauseating to have her clinging to me like a python, but it also made my plan easy. Almost too easy. Andrea admired me so much, it was like watching a kitten imprint on a raccoon. She ditched the glitter lip gloss and rainbow socks for oversized hoodies, dark eyeliner, and a permanent don't talk to me face. And then I started planting seeds, little thoughts here and there. You know, you don't have to smile all the time. It's okay to say no. Just because your parents love broccoli casserole doesn't mean you have to pretend it doesn't taste like wet socks. At first, she laughed it off, but then she started testing it out.
I actually don't like your perfume. It gives me a headache.
Oh, okay, sweetie. And when no one exploded or burst into tears, she kept going. Luckily, the rebellious teenage hormones were also kicking in right on time. She stopped over-apologizing, raised her voice when she didn't agree with something, and she even rolled her eyes. Words like please, thank you, and love you, mommy and daddy disappeared faster than the spare change they used to leave in the cookie jar. What? It's not stealing if it's in plain sight. And then she saw me skipping classes and never doing my homework, so she followed my example, and her grades tanked. Of course, eventually the Blandons started connecting the dots.
Another D? Andrea, what's going on with you lately?
Can we just not do this? It's so exhausting.
You've been acting out ever since, well, since Danuni showed up.
Oh, so it's her fault now? Right, because you two are perfect.
We didn't say that.
Just drop it. Leave her out of this.
Even though Andrea defended me, it was only a matter of time before they discovered for a fact that I was the rotten seed. So, as Andrea became more like me, I became more like her. Yeah, me, the perfect daughter. Go ahead and laugh. Mr. Blandon, your baseball card collection is seriously impressive. And Mrs. Blandon, that pink sweater, absolutely stunning. Oh, you're just the sweetest. Just saying it like it is, Mrs. B.
We can go to a baseball game sometime, if you want, of course.
There's literally nothing I'd love more. Oh, Danuni, we owe you an apology. What for?
We thought maybe your influence wasn't that great for Andrea. She's changed so much.
Oh, well, you know, it's just tough being a teenager. Exams, hormones, peer pressure, probably a boy named Jaden who plays the ukulele. It's a whole storm. But I don't want to cause you any distress, and maybe it would be better for everyone if I went back to my apartment. No, Danuni, it's not your fault. We were obviously wrong.
You've been nothing but sweet and helpful to us. Please stay.
My plan was working like a charm, but I knew that turning Andrea fully evil wasn't just about ditching glitter and grades. So, when the universe dropped the perfect opportunity into my lap during lunch, I knew it was showtime. A boy walked up to our table, tiny, wearing glasses and struggling to balance his food tray and stack of books. Move his chair.
But he'll fall.
Exactly. Andrea's conscience was clearly battling with her desire to impress me. The nerd took another wobbly step toward our table. Do it now, or he'll make it. And if he makes it, he sits. Andrea reached over and moved the chair, and the boy landed on the ground with a loud thud, food and books flying everywhere. Suddenly, everyone around started laughing, except Andrea. She was looking horrified, but then...
Didn't think you had it in you to bring down a nerd, Andrea. Respect.
And just like that, A tiny, barely there smile cracked through her face. For once, people were not laughing at her, but because of her. She'd tasted chaos, and she liked it. Her villain story arc was complete. The rest was a walk in the park. Her grades kept sinking faster, detention became part of her daily routine, and our parents visited the principal's office so often they were on a first-name basis. Meanwhile, I kept right on being the worst influence ever. You're definitely old enough to get a skull tattoo. Totally. You should kidnap that girl's dog. Sure, it's only natural for you to scratch the principal's car with your key. He's so annoying. It was only a matter of time before Andrea got suspended. I'd never seen the Blandons so angry and disappointed. And so clueless. Andrea, all we want is for you to talk to us.
We want to understand you, to be there for you.
You want to help me? Then leave me alone! I hate you two!
They didn't even have the strength to scream or scold her. They were utterly defeated. And I was so delightfully sweet. They never suspected I was the one behind all this. My parents' fairy tale life was crumbling, and it was time for the final flourish. They don't get you. They never will. Sooner or later, they'll give up and send you away to some boarding school with plaid skirts and discipline drills. A little harsh? Maybe, but it worked.
They've always seen me as this perfect little doll. I've always followed the rules and done the right things, and it never got me anywhere. But you don't care what anyone thinks. You don't beg to be liked. I want to know what that feels like. I want to know what made you like this. Maybe if I lived like you did, I'll finally stop feeling so weak.
You want to be me? Start by making better life choices.
Like what?
Liking and subscribing to MSA, obviously.
Already did.
Good. There's hope for you yet. Okay, I wasn't used to people trying to relate to me. I didn't know why she wanted to understand me so badly. But there was rebellion in her eyes, and I knew she was ready to deliver the final blow. Then, just do what I would do. Blow it up. The next day, Mr. Blandon took Andrea to his office, thinking it would be a chance to bond, which was stupid considering she'd been acting like the spawn of Satan. First, she sent everyone running out of the office by accidentally setting off the fire alarms. Then she found the office smart speaker controls and hijacked them during an all-hands meeting. Baby Shark blared over the system for half an hour before someone figured out how to shut it off. But later that day, Andrea wandered into the break room, and as luck would have it, she overheard the CEO in full meltdown mode on a call, yelling about cutting staff like fat from a steak. Naturally, she recorded the whole thing on her phone, snuck back to her dad's desk when he was in a meeting, and uploaded the video straight to the company's internal Slack channel. Needless to say, Mr. Blandon left work that day with a cardboard box and a security escort. That night, the Blandons sent Andrea to bed without dinner. As they sat in the living room silently, I spied on them from the staircase.
What are we going to do now? That job was all that kept us afloat.
We're gonna be okay.
How?
I don't know. I did it. I ruined the lives of my neglectful parents. But it didn't feel like a sweet victory. I really hate to say it, but I actually felt bad for them. Sure, they deserved it, but Andrea didn't. She was a victim, just like me. She just wanted a friend, and I took advantage of that. And suddenly, I felt horrible. Oh my God, I feel dizzy. I went upstairs to her room to talk to her, maybe even confess, but she wasn't there, or anywhere else in the house. Her things were gone, and her window was open. Andrea ran away.
What?
She's gone. Babe, check upstairs again. Danuni, you take this floor. I'll ask the neighbors. We searched the whole house. Every room, every closet, every dumb hiding spot. Nothing. No one saw her.
Oh, baby, we can't lose her too.
Two? They looked at each other for a moment and took a deep breath. Andrea is
not an only child. We had another daughter before her.
This is not the time to talk about that, honey.
Wait, what happened to her? They froze, a heavy silence hanging between us. When we found out we were having her, we were so happy. But we were so young. We were still kids.
Our families didn't take the news well. They didn't want us to keep her. Said we were throwing our lives away.
We refused, so they kicked us out and cut us off. We had nothing. We were living in a broken-down trailer, and we didn't have money for diapers, food, or heating.
One night, she got sick, and we couldn't even afford to take her to a proper doctor. We tried our best, but it wasn't enough. We realized that if we really loved her, we had to let her go.
I listened to their story, barely holding it together, fighting the urge to cry or just explode. We took our girl to an orphanage and left her there. It was only until we got back on our feet. We were always going to go back for her. But you didn't.
Yes, we did. We spent some years getting our lives together, saving money, finding a place to live, and then we went back for her.
Why are you lying?
What? We are not lying.
You never came back for me. That one word hit like a lightning bolt. There was no need for any explanation. They understood everything in a second. Their eyes welled up instantly.
Denise.
Our baby girl. They tried to hug me, but I stopped them. No! Don't think for a moment that this is a heartwarming Instagram moment. You abandoned me and never came back.
But we did, honey, we did.
Stop lying. We are not lying. We went back for you, but the system said you were adopted. And something weird like, do not disturb. Whoopsie whoopsie. Well, that was my bad. But still, they just gave up?
We thought you were adopted and we didn't want to ruin your new life.
Do I look adopted to you? Yeah, I know that didn't make much sense, but I was too emotional. My head was spinning, and I didn't know if I wanted to cry, scream, or just disappear. I just can't do this right now.
Please, just let us explain.
No, stop. You had 17 years to explain. Now it's too late. I need to think. Don't follow me. They tried to stop me, but I was out of there before they could. I was more than ready to go back to the orphanage. Clearly, the family life wasn't for me. But first of all, I needed to find Andrea. I checked the school, her favorite bookstore, the sad little park where we once dared a squirrel to steal someone's fries. Nothing. Come on, Andrea. Where would you even go? That's when I remembered her words.
Maybe if I lived like you did, I'll finally stop feeling so weak.
Wait, no way. She wouldn't. She couldn't have found out. But knowing Andrea and knowing how much she idolized me, maybe she could have. I grabbed the neighbor's scooter and headed to the orphanage at full speed. And sure enough, I found Andrea trying to check into the 2-star hotel for abandoned kids. Look, my moral compass is pretty busted, but even I know faking being an orphan is kinda messed up.
Denise, what are you doing here?
So you also know my real name? I thought our parents never told you of my existence.
They didn't.
And then she explained everything.
Mom and Dad never told me anything about you, but when I was around 10, I found an old box in their closet. Inside, there were some baby clothes, a hospital bracelet, and a lot of pictures. I didn't understand at the time who this baby was or why she wasn't around, and I just never dared to ask. But then you showed up.
Wait, you knew who I was right away?
No, not at first. I mean, you did raise some suspicions. Like, you gave me an obviously fake name and were weirdly eager to meet my parents. But I didn't find out the truth until I stumbled on your orphanage file while cleaning up your room.
And why didn't you say something to me?
I was scared you'd leave if I did. I thought our parents would recognize you in an instant, but they didn't. I just went with the flow.
So, you knew about my whole ruin their lives plan?
Yep, I kind of figured that one out too.
Why didn't you try to stop me?
Because you had every right to be angry with them. After reading your file, I understood what my parents had done to you. You had to live all your life in a horrible place like this without knowing who your parents were or why they had abandoned you. Of course you acted out. And they never even told me I had a sister. They weren't even planning to.
So, you didn't go all evil and chaotic because of me?
Well, yes. I mean, at least partly. The truth is, I did want to impress you. You're bold, fearless, cool, the opposite of me. I started copying you at first because I wanted you to like me. But when I read the file, I just got so mad at our parents. They deserve all we did and more after what they did.
They were struggling and desperate.
What, are you going to justify their actions now?
No, not exactly. But I think I get them better now. They were scared, overwhelmed, and they made a horrible decision. And so did I. I hurt someone who didn't deserve it, just because I was mad and scared, and I thought it would make me feel better. I wanted to destroy them, and I used you to do it. You were just this sweet, unicorn-loving nerd, and I turned you into, well, me. That's not sister stuff. That's villain stuff, and I'm really sorry. I ended up here because of their mistake, and now you're here because of my stupid revenge.
I came here because even though I know it's not my fault, I can't help but feel guilty. I had this amazing childhood and you didn't. You were all alone.
But I'm not alone anymore. I have no more plans, no more agenda. I just want to be your big sister, if you let me. Andrea didn't say anything. She just threw her arms around me and we hugged hard. And for the first time ever, I felt like I had a family. I didn't seem to care about the past anymore. We called our parents, and they came to pick us up. There was a lot of crying, hugging, apologizing, more crying, and a very awkward group photo taken by a confused orphanage worker. Let's go home.
Hi, my name is Charlotte. Please like and subscribe. I was born in Bordeaux, a beautiful city in France. When I was 8 years old, we moved to the USA because my dad got a great job there. The city we moved to was huge, filled with skyscrapers, shops, and opportunities, or so I was told. However, it didn't take long for things to start going downhill. When I began attending school there, my parents enrolled me in a private school for international students. Hi, everyone. My name is Charlotte. I'm 8 years old, and I come from France. I brought some madeleines that my mom made for everyone today. Hi, Charlotte. I'm Laura from Italy. Do you want to hang out later today? Laura and I became very close. We would often take the same bus home, do our homework together, and even attend drawing classes together. Even though Laura didn't speak any French, being with her reminded me a lot of home. I was shy and liked to keep things to myself, while Laura was fun and a bit wild. Someone my mom wouldn't think was classy. Mom really didn't like Laura. She kept trying to make me hang out with kids from rich families that I didn't like, but I ended up making friends with 2 girls just so Mom would stop nagging me. One evening, I forgot to tell Mom I invited Laura over for dinner. Mom was really mean to Laura when she came.
Charlotte mentioned your mom is a saleswoman. Do you guys even eat dinner every night, or is it too expensive?
Elise, why would you say something like that?
It's okay, Uncle. No, we don't always have big dinners, but what we do have is each other. What's the point of a fancy dinner if the family isn't close?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Did I upset you? I thought your family was okay.
I think you should go.
Mom, why?
She's not going anywhere.
She leaves now, or you'll be sorry.
An awkward silence fell, which Laura broke. Don't worry, I'll go. Seems like I just got my answer about the kind of family this is. Mom sharply told her,
leave now.
And with that, Laura left. I was really upset with Mom, but she didn't seem to care. Laura told me not to let it bother me. You already have it tough with a mom like that. I won't make it worse by leaving you alone. I love you for being here. One gloomy day in the 6th grade, everything changed when my parents started to struggle financially after my dad lost his job, and they had to move me to a public school.
We can't just pull her out of school. She's doing so well. What would I even say to my friends if they asked? I want her to succeed here in the USA, to make something of herself and make me proud.
Dad slammed his hand angrily on the table and glared at Mom.
Elise, think clearly for once. You're not seeing the big picture as usual. You don't seem to get that I've lost my job and we're drowning in bills. The only sensible move is to switch her to public school.
Yes, Mom was a bit of a difficult person. She was obsessed with maintaining a perfect image. Being perceived
perceived as poor was a disaster for her. Her mom was also a strict lady, obsessed with etiquette and rules. She was against my mom's marriage, although my dad was well off. But Mom stood firm and married Dad, so her parents cut her off. Now, us not having much money would make my grandma right. And that made my mom even madder. She made us move to a different city so she could lie and tell her friends that Dad had received a job opportunity far away. I screamed and cried for days. I didn't want to leave our city or be away from Laura. But as usual, Mom ignored my protests. I was heartbroken. Dad, I hate her. Dad hugged me.
Hate is a strong word. You know how your mom is. She wants things her way. Life hasn't ended, though. You'll make new friends. And about Laura, you can still talk to her on the phone, and I'll help you see her once in a while.
Thank you, Dad. You're too kind to be with someone like her. But I guess life isn't fair. Saying goodbye to Laura was incredibly hard. And to make things worse, after we moved, I realized I forgot the notebook with Laura's number in it. I was utterly heartbroken. Even though we didn't have a lot of money, Mom kept having big parties at fancy places for her friends. We were getting more and more into debt, even though Dad asked her many times to stop the parties. One day, she even gave her friend a really expensive ring for her birthday. Dad got really upset when the bank called him.
Listen, woman, I can't take this anymore. This is your last chance. If you don't stop, we might have to split up.
And I'll want to stay with Dad. Really now? With that, Mom left. She was gone for a couple of days. Although Dad and I were worried, we didn't try to reach her. It was time for her to act like the adult she supposedly was. When she returned, she walked into the house and started doing laundry as if nothing had happened. From that day on, she stopped seeing her friends so much and didn't waste our money anymore. I was relieved she finally came to her senses, but I could see a change in her. Her eyes had lost their spark. It was as if she had aged 10 years. Well, things at the public school weren't perfect either. At first, it was okay, but things changed quickly when I started junior year of high school. I noticed my body changing rapidly, even spotting some freckles on my face. It wasn't just my appearance that was changing. My social life was too. Suddenly, boys started looking at me differently. Girls were going out with boys, and there seemed to be more parties.
Hey, Charlotte, how about grabbing some ice cream after school? Just the two of us.
Just us? Alone?
Yeah, just us. Why, were you planning on turning it into a group event?
Well, I thought maybe we could invite Jessica too.
Look, I wasn't making a guest list. You know what? Forget it. I gotta go. And hey, Charlotte, or should I call you the Lost Little Raccoon? Just because you're from France doesn't mean you're anything special here. If anything, it just shows you can't take a joke and always dampen the mood.
Before I could respond, he pressed his gum into my hair as he walked away. It was not just embarrassing. It felt like a sharp tug at my dignity. I came back home that day, wanting to tell Mom about it. She was cooking in the kitchen when I walked in. Hi, Mom. I had a weird day at school today.
I really don't have time for your stories right now. You know, we've been living in the USA for quite a while, and you still call a lot of things weird.
I felt so angry I started crying. Our relationship wasn't that great to begin with, but now it felt ruined. If a girl doesn't find confidence in her mother, then the relationship feels distant. And each day, I was growing further away from my mom. I headed to my room to put away my books when I spotted a sketchbook on my desk. It was from the drawing classes with Laura, and it had her number inside. Turns out, I'd saved it here as well. I was ecstatic. I quickly and quietly went to the living room, grabbed my mom's phone, and dialed Laura's mom's number.
Hello? Elise, what do you want?
Hi. It's actually Charlotte here, Laura's friend from school. Do you remember me? Can I talk to Laura? Oh, Charlotte. Yes, I remember you. One moment.
Laura, your friend Charlotte is on the phone.
Charlotte? Wow, I've been trying to find you, but I couldn't. How are you? Hey, Laura. I'm not on social media much. I really miss talking to you. We should hang out soon. I'd love to, but my family is going to Europe this Friday. Europe? That's so cool. I wish I could go too. You're so lucky. Why don't you come with us? My grandparents' house is big, and you can stay in the guest room. I'd love to, but my mom would never say yes. We don't have to tell her everything. Just say you're going on a school project abroad. She loves to brag about this stuff, no? Laura, that's smart. It's gonna be so fun. We can eat lots of good food, see new places, and maybe even paint. I'd love to paint in a quiet spot away from all the noise, especially away from Mom. In fact, I found out that the city Laura and I were visiting was hosting a big art competition during our stay, and I signed up for it. On Friday, my mother drove me to the airport
airport with a big smile on her face.
I'm so proud of you, darling, for getting accepted to this elite school program. I'm sure it'll help you get accepted to one of the Ivy League schools.
Sure. Yes, Mom. I got out of the car and walked to the airport gate when I saw Laura. She looked great, ran up to me and gave me a big hug. Charlotte, we're going to Europe. It's going to be so fun. I'm so excited. I entered a drawing contest over there, too. The prize is also about $500,000. Can you come and cheer for me? It feels like a dream. Sure, but you have to draw me and make my eyebrows look good. I enjoyed spending time with Laura, but sometimes things felt off. It seemed like she would suddenly stop talking to her mom when I showed up, as if they were hiding something from me. One night after we had dinner, she said something strange. You know, I was actually happy when your family started having money problems. What? Why would you say that? Well, your mom was a witch, and seeing her getting humiliated was so satisfying. First of all, becoming poor has nothing to do with humiliation. Second, Mom becoming poor also means me becoming poor. I thought your love for me was bigger than your hate for her. Oh, come on now. She's awful. Okay, let's change the subject. Want to eat some ice cream? I suddenly don't feel like it. I think I'm calling it a night. And with that, I stormed off. The competition day was getting close. It was going to last 2 days. The first for live painting in front of an audience, and the second for a closing ceremony where judges would announce the winners. Do you think the judges will be fair? I'm sure they will be. Are you excited to cheer me on? Of course. Will you cheer for me too? What do you mean? I'm entering the competition too. You knew that, right? What? No. You think I've lost my touch? I've been taking drawing classes for the past year. I see this as a great chance. But Laura, you never mentioned this. I didn't think I needed to report my plans to you. Anyway, I think it's better we focus on our own preparations for the next few days, so we probably shouldn't hang out too much. I was stunned. What happened to my best friend? I almost regretted coming on this trip. The only thing keeping me here was the upcoming competition. I was determined to win and get the prize. The first day of the competition arrived. We were led onto the stage, each competitor equipped with a set of pencils, colors, and a blank canvas. Laura leaned over with a mischievous grin and whispered, "May the best girl win." I was too stressed to respond and just focused on getting onto the stage. That's when I saw it. The event was being broadcast live on TV. My heart sank. I thought, oh no, my mom will see this. She'll ground me for life. Not only did I lie to her, but I'm also here with Laura, someone she can't stand. And now Laura, she turned out to be so different from what I thought. This is a nightmare. I wish I could just vanish. But I took a deep breath, pushed down my fear, and began to paint with all my heart, pouring every emotion onto the canvas. While sitting comfortably at home, my mom saw my face on the TV screen and yelled, "Pierre, our daughter isn't on a school project. She's on TV with Laura. This is nonsense. She won't get away with this. We're flying to Europe." My parents caught the next flight and arrived on the second day of the competition. Mom tried calling me the whole time, but I was too caught up with the competition and the drama with Laura to answer. On the final day, as I stood on stage with Laura and the other competitors, they started announcing the winners. Laura got second place, and I was on the verge of tears until they announced Charlotte is the winner. Overjoyed, I walked towards the microphone to give a speech, only to see my mom storm into the hall. I was shocked and embarrassed. Yelling in front of everyone, she demanded, "How could you lie to me, Charlotte? You know there will be consequences. And with Laura, of all people?" "Oh, me, of all people? Remember when you burned the book that Charlotte wrote my number in? You called and insulted me and my mom. You even threatened me, a child, to stay away from Charlotte. Do you want me to say what you did too?" "Shut it. Don't you dare speak to my daughter like that." "Laura, what exactly did my mom do to you?" "Let it go. Didn't you just win? Take your prize and leave with your parents."
Your mom threatened Laura's mom with her connections in immigration, saying she'd get her deported.
What kind of sick person hates a kid like this? What has she ever done to you? You need help. I'm taking the prize money and I'm leaving with Dad. You should consider getting help. I'll even pay for your therapy. I traveled all this way for you to side with her? What lies has she told you?
Enough. Let's go, Charlotte.
Laura, what my mom did was wrong, but targeting me wasn't fair. Still, I'm here if you want to start over. Then I went to receive my medal and prize, hugged my dad, and we left.
Hi, my name is Erica, and I'm from the USA. Please like and subscribe. Some people might call me a nerd, but that's only because I actually enjoy school and love working hard. Maybe that's what happens when the single dad who raised you is a world-renowned neurosurgeon. But I never felt pressured by him to excel. Like him, I just like being the best. And while I don't have many close friends, I generally get along with everybody in my class. Well, everybody except one, Genevieve Leroy. That's only because she's the actual devil. Not really, but hear me out. Genevieve transferred to our school from France when we were in the 5th grade, and I immediately hated her snobby attitude.
Are you seriously reading Matilda? Back in France, we just finished Les Miserables. American children are so immature. Do you still wear tapas too?
She was also crazy smart and got the highest grades in class.
I'm not even trying.
She was just so conceited and full of herself, and I just had to show her that she wasn't better than everybody. So I worked harder than I ever had, and soon our grades were equal.
So, you think you're as good as me?
No, Genevieve, I'm better. And from that day forward, everything was a competition between us, but there was never a clear winner. We always got the same grades. We both got first place at the 6th grade science fair. We always had the same number of followers on social media, and somehow our TikToks got the same amount of likes. Would you believe it? We even shared the same birthday. In the 7th grade, our families accidentally had our parties at the same pizza arcade. Instead of having fun, we spent the whole time fighting each other on the Dance Dance Revolution machine.
Getting tired, Erica? You wish, Genevieve. I could do this forever.
We kept dancing even after everyone left, and the pizza arcade security team had to literally throw us out. I was so sore for the next few days. I groaned every time I moved. Things only got worse once we were in high school. In our last year, we both ran for school president, but our smear campaigns and aggressive politics got so out of hand that violence broke out between our supporters. The principal canceled the election and chose a student as president who wasn't either of us. But we were still going to end up being co-valedictorians of our class, and I had to make sure I wrote a better speech than Martin Luther King himself. The bright side of it all was that high school would be over soon, and we'd never have to share a stage or room again. But to make things worse, it was around this time that Bethany barged into my life. I always thought Dad was too busy for romance, but he'd met this demon flirt monster while he was treating her mother, and now the two were dating.
Isn't your dad just like the cutest ever, Erica?
She had him wrapped around her little finger, and before I knew it, he'd asked her to move in with us.
Don't think of me as a replacement for your mother. Not until the wedding, anyway.
As if having a snooty French arch nemesis wasn't enough, I now had to live with Barbie's evil cousin. We couldn't stand each other. All she did all day was constantly try and fail to become a viral influencer through endless Instagram and TikTok posts for a non-existent audience.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll teach you how to trap the man of your dreams.
And whenever Dad wasn't around, she would call me a loser and an annoying know-it-all and go on and on about how I would never get a boyfriend.
No matter what some of those ugly girls say online, boys do not find intelligence attractive, Erica.
But at that point, boys were the last thing on my mind. The same went for Genevieve. We were both so busy trying to be the best at everything that we didn't have time for boys.
Hey, Erica, do you maybe want to go to the movies with me?
How can I go to the movies when I still don't know absolutely everything about the War of 1812? Now shush!
Genevieve, why don't we...
Stop, you poor boy. Is your highest ambition to be nothing more than a distraction to me? But that all changed the day Lee Taylor Reyes transferred to our school.
Howdy, y'all.
He walked into our lives with his rugged good looks and Texas cowboy charm. All the girls fell for him, but none fell harder than Genevieve and me. Oh my God. Mon Dieu. We thought we were competitive before, but now it was war. Genevieve and I started doing things neither of us had ever done before. When Lee Taylor became quarterback, we went to every game.
Go, Lee Taylor, go! Lee Taylor, you are the best at American foolishness.
When Lee Taylor got the lead in the school play, we went to every show. Bravo!
Bravo! You have resurrected the theater, Lee Taylor.
Genevieve had always been the more fashionable of the two of us, and once Lee Taylor hit the scene, her clothes and makeup game reached a level unseen.
That's a mighty fine dress you're wearing there, Genevieve.
What? The sightseeing? I only wear it when I don't care what I look like.
There was no way I could compete with her on that level. Not on my own. I needed help, and there was only one person I could turn to, Bethany.
Erica, it's so wonderful. You're finally acting like a normal girl.
I was so desperate that I let Bethany give me a complete makeover. She used Dad's credit cards to buy me all new clothes and makeup. She took me to the most expensive salon in town and started giving me flirting lessons. Dad was just happy that we seemed to be finally getting along. And the whole time, she was filming everything and posting videos on her stupid channel.
Hey guys, join me on my brave and selfless journey as I turn Erica from a 0 to a shiro and help get her the man of her dreams.
And the videos actually went viral. Bethany was officially an influencer now. And the weirdest part was that her lessons were working. Lee Taylor was now paying just as much attention to me as he was to Genevieve.
There's something different about you, Erica, and I like it.
Thanks for noticing, Lee Taylor. But just like with everything else between me and Genevieve, neither of us was actually winning. No matter what we did, Lee Taylor would only lead us both on and wouldn't make a clear choice. Things got so bad in the struggle for Lee Taylor's heart that our grades began to slip. We stopped doing homework, we were failing tests, neither of us were valedictorian anymore. But we didn't care. All our effort was going into out-scheming the other to win over Lee Taylor. Like the time he had a minor football injury and we both went to visit him in the hospital.
Oh, you poor baby. It's a shame your mummy is out of town. But look, my chef made you a consommé, and I will read you the sports section of the newspaper in French.
That looks like gross bathwater. I've got just the thing to make you feel better. Some good old American cheeseburgers. Also, a recent study shows that most people think Spanish is hotter. It ended up being a screaming match in French and Spanish that got us thrown out of the hospital. And one day, after the teacher made me and Lee Taylor lab partners, Genevieve marched up to me angrily in the cafeteria later and pinned me against the wall.
Give it up, Erica. No matter how much makeup you put on or how much idiotic giggling you do, Lee Taylor will be mine. You've never beaten me, and you never will.
What are you talking about? You wear so much makeup you look like a French mime. And besides, it's you who's never beaten me. I am so much better than you in every way that counts. Then how come you've never proved it? Proved this? Did you just throw a hamburger at my face after saying something totally stupid? Oui, do you want French fries with that? As we rolled around on the floor, screaming and attacking each other, we knew we were making an absolute spectacle of ourselves. But we didn't care about what anyone thought, except Lee Taylor. And the next day, he invited me and Genevieve to meet him by the bleachers after school.
Ladies, y'all are two of the prettiest and sweetest gals I've ever met. And I've really tried to choose, but a choice is impossible. So you must make it.
What the heck are you talking about?
Why do you speak nonsense, Lee Taylor?
I heard that y'all's rivalry goes way, way back. I'm thinking it's time that it was finally settled. With a race. This Saturday, 1 lap around the school track. Winner takes all, including my heart.
We were both shocked by this proposal, but when he gave us that heart-melting look of his, we agreed. But what we didn't know was that Lee Taylor had live-streamed our conversation to the whole school, and in the days leading up to Saturday, the race was all anyone could talk about. Posters were put up advertising the race for love. Lee Taylor was actually charging admission. None of this was legal, but the principals and teachers didn't dare try to stop it for fear that the students would rip them to pieces. Everyone was just way too excited about it. The school became divided between Team Erica and Team Genevieve. Some of Genevieve's biggest supporters started wearing black and white striped shirts and berets while waving around baguettes and speaking in terrible French accents.
Oui, oui, don't you see? Genevieve's the girl for Lee.
Things were getting so nuts that people were approaching me in the halls, offering me money to lose the race so they could win big on bets. Even Bethany started showing up to school to interview students for her army of new followers.
So tell me, are you Team Erica or Team Genevieve?
Team Erica, all the way. USA! USA!
Lee Taylor Reyes, be honest. Who do you really want to win the race?
All I say is, may the best girl win.
While all this was going on, I was just trying to ignore the insanity. I'd spent every night doing laps around my yard hard, trying to get faster and faster. My head was filled with images of my post-race life when I would walk around arm in arm with Lee Taylor. But in a weird way, the thing I was looking forward to the most was an end to this eternal feud with Genevieve. Saturday came, and the crowd was bigger than any homecoming game in our school's history.
Go, Erica, go!
Viva la Genevieve!
This is it, my fabulous followers. The Race for Love Live. Now you'll see once and for all Erica's transformation from loser to, not loser. Yeah.
Despite the bizarreness of the scene, Genevieve and I lined up for the race. Lee Taylor had even bought an actual starter pistol from home.
On your marks. Get set, go!
We were off in a flash. The crowd roared. Genevieve and I weren't exactly athletes, but we were giving it our all. We were feeding off the energy surrounding us. The only problem was that neither of us could break away. We were level, like always, literally shoulder to shoulder. As we approached the finish line, it seemed like this would end in yet another tie. My energy was flailing, and in desperation, my eyes searched for Lee Taylor, and they found him, kissing another girl right in front of everyone. I stopped short, fully expecting Genevieve to race ahead and win, but she had stopped too, and was also staring at Lee, sweaty and out of breath. We looked all around us at the ridiculous result of the war we've been waging for so long. What the heck are we doing? This is very foolish, no? All of this for a boy? A conceited and deceitful boy. He really just manipulated us to make this all happen. I don't think I've ever felt this dumb in my entire life. Look at what we are wearing. What happened to us? Our rivalry used to inspire us to become better and better at everything, but now it's only made us worse. Oui. I've always counted on you to motivate me to be the best I can be. That's what I've always counted on you for. But why did there have to be all this hate and jealousy? I have a very tough mother who says second best is a term some loser made up. That's why I'm so competitive. What's your excuse? I don't really have one. I was just born this way. But look where all this jealousy has gotten us. Silly girls playing stupid games. No more. I agree. No more. Genevieve and I walked through that finish line hand in hand and left the field without looking back. The crowd started booing and angrily demanding Lee Taylor refund them the money he had charged them. In case you're wondering what happened next, Dad finally walked in on Bethany screaming like a maniac at me, saw her true colors, and threw her out of the house. Lee Taylor kept playing with the hearts of other girls until the day he messed up with one girl too many.
Help! She's trying to run me over with her car!
Genevieve and I graduated top of our class. She went on to be a cosmetics entrepreneur, and I became a lawyer. Years later, we still keep in touch and cheer each other's successes. Hi, y'all. My name is Gabby Lee. I live in Philadelphia, and I wouldn't be what most people would call cool. I'm a straight-A student, A+ if I can get 'em. I play in a band, the clarinet in my school's band, that is, the only time I go to any sports games, and I don't go to parties. But my one great dream is to be a world-class chemist. I couldn't be happier. But would you believe for one night, it all changed? I rebelled against my father, almost got my friends kidnapped, and had a run-in with the police. It was probably the best night of my life. It all started with Millie Cancun. My one vice. The biggest pop star sensation in the world. Sure, some other singers might sing about their relationship traumas or death or whatever moody stuff, but Millie was all about living young, wild, and free. My polar opposite. I'm not alone in my Millie mania. Lots of girls my age are, including my three besties, Sue, Evelyn, and Jamie. Wouldn't you know it, Millie was going on tour and having shows in New York. Typical. All the cool stuff happens there. Between the four of us and our various extracurricular activities, the only night all four of us could possibly go was Sunday night, to which my dad said,
"No, it's a school night. Plus, her music seems a little inappropriate for your age, does it not?"
What does he know? I can't get too mad at my dad, though. It's just me and him. Mom isn't in the picture anymore. I should have told him how much it would mean to me, but I backed down. My friend's luck was no different, though their parents were a little less strict.
My parents said I could go, but they don't want to drive me there.
Same. We could take the bus.
That would take like 3 hours, and plus be sketchy as heck.
Something stirred in me. I don't know what came over me. We could take my dad's car.
Word?
He'd drive us there? I thought you said you couldn't go.
Well, what if he never finds out? I could drive us there. I've got my learner's permit.
Are you for real?
Was I for real? Already the gears in my head were turning as it spurred up this plan. I
take his car, drive to the concert, buy our tickets, have the best night of our lives, drive home, and my dad would be none the wiser. In his eyes, I would still be the good rule-following daughter he asked for. Yeah, we can all meet at my house, and I can go from there.
Whoa, when did you get so cool all of a sudden?
Yeah, I was cool. This was my chance. My plan was foolproof. I started laying the groundwork, making a subtle suggestion to my dad. I think we should have spaghetti night on Sunday.
Okay.
The seed had been planted, and on Sunday, fruit had come to bear. For you see, dear viewer, pasta will always knock my dad out. When he was done, he was fast asleep in his recliner. I finished the job by laying down a weighted blanket on top of him. Good thing, too, because he definitely would have been woken up by the sound of Jamie banging on the door.
Yo, Gabby, you in there?
Shh, I'm sneaking out, remember? I'll be right there. I just gotta grab but the keys to Dad's car weren't there. I checked in his room. Not there. A tense realization hit me. They were still in his pocket. As discreetly and non-suspiciously as possible, I reached into his pocket to pull them out, lest he wake up and was wondering what I was doing. After much careful fidgeting, I got them. I wanted to get out of there, but I had one more thing I needed to do. The final pièce de résistance. In my room, I set up a fake version of me made from pillows and sat her by my desk. Should my dad check on me, he would believe to see his dutiful daughter studying for her math test, not realizing I had already studied in between band practice. Evil genius. I snuck out, we got in the car, and we were off. I wasn't exactly a car expert, but better me to do it than any of my friends. Didn't want to scratch up my dad's car. If you were to ask me at that moment, I'd have said it had gone perfectly. We were driving down the road, pre-gaming our jam session, singing along to Millie Cancun, but then we started slowing down. The car started making funny noises, and then...
What happened?
We stopped.
I can see that, but why?
We had broken down in the middle of the road. Luckily, we were in the middle of nowhere, so it's not like we were causing a traffic jam or anything. On the other hand, we were in the middle of nowhere. We couldn't exactly walk there, and we couldn't get a tow truck. Time and money were limited. We only brought money to buy tickets, and phone service was limited. Some people passed by, but no one would stop. Please, help us.
You're standing in the middle of the road.
Yeah, that's why we need your help. Finally, one guy stopped. Now, I'm not an expert on cars, but he didn't seem to look at the engine for very long before going,
Yup, it's broken beyond repair.
Wow, are you sure?
Trust me, you young girls are lucky the car hasn't exploded. Say, why don't I give you girls a lift? I'm heading to Manhattan right now. It wouldn't be no trouble.
Oh, wow, thanks.
Girls, can we huddle for a second? We whispered amongst ourselves. This guy seems kinda suspicious.
Well, what choice do we have? We can't exactly stay here, can we?
Everyone was in reluctant agreement. We got into his car and headed for the city. How was I going to get my dad's car home now? Speaking of my dad, I wasn't there for this next part of the story, and he might tell it differently. He managed to break free from his pasta nap and was able to pull away from the comfort vacuum of the weighted blanket. He went up to check on me, just as I thought, and probably said something like,
Gosh, Gabby, I'm sorry I didn't let you go to a concert and allow you to be your own woman. I promise I'll make it up to you.
What I didn't account for was him to see his daughter's head fall off.
Yeah?
He went into my room and found I was not there. Realizing what had happened in a way only a paranoid dad could, he scrambled around the house looking for his keys. Only when he tried checking the car did he figure out the extent of my betrayal. He asked our neighbor to drive out to the concert. He must have gotten there before we did because amongst the crowded lines outside of the concert halls, I wasn't there. Me and my friends had arrived in downtown Manhattan, making decent time. While we were happy to avoid the rain that was picking up, the ride was an awkward affair, as we attempted to avoid conversation with Echo, as he called himself.
What sort of trouble are you young girls up to tonight?
We're going to a concert.
Oh, a music concert. What concert?
Yeah, Millie Cancun.
Oh, nice. I love her song Ice Cream Summer.
That wasn't a Millie Cancun song. That was a ZZ Marina song.
Hey, you know what? I know a shortcut up here that'll get us away from all the traffic. Wouldn't want you to be late.
No thanks. That's fine. You can just follow the GPS.
Rerouting.
What does she know? Trust me.
Where could he be taking us? Back to his apartment where he was going to murder us? Or worse, maybe he was going to call my dad. Please, just keep driving north. We're almost there.
Relax. It'll be fine.
In my panicked state of mind, I grabbed the wheel from him.
Whoa, go Gabby!
What the heck?
We fought for it before I knocked us into a pole. I swear, it was only a light touch, but it triggered Echo's airbags nonetheless, trapping him. Go! We hopped out and ran. We were grateful at first, but it didn't take long before we were
missing the roof of that car. We didn't know where we were. Our phones were collectively dying, leaving our directional skills inhibited. The rain was making us wet and frustrated. By the time we found the concert hall, the ticket booths had just closed. Had we been a minute earlier, we could have made it. Hovering around were some shady-looking scalpers, but their tickets were a little out of our price range.
That'll be $10,000.
I could tell my friends were mad at me, and why wouldn't they be? This couldn't get any worse.
Gabby!
Oh no, my dad was here. I was frozen stiff as he came up to me and gave me a hug. You're not mad?
Oh, I'm mad.
But I'm also relieved to see you're all safe.
You girls look like you've had quite the night.
We were almost kidnapped.
Yes, Dad, I screwed up. Your car is broken down in the middle of the road on...
I saw it on the way here. Jeff helped me tow it away. We're going to go get it repaired. Why don't you four go enjoy a concert while I wait?
He had more tickets. We couldn't believe it. Do you mean it?
As long as you can pay me back.
We all gave him our money.
Oh, okay then. Well, all's fair then. I can use this for the car.
After drying up a bit, we went inside. So, was it all worth it? Of course it was. Millie was radiant as ever, and her collective screams drowned out our worries as we danced away. Like I said, best night of my life. Only problem with forgetting your worries is when they come back to bite you.
There they are, officers. Those girls were underage driving. I tried to help them, but they insisted on attacking me and leaving me for dead.
The creep from earlier. And he brought cops.
Any of you girls with your parents?
No. My dad is going to pick us up, I think.
You think? Where is he?
He's here. He's going to be here.
You sound like a liar, Gabby.
She was right. If my dad wasn't here, were we going to be taken in? And now my dad would have to bail me out again? And then I'd be a convicted felon, and it would go on my permanent record, and I'd never get into college, and I would never... I started crying. I'm sorry, officers. It's all my fault. Please don't arrest my friends. I was the one who took my dad's car. I was the one who crashed that guy's car. You can take me in. They shouldn't pay for my actions.
Well, we don't have to.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. We can pay your bail.
Yeah. Oh wait, we gave all your money to your dad.
We can still do something.
Really? Oh, thanks, you guys. You're the greatest.
Is there a problem here?
Are you any of these girls' father?
That's right.
Well then, everything seems to be in order.
Hold on. Your daughter damaged my car. I expect you're going to compensate me for my troubles?
Are you the one that tried kidnapping them?
No, that's quite a... You know what? It's fine, actually. I hope you have a good night.
That got the guy to leave. Though it looks like the cops decided to hang out with him for a bit longer.
How much more excitement can you girls get into tonight?
We got in my dad's car, and he drove us all home. Turns out it wasn't broken beyond repair. Who would have thought? One by one, my friends were all dropped off. It was just me and my dad now. We parked at home, and before getting out, we had a talk.
You are grounded, you know.
I know.
It just seems right. But maybe I can be a little strict. You're growing up. You're going to want to be your own person. I can't fault you for that.
But I should have been more honest with you. I guess I just don't ask for a lot of things. But I do want to be an A+ student. I do want to be valedictorian. I promise. I'm not going to make this too much of a habit.
It's all right. I got into some trouble when I was your age.
Yeah?
Of course. Maybe more.
Like what?
Well, we don't have to get into it just yet. It's embarrassing.
Oh, come on. That's not fair.
Well, perhaps I haven't been forthcoming with you on this concert. Maybe I've got some personal biases in the way.
What do you mean?
You see, I used to date Millie Cancun's mom.
What?
It wasn't that big of a thing, but I've kept in touch with her a bit over the years.
Millie Cancun is my sister?
What? No. Where did you get that idea?
But that does mean you could get me to meet her?
See, this is what I was afraid of.
But what happened next, I should save for later. What? I said it was the best night of my life. That doesn't mean it was the best night of my life ever. Hi, I'm Zoe, your future marine biologist with a passion for the ocean's mysteries. Did you know that only 5% of the ocean has been mapped and explored? So that means there might be a chance that megalodons still exist. Or that mermaids are actually real. What do you think? Before we dive into the deep end to answer that question, don't forget to like and subscribe. Taking up my dream course in an elite university with the coolest professors was literally the perfect college life. And of course, what's school life without a secret crush? Enter Jace, the nonchalant and incredibly smart guy who sat next to me in a couple of classes. With his attractive looks and chill vibes,
He was such a walking daydream. We had small interactions here and there, but each one sent a storm through my tummy. Sometimes our elbows would accidentally touch, or our fingers would brush when picking something up from the floor. He'd ask me short questions related to class, and I'd try not to melt. One time, during a particularly boring lecture, I doodled a little sea creature in my notebook, and he peeked over.
Nice drawing. Maybe you should add a shark.
Blushing, I quickly sketched a tiger shark. He gave me a thumbs up, and it instantly made my day. Another time, I accidentally spilled coffee on his notebook. Oopsie, sorry about that. My reflexes are so uncooperative sometimes.
Great. Now my notes are caffeinated. Maybe they'll wake up before I do.
He gave me a lazy smile and pretended that nothing happened. Admiring his perfect side profile and having these small moments with him every day, my life was just simple and peaceful. Until this mysterious woman came along and ruined everything. It started when my favorite professor didn't show up to class one day. Instead, the door creaked open and a mysterious figure glided in, and we collectively held our breath as she finally stepped into the light. She looked so ethereal, with cascading waves of red hair and eyes that shimmered like the ocean. She looked like the Queen of Atlantis. Hello, class. My name is Miss Marina, and I'll be your temporary teacher while Professor Munchkins is on 1-month vacation. The room remained in a spellbound trance. For a moment, I was lost in it too, but a jolt of clarity snapped me back. She looked too young to be a teacher, probably only around her late 20s. What was it about her that felt so enchanting? I just found myself leaning closer to Jace. Doesn't she remind you of a mermaid? But Jace just smirked at me.
Nice imagination.
How about we start our day with a surprise quiz? Good idea? Instead of groans and complaints, everyone was suddenly hyped up, like she'd cast a spell. She hummed a hauntingly beautiful tune while we scribbled away, and I noticed the boys were just staring at her, seemingly hypnotized. Suddenly, I remembered how mermaids were known to be enchanting beings who lure men to the sea to drown them, or make them their slaves. And it didn't help that there was a sea just a few kilometers away from school. Oh no, what if... No. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I tried to shake those ridiculous thoughts off, but over the next few days, I noticed that Miss Marina seemed a little too fond of Jace. She always found a reason to call on him, her eyes sparkling with an unsettling intensity. Jace, can you explain the process of coral reef formation?
Coral reefs form when coral larvae attach to submerged rocks or other hard surfaces along the edges of islands or continents. They grow over time, creating the massive, colorful underwater structures we see.
Excellent. And can you tell me why coral reefs are so important to marine ecosystems?
They support a vast variety of marine life. They provide shelter, food, and breeding grounds for many species. Plus, they protect coastlines from storms and erosion.
Very well said, Jace. You have a remarkable understanding of the ocean. As the days drifted by, her questions for him became more personal and probing, while the rest of us faded into the background. Jace, have you ever felt a deep connection to the sea, like it's calling to you?
I mean, I like surfing and swimming. It's peaceful out there.
Of course. The ocean has a way of drawing us in. The way her eyes glinted when she said that gave me serious goosebumps. After class, she even asked Jace to come to her office. When he finally emerged, I pulled him aside. It was the first time I'd initiated conversation with him outside of class, and I felt like peeing. Hey, what did you guys do in there?
Nothing. We just talked about my class performance over some smoothie. Why?
Oh, nothing. She just seems really sweet.
She is.
I wanted to ask more questions, but I didn't want to come off as a creep. Right. See you around. Since then, I started noticing the littlest things. I realized that Miss Marina kept using words related to the sea. All right, class. It's time to dive into the mysteries of the ocean. My ears perked up. Did she just say dive? Time to hoist the sails and get started, as we'll be fishing for more knowledge. Hoist the sails? Fishing? Don't drift away. Stay awake and drift away? Let's not let this particular slip through the net. Slip through the net? She talked like it was natural and out of experience. Also, I always saw her eating seafood-based snacks like sushi, seaweed, and shrimp chips, and my investigation hit a peak when I realized that she never drank water in class. She always sipped some weird greenish drink from a fancy bottle. Hey, what do you think she's drinking? It looks weird.
Kelp smoothie. She once offered me that in her office.
Did you actually try it?
No way. I prefer my smoothies without seaweed, thanks.
Good choice. Who knows what magical mermaid potion might be in there?
You know, Zoe, if you keep obsessing over mermaids, people might start thinking you're one.
Oh? And what would you think if I were a mermaid?
That would be cool. After all, how many people get to sit next to a cute mermaid in class?
Did he just call me cute? Well, if I were a mermaid, you'd be the first to know.
I'll take note of that.
The way he grinned at me just made me even more determined to save him from the possible danger. One day, my intrusive thoughts finally won. So I approached Miss Marina's desk after class. Miss Marina, can I ask you something? Of course, Zoe. What's on your mind? Do you think mermaids are real? I saw a lot of news and videos suggesting it's real, but some of them are definitely fake news. Well, the ocean is vast and full of mysteries. Who's to say what does or doesn't exist beneath the waves? Has anyone ever told you that you look like a mermaid? Oh, I've heard that a few times. I suppose it's the long hair and my passionate love for the sea. But who knows? Maybe there's a bit of mermaid in all of us who feel drawn to the ocean. I guess so. It's just, you seem so connected to the sea. Almost like you belong there. The sea has always been a part of me, Zoe. Maybe more than you know. As I walked away, her words echoed in my mind. The mystery deepened, and I felt even more determined than ever to uncover the truth. One rainy afternoon, I was searching for some books on mermaids when I stumbled upon an old, dusty book in the library. I read it and learned that to reveal a mermaid's true form, she needs to be pushed back into the water. The opportunity came sooner than I expected the next day when Miss Marina announced that we'd be camping by the lake this weekend. Perfect! When that day came, she showed up wearing a seashell and starfish jewelry, which glistened under the light in an almost magical way. Could she be more obvious? I tried to keep an eye on Jace, but he was always surrounded by these annoying girls in class. But at least they were safer than a potential mermaid. We started our day by warming up around the tracks, and as we rounded the bend, I couldn't help but notice Miss Marina's feet. They were oddly large, almost like a mermaid tail. Before I could overthink again, Jace caught up to me.
You know, watching you jog from behind is like seeing a baby giraffe learning how to walk.
Is that an insult?
Not really.
And then he winked and sprinted ahead, leaving me blushing and distracted for a few hours. Later that day, I was surprised when Miss Marina refused to participate in any activities involving water. I have a severe allergy to chlorine and sea salt. So convenient. Determined to expose her, I devised a plan to get her wet. During lunch, I accidentally tripped and almost spilled my drink on her, but she dodged smoothly, catching the cup midair. Careful, Zoe. After lunch, while we were fishing at the lake, I saw Miss Marina slide up to Jace and whisper something in his ear. She grabbed his hand and was about to pull him somewhere, but my overprotective instincts flared up. I dashed over to them and, faking a trip, tumbled right into Jace. I swear, I must have tripped over a wandering janitor fish.
On land?
Yup. You never know. Some of them might have evolved to walk among us. I turned to Miss Marina with a knowing smile, and I swore her gaze turned icy. She stepped back slightly, putting more distance between herself and the lake. That night, as we gathered around the bonfire, I noticed Jace was missing. And so was Miss Marina. Alarm bells rang in my head. Oh no! I quietly slipped away to search for him, and finally found him sitting near the lake. Jace, you shouldn't be here alone. Miss Marina might be dangerous.
Dangerous? What do you mean?
And that was when I finally told him my theories. But he ended up laughing nonstop.
Oh, if she turns out to be an actual mermaid, then I'll buy you lunch for a month.
Oh, perfect. I'm saving for a cute dress.
You're not only pretty, but you're also funny. Not gonna lie.
What? You think I'm pretty?
Why do you think I sat next to you in our classes?
Huh? He just playfully pinched my chin, which made me scream internally.
Let's get back to the camp before people start reporting us as missing.
He started walking first while I followed behind, still ecstatic that he actually called me pretty. The next day, I separated from the team to explore the lake. I stumbled upon an underwater tunnel entrance hidden among the rocks. My heart raced. This had to lead to Miss Marina's hidden lair. As I leaned closer, I tripped and almost fell into a hole, but strong hands pulled me back.
Oh, careful, clumsy.
Jace, you scared me.
What is this place?
I think it leads to something. We have to check it out. Reluctantly, Jace followed me into the tunnel. Inside, we found fish bones, old memorabilia, and creepy yet fascinating artifacts. I think this lake is connected to the sea. What if this is Miss Marina's secret lair?
You're something else, Zoe. But if this helps you sleep at night, let's find out.
Together, we navigated the eerie tunnel, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The deeper we went, the more convinced I became that we were onto something big. We turned a corner and stumbled upon a dusty old chest. Opening it, we found a stack of old love letters between two people.
Looks like we've stumbled upon someone's private drama.
I started reading aloud. My dearest, the sea calls to me, but my heart remains with you. Forever yours, M. I looked up at Jace. M. Marina, maybe?
Yeah, right. Because she's the only person in the world whose name starts with M.
Seriously, Jace? This is big. We might be uncovering some ancient love story. He chuckled, shaking his head.
All right, Nancy Drew. Let's see what else we've got here.
Before we could explore further, a loud bang echoed through the tunnel. My heart leapt into my throat. What was that?
Probably nothing.
Just then, Miss Marina and our principal appeared, their flashlights nearly blinding us. There you two are. This tunnel is a long-forgotten part of the nearest building's old irrigation system. It's dangerous to be here. So it's not a secret lair of someone or something? No, Zoe. Just old pipes and history. Jace gave me an I told you so look, and I just rolled my eyes. Fine. It was a false alarm. On our way to the campsite, I suddenly slipped and fell into the lake.
Zoe!
Jace dived right in as panic surged through me. But before I knew it, Miss Marina had already pulled me out first with surprising strength and agility. Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. So she jumped in the water too? I thought you were allergic to sea salt. Sometimes you have to face your fears, Zoe. As I looked into the water, I noticed something strange. Her reflection appeared distorted, almost like a mermaid's tail instead of legs. Holy cheeseberries! Maybe I was indeed right after all. The weekend at the lake was coming to an end, but my quest for truth was just beginning. That night, while we were sleeping in the tent, I heard a familiar, magical voice humming. It was echoing throughout the woods. I asked my tent mate if she was hearing it, but she didn't. Confused, I opened the tent and my heart dropped when I noticed something from afar.
It was Jace, sleepwalking like a zombie towards the lake. No, no, no. I scrambled out of the tent and ran after him. I gently shook him as I finally caught up to him. Jace! Jace! Wake up! Finally, his eyes fluttered open.
Zoe? What's going on?
Before I could answer, I saw a figure standing by the lake, shrouded in mist. As I inched closer, the fog parted, revealing Miss Marina, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. She looked so out of this world, beautiful, like an enchantress, but my heart was pounding with fear and suspicion. You're a mermaid, aren't you? And you're trying to lure Jace away with you. Miss Marina laughed, a melodic sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Zoe, you're such an interesting girl, aren't you? What made you think of such a ridiculous thing? Just answer my freaking question. There's just something you kids need to know, but I can't tell you right now. Jace and I exchanged confused glances.
Why don't you just say it right now?
I can't. I'll tell you kids first thing in the morning tomorrow at school. The anticipation and curiosity were killing me. When I finally got home, Mom asked me to help her out in the attic. As we were rummaging through old boxes, I discovered an old family tree document that drained the blood from my face. At the very top of the tree, there were pictures of my ancient ancestors resting in the sea, with the lower parts of their bodies hidden beneath the waves. Was I distantly related to mermaids? Mom, what's this?
Oh, that old thing? Just some silly family legend.
Silly family legend? Or is it?
Your great-great-great-great-grandma said that they made that family tree just for fun because they were obsessed with mermaids.
This revelation made me question my own identity and motives for investigating Miss Marina. Could it be that I had some mermaid blood in me? Was that why I was so drawn to her? I had to know the real truth before I got sick from overthinking. I barged into Miss Marina's office first thing in the morning, but to my surprise, Jace was already in there. Zoe, you're just in time. I'm about to tell Jace the truth. Please, tell us what's going on. Who really are you? First of all, Zoe, as much as I want your mermaid theory to be true because mermaids are beautiful creatures, but sorry, I'm not one. Maybe all those things you noticed were just coincidences. Then what's your deal with Jace? Or me? She then dropped a bombshell that left Jace and me reeling. I'm your mother, Jace.
What? That's not possible.
I'm so sorry for leaving you. I've always been watching over you from afar. I never stopped looking for you. While Jace was still in shock, I demanded proof. Where's your evidence? How can we be sure you're not playing some twisted game to hide your real secret? I held my breath as she grabbed some documents from her drawer and showed us pictures of Jace growing up and his dad, along with a DNA test. Jace, remember when I offered you a kelp drink in my office last time? I used your cup for the DNA test. So she was really telling the truth?
I can't believe this. Does Dad even know? And why did you leave us?
It's a long story, filled with mistakes and regrets. I left because I was young and scared. Your father and I, our marriage was arranged, and I didn't know how to be a mother. I made the wrong choice, and I've been trying to make up for it ever since.
So, you just left? You abandoned me and Dad?
I know, it sounds unforgivable. I was overwhelmed and made a terrible decision. But please believe me, I never stopped thinking about you. I watched you grow up from afar, always wishing I could be a part of your life. I felt a wave of shame wash over me. I'm sorry, Miss Marina. I jumped to conclusions and caused all this drama. I understand, Zoe. You were just trying to protect Jace. But please, keep this a secret for now. I need to figure out how to fix this. Jace was still in shock for the rest of the day, and I just tried to be there for him. Hey, you okay?
Just thinking about everything. It's a lot to take in.
I get it. It's not every day you find out your mysterious teacher is your long-lost mom.
Yeah, no kidding. I never really had a mom growing up, you know?
So, it's only been you and your dad?
Well, I had a stepmom, but she eventually left. She wasn't exactly a fairy tale stepmother.
That sounds really tough.
It was. But, I'm used to it. It's just finding about Miss Marina now, it brings up a lot.
You're not alone in this. I mean, I'm your seatmate, so...
I knew I made the right choice by sitting next to you.
He playfully messed with my hair before standing up and nonchalantly walking away, leaving me alone. Oh, when is he finally gonna ask me out? Since then, Miss Marina had been trying so hard to get closer to Jace, but something still felt off. I still couldn't shake off the weird vibe around her. She seemed too perfect, too eager to make up for lost time. One day, I heard that she asked Jace in her office again after our last class, and it had been hours, but they weren't coming out yet. I waited and waited until it was past the school hours. What in the world were they doing there? Moments later, I finally saw her coming out of the room, and she looked sus as she locked the door. What about Jace? I was pretty sure he was still inside. I waited for her to leave before rushing toward the door. I started panicking when I noticed some smoke seeping out from under the door. With a surge of adrenaline, I kicked the door open and immediately saw the problem. There was a gas leak, and it was probably poisonous. Jace was on the floor, coughing and almost passing out. Thinking quickly, I grabbed a nearby stapler and hurled it at the ceiling sprinklers. The water burst forth, clearing the smoke, and I dragged Jace out of the room as fast as I could. Once we were safely outside, I called 911. As the sirens wailed in the distance, I tried to wake Jace up. Jace! What happened? What did she do to you?
Zoe, Miss Marina, she's my stepmom.
I couldn't believe my ears. So Miss Marina tricked us into believing that she was his real mom? She hadn't gotten far yet. She was seen on the school campus trying to escape, but thankfully, the cops saw her and arrested her immediately. The news spread like wildfire. Apparently, Miss Marina had been scamming people for years, and the cops had been looking for her for months. After recovering in the hospital, Jace told me that his dad finally revealed everything to him.
My real mom is gone. It was an arranged marriage between them, so she never loved us. As soon as she gave birth to me, she left me with Dad and married someone else. And that's her, Miss Marina. Her name used to be Laura, and she looked so different back then, like an evil witch. One day, Dad caught her trying to steal all his fortune, so he called the cops on her. He found out she was actually a professional scammer and gold digger. She escaped prison a year ago and had plastic surgery. She came back to get her revenge on Dad by trying to harm me.
Wow, I didn't expect that at all. She's worse than a dangerous mermaid.
Thanks, Zoe. I owe you my life.
Nah, any girl would do that for their cute seatmate, you know?
Oh yeah? How about we go back to the lake this weekend for some real mermaid hunting?
Are you finally asking me out on a date?
Maybe.
Excuse me for a moment. I went out of the room and screamed in Cloud 9. Freaking finally! A few days later, Jace took me to the lake for a date, as promised. As we enjoyed the tranquil moment, a sudden splash broke the silence. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to look, and for a moment, I thought I saw a mermaid's tail before it disappeared into the water. Did you see that?
See what?
A mermaid's tail. I swear I saw it. What if Miss Marina escaped prison again or something? Jace squeezed my hand.
It's just your imagination, Zoe.
I was about to check my phone to see if there was any news, when suddenly, he leaned in and kissed me. And all of my paranoia instantly melted away. That was, nice.
Glad to know. Now, I need you to focus on me and leave those mermaids for another day.
With Jace by my side, I felt ready to face whatever the future held, with mermaids or not.
Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you, or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And?
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away, and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. They even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture, but his shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age and, unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Li, being the youngest, had 0
zero chances of succeeding as father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Li was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Li to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Li came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Li's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Li was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Li surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Li. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Li to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Li walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Li banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Li confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But as Li said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the Emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Li and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband husband is. Also, we never asked for the high ranks she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me. Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness. And so I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seems like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Feng Shen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Li and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Lee agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me, and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be.
There's a saying in our little town. A thread woven wrong can ruin the whole tapestry. Funny, right? A saying about mistakes in a place where everything feels like it's held together by loose stitches. My life? Just one long, fraying thread. I'm Nadia. You've probably never heard of me. No one has. I'm the girl who blends into the walls, the one you forget is in the room. Teachers don't call on me. Classmates don't talk to me. Even my own parents barely notice when I come and go. I didn't always feel invisible. Once, I had someone, my best friend, Sophia. She understood me like no one else. Every afternoon, we'd dream of escaping this little town, imagining a big city life, a shared apartment with a balcony, nights at the ballet, and endless chocolate until we couldn't eat another bite. But then her family moved away, and just like that, she was gone. No more laughter, no more secrets under the oak tree. She left, and the silence felt louder than ever. And my parents? They're not bad people, just exhausted by bills and worries. Dad grumbles about rising prices and factory closures, while Mom stares at the bills, hoping they'll vanish. So here I am, alone, invisible, and wondering if this is all life will ever be for me.
You're too quiet, Nadia.
You just need to make your own destiny.
But how? How do you shine in a world where every chance feels like a thread slipping through your fingers, and the loom of fate is woven by someone else entirely? If I could change one thing, just one thing, I'd want to matter, to be seen, to be someone. The night it began was unremarkable. Just another argument echoing through our paper-thin walls. I was upstairs trying to tune it out when I heard it again, the creak from the attic. For weeks I'd noticed it, faint whispers of wood shifting, or maybe something more. Once, I even thought I saw glimmers of light under the attic door, shadows that vanished when I blinked. I always ignored it, too scared to look. But that night, curiosity outweighed fear. It felt like something was calling me, pulling me toward the attic with a promise I couldn't ignore.
Nadia.
It didn't look like much at first, just an old loom, tucked away with some faded letters and brittle cloth, but there was something off about it. The threads shimmered, like they were alive. As I reached toward the threads, tiny sparks of light burst from the loom, floating through the air like fireflies. They danced around me, filling the attic with a golden glow. Then, as if it carried on the air itself, I heard a faint whisper.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
I wasn't scared. The voice wasn't menacing, and neither was the loom. If anything, I felt drawn to it. The threads seemed to hum softly, almost as if they were calling out to me, waiting for me to do something incredible. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but when I finished, I felt it, like the world shifted, just a little. The next day, my classmate Maria, who'd never said more than 2 words to me, smiled and waved. Waved at me. It was small, sure, but for the first time, I felt noticed. Was this the loom's doing? Could it just have been a coincidence? Maria never seemed the type to smile at me before. But what if this was just chance? I needed to know for sure. Couldn't be a coincidence this time. The loom was waiting for me, like it had been expecting my return. I placed my hand over the loom and traced the outline of my hand just like I did before. The golden light flashed again, as it had the first time. The next morning at school, something strange happened. A pair of classmates I barely knew waved and spoke to me.
Hey, Nadia.
I love how you did your hair.
Thank you. It couldn't be a coincidence this time. The loom? It was real. And it was powerful. Once you start weaving, it's hard to stop. I mean, why would you? I tried another pattern, This time for my mom. She'd been passed over for promotions for years. But within the week,
You're not going to believe it. I got offered a better job with better pay. I never thought this would happen for us.
It's a miracle!
suddenly, there were fewer fights at home. I even wove something small for myself. A perfect score on my math test. Not because I didn't know the material, but because I wanted to see if I could. And it worked. No matter what I wish I had, it always worked.
Would you want to come to my birthday party, Nadia?
You have to come. It wouldn't be the same without you.
I wasn't invisible anymore. The world was finally bending in my favor, one thread at a time. And the loom? It seemed almost eager, like it wanted me to keep weaving.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
But the thing about weaving destinies, each thread you pull tugs at another. Until it's too late. It felt like I had everything I'd ever wanted. My teachers adored me for being top of the class. I had more friends than I could count. My parents were earning more than ever. And everyone seemed to hang on to my every word. Life wasn't just good. It was perfect. Or so it seemed.
Nadia, can you sit with us at lunch today?
We really want to hear about your morning classes.
Sure, why not? I love you guys. So weird to think there was a time when we weren't friends.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we've always been friends, haven't we?
I was so confused. It was like their memories had been rewritten. They didn't just like me now. It was as if they'd always liked me. And that felt weird. Were there memories they now had of our friendship from before the loom that I didn't have? After that strange moment with my friends, I couldn't stop thinking about Sophia. Maybe, just maybe, the loom could bring her back to me. That night, I climbed back up to the attic. The loom glowed softly, as if it had been waiting for me.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
I didn't hesitate this time. Yes, I know. I want Sophia to move back. The next morning, the impossible happened. Sophia was back, just like that. It felt like a dream come to life. Sophia, I can't believe it. You're really here.
Do I know you?
She didn't remember me. Not even a little. It was as if every moment we'd shared, every laugh, every dream, had been erased. I didn't know where else to turn. The loom had always worked before, but now Sophia didn't even know me. It was like I'd wished her into a life where I didn't exist. I thought about telling my parents everything. Mom? Dad? Can we talk for a minute?
What is it, honey?
I feel like I've messed something up. I need to talk to someone.
What do you think about getting that grand chandelier from the artisan in town? Imagine how it'll dazzle everyone when they walk in.
It's about the loom upstairs. I think it's changing things, and I don't know what to do.
Let's get the chandelier. I've also been looking into buying a villa by the lake. We can go there in the summers. Would you like that, Nadia? You can bring your friends.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Then it's done. I'll talk to the realtor tomorrow. What did you want to talk about, Nadia?
Nothing. As I listened to my parents excitedly talk about all the new things we could buy, I glanced around and thought about everything the loom had given me, given us. Sure, it still hurt that Sophia didn't remember me, but maybe those memories were meant to stay in the past. I had a new life now, new money, new friends. Years passed, and life just kept getting better. I graduated at the top of my class, just as the loom had promised. I thrived on it all. I moved to the city, just as I had always dreamed. My parents bought me an amazing apartment, and I started a job as a museum curator. I barely ever used the loom. I didn't need to. It felt like I was getting a fresh start in a place where I could figure out who I really was. Here in the city, I had new friends that I didn't even use the loom to get. People liked me. They always invited me out and wanted to be around me. I was in love with my life. I felt like it couldn't get any better. And then I met him.
I'm so sorry. My books are always trying to make an escape. You okay?
Oh, I'm fine. More importantly, are the books okay?
They've been through worse. I'm Mateo, professional book dropper.
Nadia, aspiring flower crusher. Nice to meet you. There was something about him, something different. We started talking, and it felt so easy, so natural, like we'd known each other forever. As we talked, I started to learn more about Mateo. He was new to the city too, chasing a dream of opening his own bookstore. Mateo was kind and funny, and he had this quiet determination about him. He wasn't flashy or loud, but everything he did felt genuine. He told me about his family, a big, warm, chaotic group back in a small Italian village, and how he'd saved every spare coin to come here. He wanted more than just a job. He wanted a life he could be proud of. The more time I spent with Mateo, the more I realized how much we had in common. He had a way of listening, really listening, that made me feel seen in a way I had never felt before, in a way I hadn't realized I had been missing. I felt like I'd met the perfect guy. And then...
There you are. Sorry it took so long for me to get off work.
No worries. I got caught up in a good conversation anyway. Nadia, this is Isabella, my girlfriend.
Oh, of course. He has a girlfriend. How could he not? I should have been happy for him. I was happy for him. But deep down, there was this tiny, selfish part of me that ached. A part of me that wondered if things had been different, if I had met him first. Would it have been me sitting beside him?
So, how do you know each other?
Oh, we just met, but it feels like we've known each other for years.
It wasn't fair. Meeting him felt like fate. And yet, fate had already chosen someone else for him. Mateo and I quickly became close. We talked almost every day and hung out every other day. Isabella joined us sometimes, but her job kept her busy. Honestly, I preferred it that way. I liked having Mateo's full attention. One day, he even surprised me by visiting me at work.
So, this is where you disappear to every day? Surrounded by old things?
You say that like it's a bad thing. Some of these old things have more stories in them than we do.
I don't know. I think I've got a few good stories in me.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Like the time I walked into a museum and forced the lovely curator into giving me a private tour.
This was dangerous. Being around him like this, so easy, so natural, it made it impossible to ignore what I really wanted, to be with him. This was woven over 400 years ago. Every thread was placed by hand. The amount of hard work it took to make this, it takes my breath away every time.
Wow, can you imagine that kind of patience?
No, I can't.
I guess it's true what they say, right? All good things take time.
Maybe. Maybe that was my answer. Maybe I didn't have to force things. Maybe, if I just waited long enough, fate would work itself out.
Sorry, I gotta take this.
No matter how much time we spent together, no matter how easy it felt, at the end of the day, he was still dating Isabella.
I should go. This was fun, thank you. Let's do it again. I like hearing you talk about your passion for your work. See you later.
My feelings for him had only grown stronger. I told myself to be patient, to wait. But for how long? Maybe fate needed a little help. I didn't want to hurt Mateo or Isabella, and I wasn't trying to take something that wasn't mine. Mateo and I were supposed to be together. I just needed things to change a little.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a destiny.
I just want her to leave, that's all. That was it. No harm, no pain, just a shift in fate. The next morning, I wondered if the loom had worked. Would there be some sign? Some shift in the air? Mateo?
Hey, Nadia.
You okay?
Isabella's leaving.
Leaving?
She got a job offer across the country. We talked about it last night. I guess it just made sense to break up.
This is what I wanted. A quiet, mutual parting. No fights, no heartbreak. Just fate gently pulling them apart. And you're okay with it?
Yeah, I think I am. Hey, do you want to take a walk?
I'd love to. It wasn't long before Mateo and I got together. Our connection only grew, and our relationship was so easy. Years passed, and Mateo and I had built a life together. We got married, and our days were filled with laughter and love. He was my best friend, my partner, the person who reminded me every day what it meant to be truly happy. But happiness has a way of making you forget the past, and sometimes the past finds a way of reminding you it's still there.
Nadia? What's this?
Get away from that.
What is it? It looks ancient. Does it still work?
Mateo, please, don't touch it. Please, you don't understand.
Nadia, what is this?
It's a loom. A magical one. I've used it many times in my life.
Used it? For what?
To change things. To fix things. My life before, it wasn't anything like this. I was invisible, Mateo. The loom made people see me. It gave me the life I always wanted. I had kept it a secret for so long, but now there was no hiding it. I told him everything. About Sophia, my friends, my parents, how it helped me move to the city. Every detail I'd kept hidden for years.
Have you used it on me?
No, not directly.
What do you mean directly?
I debated telling him a lie, but I couldn't do it. Maybe he would understand that we were meant to be together, and that I was only doing the right thing by helping fate fall in place. Otherwise, our happy life wouldn't look the way it did. I wove a pattern to send Isabella away.
You sent her away?
I didn't want to hurt either of you. I just wanted to guide fate.
You can't guide fate, Nadia. If we're meant to be together, we would have ended up together no matter what.
I'm so sorry.
So, what does that mean? Is this relationship real or just something woven together by a spell? How can I know if what I feel is true? What you feel is true?
Mateo, everything we've built, everything we've shared, it's real. I swear to you.
I don't know. I don't know if I can believe that.
For the first time in years, I was alone again. No golden threads to guide me, no loom to shape the future. Just me, watching my life unravel thread by thread. And this time, I wasn't sure if even the loom could fix it, or if I even deserved to try. I wanted to take it back, all of it.
I wanted to erase the moment I ever touched the loom, to undo every weave, every selfish decision, every golden thread I had forced into place. If I could just go back to before I ever wished for Mateo, before I ever sent Isabella away. Maybe then he'd still be here. I couldn't let it end like this. I wouldn't. If the loom had unraveled my life, maybe I could unravel what I did.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a destiny.
I don't want to weave anymore. I want to unweave. Tell me how to take it all back.
Begin where you ended. Unravel what was stitched.
I was confused at first, but then I began. I started with putting back the threads I had taken apart from the spell that sent Isabella away. The loom began to hum, and swirls of light glowed all around me. Every thread I pulled felt like a piece of my heart breaking. I undid all the patterns. Sophia moving back, getting valedictorian, my parents' wealth, my classmates becoming my friends. I saw the life I'd built, the one I'd clung to, fall apart, moment by moment. But I kept going until...
Least still untangling the thread of the bed. Pull one thread and the whole pattern shifts.
I was back where I started. The loom's magic was gone, and with it, everything it had given me. The wealth, the friends, the love of my life, all of it was erased. And yet, I felt at peace. At peace knowing life is messy and complicated, but that's what makes it real. I'd spent so long trying to weave something flawless that I forgot the beauty of patience and letting life unfold on its own. I buried the loom beneath the tree where Sophia and I used to dream. I've learned that what's meant for me will find me, and what isn't, it's better left to fate.
Oh, the thread of fate, so fine and true, pull through time to bring me to you in the attic light, where the silence sings. We wove forever with invisible streams.
I'm so sorry. My books don't like staying in one place. Are you okay?
Could tear apart the golden strand that joined our hearts.
Yes. Imagine you come home exhausted and you see a bunch of presents on your bed with a weird letter. Dear Annabelle, I've been watching you for a while now. You're so beautiful and it's so distracting. Love, Anonymous. It's the third such letter you've gotten that month, along with a package of bath salts and chocolate truffles. You live kind of a crazy life. You're a star ballerina from New York with agents and assistants at 16 years old. You don't have the energy to deal with this. You're ready to relax, put on a face mask and watch MSA videos. And like and subscribe to MSA because their videos are awesome. The next day, you're in the school hallway with your childhood BFF, Luca. You guys are walking slowly since he has a new prosthetic leg. You show him the latest letter you've gotten from your secret admirer. This dude is obsessed with you. What does he mean he's been watching you for a while now? You respond that he is probably trying to be romantic. Stalking isn't romantic. I'm worried, Annabelle. You say that you are getting free chocolates and foot scrubs and that you are not complaining. Just then, the school hallway starts emptying and everyone starts whispering. You know exactly why. The new kid Isaac is walking your way. Everyone thinks he's bad news, but you think he's cute. You say that underneath his tattoos and cold, hard shell, he is probably a great kisser. Okay. Unless you want to spend your first date beating people up, I wouldn't ask Isaac out. He's got a bad rep. But your curiosity about Isaac grows each day. And one afternoon, things take a wild turn. Luca goes with you to your first rehearsal for a new show. Guess who your dance partner is? Isaac. He's a ballet dancer and cast as the male lead. He walks over to you and smiles.
Hey, you go to my school. You own about 10 Gucci bags, and you're always staring at me.
You apologize and say that you didn't mean to be that obvious about it.
Nah, I like it. I don't mind a pretty ballerina watching me.
Isaac winks and walks away, and you can't help feeling butterflies. Just then, Luca comes up to you.
How about I take you out to dinner to celebrate your new show?
You say that he is the sweetest and agree to the dinner.
But as soon as you get to the restaurant, Luca starts talking about Isaac.
I wonder how many gangs he's part of.
You say that Isaac is a ballet dancer and question whether Luca really thinks Isaac is some gang member. Then you sarcastically suggest that maybe they all wear tutus and walk around on their tiptoes.
Well, that might be useful if you're a thief sneaking around.
You are outraged that Luca considers Isaac a thief and call the accusation ridiculous. Then you ask Luca why he is so obsessed with Isaac.
Luca suddenly falls quiet. He puts some money on the table and then leaves without a word. What's going on? You follow him out of the restaurant into the subway.
You ask what his deal is and point out that he has been acting weird the whole night.
Annabelle, I'm in love with you. I have been since ages, but I don't think you love me back.
You're completely caught off guard. Luca loves you?
You tell Luca that you never knew that and admit that you have never thought of him that way before.
Do you think you ever could?
You don't know what to say, but your heart is racing a bit looking into his eyes.
It's okay. Don't worry. Nothing between us will change.
Luca then gets on the subway and leaves. You're left there with your head spinning. But when you get to rehearsal the next day, you forget everything because Isaac's staring at you the whole time as you do your routine. You get so self-conscious that you trip over something and fall.
Want some help with that routine?
You say that he can help you by dancing with you.
I guess I can't argue with that.
Dancing with Isaac gives you goosebumps. And as rehearsal goes on, you get to know him a little bit. Surprisingly, he's a total nerd. He shows you 5 comic books he's carrying in his bag. He doesn't exactly fit the bad boy image he has, and he's fun to be around. But at the end of rehearsal, Luca shows up looking completely normal. He walks right up to you with 2 tickets.
Ready for a night at the carnival? Just the 2 of us?
You excitedly say that you love the carnival and call them a freaking angel.
Oh, wow. I've been meaning to go too.
You suggest that he should totally come with you and Luca and say that it will be fun.
Luca agrees, but doesn't look too happy. And when you get there, things get heated. Luca and Isaac start competing over everything. They both keep taking selfies with you on every ride. Isaac wins you a stuffed unicorn. Then Luca wins you a life-size tiger. Luca knows how you love a good chocolate shake, but Isaac accidentally knocks it over and gets you a giant ice cream sundae.
You say that you are really tired of walking them and suggest resting for a bit.
Of course. Here, let me give you a foot rub.
You can't help smiling at how sweet Luca always is, but just as you're ready to get up, Isaac literally sweeps you off your feet.
I'll carry you, Anna. We can't have your pretty ballerina feet hurting. Hey, I can carry her too. Dude, with your leg? Probably not. Just chill out. I got her.
Finally, you tell the boys you want to ride the Ferris wheel.
You state that it will be a quiet ride with no selfies and ask them if that is understood.
Whatever you say, madame. Yeah, as you wish.
But when you get to the Ferris wheel, you see it's only a 2-person ride, so you have to take turns riding with both. You go with Isaac first, and then you guys get stuck at the top.
Can I tell you a secret? I've never gone out with a girl before. I've always been too shy to talk to girls.
You express surprise, saying that you never would have guessed that he would be shy.
Hey, I'm still human underneath these biceps, tattoos, and amazing hair.
Isaac's face is inches away from yours, and suddenly he's leaning in, and he kisses you, and you forget everything else. But when you get to the bottom, you see Luca with his eyes full of fire. He gets onto the ride, but seconds later bursts out angrily.
So what? You guys are a thing now?
You hesitantly say that you guess he saw you 2 kiss, then clarify that he kissed you, but...
Suddenly, Luca's hands are on your face, and he kisses you. Your stomach is doing backflips.
I said nothing would change, Annabelle, but it has. I need to know if we can be more than friends.
You hesitate and say that you're not sure. Then you admit that you might like Luca, but also like Isaac.
But you barely even know him. You've known me since we were kids.
You point out that it doesn't mean you can't like someone else more.
Oh, So you do like him better.
You clarify that that's not what you said.
Annabelle, I'm going home. I guess I need some space from you right now.
Luca walks away, and things change after that. You start spending more time with Isaac since you rehearse together every day, and you can feel the chemistry growing. But you hardly see Luca over the next few weeks, and you really miss him. Then one night, you're walking to the subway after rehearsal when you see someone with a black mask coming towards you. You freeze for a second, and then swing your purse to smack him with it. He drops what he's holding and runs away. It's a package with your name on it. He's the guy that's been sending you all that anonymous mail. This time, when you open the package, there's no present. Just a single note that reads, "Why don't you love me?" And suddenly, you get a shocking thought. What if the stalker is Luca? He's been in love with you for ages, and he knows where you live. The next day at school, you see Luca in the courtyard. You walk up to him and push him.
You call Luca a creep and accuse him of being your stalker.
What? Are you crazy?
You accuse him of following you to the subway last night and running away after leaving the note.
Annabelle, I can't even run properly. Don't you think you would have noticed my limp?
Of course. He was right. You feel so stupid. Suddenly you start crying, and Luca puts his arms around you.
You say that you weren't freaked out before by the letters and presents, but now that Isaac is following you, you feel scared.
Hey, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
You feel so safe in Luca's arms, and you look up into his eyes. He's leaning closer, and you pull away.
You tell Luca to stop and say that you can't kiss.
Because you have a boyfriend now?
You confirm that you do have a boyfriend now.
And I'm just your friend. It's because of my leg, isn't it?
You exclaim in shock and ask how he could even think that.
Luca doesn't answer and storms off. You go looking for Isaac, but he's not at school because he's sick. You spend the next few days alone. And riding home, you're terrified of running into your stalker again. Finally, the night of the show comes, and Isaac comes into your dressing room to wish you good luck. He's leaning in to kiss you, but just then, Luca comes in.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your makeout. Just wanted to wish you good luck, but I'm guessing Isaac already did that.
Then all of a sudden, Isaac turns to him angrily.
Dude, just let it go already. Annabelle doesn't want to be your girlfriend. It's time you stop acting like a jerk and be happy for her. And yeah, she and I were in the middle of a kiss.
At that second, Isaac pulls you close to kiss you, but you can see the hurt in Luca's eyes, and you just can't do it.
You tell Isaac to stop and say that Luca already gets the point.
He has to get over himself. It's not fair to us.
You look over at Luca, but he's already left. You take some time alone after that to do warm-ups. Then suddenly, you feel someone watching you. It's the masked guy from the other night. He runs out of your dressing room and you go after him. But he's disappeared. That's when you see the basement door is open. You go inside, and it's pitch black. Suddenly, the stalker comes up from behind and pushes you to the ground, and you hear the door close and lock. You bang on the door like crazy, calling for help, but no one hears you. You stay locked inside all that night. Finally, the next morning, the door opens and a bunch of cops come in. Your parents are crying and asking if you're okay. Just then, you see a policeman with a boy who looks around 14 years old.
This is the young man who's been stalking you, sending you letters and presents for the past month.
I've just had a crush on you ever since I saw you perform, so I saved up my allowance to buy you presents. I know I kinda got carried away, but I didn't mean to freak you out.
You ask him if he is kidding, then you accuse him of locking you in a dark basement all night.
No, it wasn't him who locked you in the basement.
To your horror, you notice Isaac is in handcuffs with another cop.
We did a background check and your friend here has a restraining order from his ex-girlfriend. He's a criminal.
You ask in confusion what he is talking about.
Annabelle, I locked you in that basement because I was angry. You didn't kiss me in front of Luca, and that made me think you had feelings for him. I hated you at that moment. And yeah, I lied. I did have a girlfriend, and she pushed me away, just like you did.
You feel like you're gonna throw up as the cops take Isaac away. The next day, you sit at your favorite spot in the park to collect your thoughts when someone sits beside you.
Want some company?
You tell Luca that he was right about Isaac and admit that everyone was right about Isaac being bad news. You acknowledge that you were the only one who didn't see it.
I also didn't do a great job looking out for you. I acted like a jealous jerk. Annabelle, I am so sorry about everything. I just want to be friends again. And when you do find a boyfriend who treats you right, I'll be by your side.
You tell Luca that maybe he was right about this too. You admit that maybe everything has changed and that you can't go back to being just friends. Not after you've kissed.
Oh, are you saying you liked it when I kissed you?
You pull him closer to you, and you can feel his warm breath on your lips.
You say you want to try it again so you can be sure.
I stared out the airplane window, gulping back tears as I watched my whole life disappear. And yeah, I'm gonna continue ignoring the woman tapping my shoulder nonstop. She's not a stranger, unfortunately. She's my mom. And I already knew she was just gonna say that I was being dramatic. That I should be grateful for her new job, and that moving from New York to London was some grand opportunity. Little did I know our new house had a secret buried deep within its walls, one that would change everything. But I just left my house, my school, my friends, and the love of my life, John, behind. Okay, maybe love of my life was a bit much, but John was one of the most popular guys in school, and I'd bent over backwards to get his attention. Now, when we were finally together and going to the prom as the it couple, my mom had decided to uproot my life. We were staying in my mom's ancestral house, which was massive and creepy. The walls were lined with ancient paintings, tall ceilings, and a grand staircase that probably led to hell.
This place could use a renovation, but it's not so bad.
It looks like the kind of house where people hear whispers in the middle of the night and wake up possessed. But you know what? I'll just go live in the attic. If I have to suffer in this house, in this city, in this life, then let me suffer properly. Who even cares about me anyway?
Suit yourself, Cinderella. Don't come crying to me when the rats start fighting for bed space.
The attic was dusty and dark, and I felt proud of my dramatic choice. But then, in the middle of the night, I woke up to a skittering noise, and then something brushed against my arm. I sprang out of bed, landing straight onto a loose floorboard. It snapped under me, and I looked down to see a hidden compartment. Inside were stacks of old diaries, and on the first page was a name, Evelyn. I sat down and started reading, and just like that, everything changed again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, if I must lay eyes on that insufferable buffoon Tristan one more time, I do believe my brain shall simply explode. My apologies. I'm not always in such a mood. There are days when I feel quite good about myself, when my skin glows, when my curls behave, and when my corset isn't trying to squeeze the life out of me. But lately, things haven't been so good. All because of Lord Tristan. My father wants me to marry him, because he's rich and apparently lord of some overly important kingdom that will somehow benefit the crown. And while everyone thinks that I'm the luckiest girl in the world, I feel nauseous. Not because I hate Tristan. He's handsome, well-mannered, kind, etc., but for some reason, he gives me the ick. Like sometimes when he's talking, I get this overwhelming urge to throw myself into the nearest lake. And it doesn't help that his best friend, the captain of Tristan's palace guard, Leopold, is a narcissistic pig, and always around him. Tristan, can we please move inside? It's approximately the temperature of hell out here.
Oh, Evelyn, you mustn't let a little heat ruin this beautiful morning. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and look at this exquisite spread before us.
You know, I've seen noble women walk around in this weather wrapped in 50 pounds of lace. Perhaps you should try training in full armor at noon. It builds character.
Perhaps you should try swimming with rocks tied to your feet.
Oh, you two always have such wonderful banter. It warms my heart. Oh my God!
What happened?
What a gorgeous red apple! The finest I've ever seen. Oh, Evelyn, I am overjoyed to think that I shall get to enjoy such pleasures for the rest of my life.
Ugh, I wanted to pull my hair out. It wasn't Tristan's fault, honestly. He genuinely liked me, and I wanted to like him too. That's why I arranged a grand ball to properly introduce him to the members of the court. But the more everyone told us how perfect we looked together, the more suffocated I felt. By dinner, I decided to escape and retire to my chambers. I just slipped out of my gown when my maid Rosie entered.
You should not have left the ball like that, Princess. Your father is very angry.
Well, so am I. But what does that matter to him? I am nothing more than a precious jewel to be set in the crown of his perfect alliance.
What did Lord Tristan do now?
That's the problem, Rosie. He doesn't do anything. I once said the moon was made of cheese, and he said, well, if the princess believes it, perhaps there is more to the moon than we know.
That is quite sweet, actually.
No, it's maddening. I want someone who challenges me when I say something ridiculous. I want to feel some kind of emotion, anger, pain, love, happiness, anything. Because right now, all I feel is looming dread. Honestly, I wish there was something that could make me fall in love with Tristan. Maybe if the heavens themselves descended and blessed me with eternal devotion. Or if I could just gulp down a love potion. But since I can't, I just have to accept that this is my destiny, to marry that cringe-worthy man. I think I need to rest. Rosie nodded and left, but the next morning, I saw her standing by my bedside, holding a tiny glass vial. What's that?
A love potion. You said you'd do anything to fall in love with Tristan, for the sake of your family, right?
Yes, but I was just being dramatic.
Well, I took you seriously and found a very strange gypsy in a shady part of town who sold me this. One sip, and the first person you lay eyes on will be the love of your life.
Really? This was probably just flavored water or some other cheap trick. I wasn't really sure how I felt about taking it. So I put the vial in my bag and got dressed for the stables. Something about being around the horses always calmed me down. But then I met Tristan there, and I was back to square one. If there was even the slightest chance the love potion could make me feel differently about him, it was worth a try. I went back to my chambers and looked for it in my bag, but I couldn't find it. Rosie and I looked everywhere in my room, and I went back to the stables, but it wasn't there either. I was just leaving when I saw Leopold passed out on a log near the water trough. If you didn't make it your life's mission to annoy me every chance you get, you're not actually that bad looking. Just then, this fly landed on his nose, and I waved my hand to shoo it away, but it wouldn't budge. So I waved a little harder, and accidentally slapped Leopold straight across the face.
Good God! Oh, what are you doing?
I was making sure you weren't dead.
Obviously not. Oh, I just have a splitting headache. And wait, did you do something to your face?
Define something.
I don't know. Did you eat a light bulb or something? You look exceptionally radiant.
What? Is this one of your stupid jokes that I just don't get?
Maybe it's the hair then. Did you polish it? It's shining like the sun or the moon on a clear night. This is unsettling. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Maybe the heat has fried your brain. You need a physician.
No, I'm fine. It's just that you're, fine. I mean, I'm fine. We're fine.
And then he simply got up and left. That was weird. But I had more pressing concerns, since the vial was still missing. I had looked everywhere I could, and by the end of the day, I accepted defeat and prayed to the Lord that no one drank it. I was so frustrated with myself for losing it, though, that the next morning, when Father suggested we take Tristan through the royal treasury, I could barely focus on what he was saying.
This is truly remarkable. The craftsmanship, the history. It's no wonder your kingdom has stood strong for generations. And this must be the celestial crest. I've heard tales of it before, but seeing it in person, it's extraordinary. Tell me, is the legend true? Does it really hold the power to make its bearer invisible in war?
I've heard so.
Magnificent! Imagine having power so absolute, no army could ever stand against you.
You sound remarkably impressed, Tristan. Perhaps you'd like to marry the crest instead.
Oh, Evelyn, your humor truly makes my day. You know the only treasure I truly desire is you.
I wanted to hurl, but instead, I continued walking. Suddenly, I tripped over the hem of my dress and went flying forward, but Leopold caught me just in time.
Oh, watch where you're going, for heaven's sake. You'd get hurt.
I'm fine. Relax. And since when did you start fussing over me?
I'm not fussing, but you're marrying my best friend, and I'd rather he didn't have to take wedding photos with a wife missing teeth. Anyway, I think it's best you two continue. I have duties that need immediate attention.
I didn't see Leopold the whole day. But then in the evening, I was in the wine cellar searching for my father's favorite bottle when he walked in. The moment he saw me, he turned to leave. but the door got stuck.
What is wrong with this door?
Nothing, except it opens from the outside. You shouldn't have closed it when you walked in.
How was I supposed to know that? Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'm stuck here!
Good God, Leopold, would you calm down? Rosie knows I'm here, and it's only a matter of time till she comes looking for me.
Well, obviously we don't know how long that would be, and I can't spend another second here with you.
Excuse me, I didn't know my company was that terrible.
I don't mean to be rude, it's just that I can't be around your smell.
That is rude. You're basically saying I have a bad smell?
No. It's like lavender or roses. I'm not sure. I just mean that your scent is just intoxicating.
It is lavender, and it's not toxic.
Intoxicating and toxic are not the same thing. Have you ever tried this thing called reading?
Wow, you really know how to talk to a lady. No wonder you have so many suitors lined up for you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. I feel sick. My heart's racing, my stomach's in knots. You know, I felt the same way whenever I sat next to Princess Amara at banquets. I really hated her. I think that feeling is called loathing.
Sounds more like infatuation. Just then, Rosie opened the door, and Leopold pushed past her and ran off. Leopold's behavior just got stranger over the next couple of days. If I entered the room, he'd make some stupid excuse and run away. If we crossed paths, he'd scrunch his face like I'd rolled in garbage. And if I tried talking to him, his lips would snap shut tighter than a clam. So one evening, when I spotted him in the training grounds, I decided to confront him. We need to talk. Silence. Leopold, I'm talking to you. Nothing. I said I'm talking to you. Look at me.
Oh, Princess. Sorry, didn't see you there.
Stop lying.
I'm not. I'm just minding my own business.
No, you're not. For months, you've been everywhere, hovering like a fly, making sarcastic comments, always finding a way to irritate me. And now suddenly you can't even look at me? Why?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He started to leave, but I blocked his way.
Could you move aside, please?
Not until you tell me what's wrong.
I can't.
Why not?
Because it's too weird, okay? Every time I look at you, I have these thoughts that make no sense, and God knows I want to talk to you, but I can't without saying something that isn't unimaginably inappropriate. I've never felt this way, and I don't even know why this is happening. I just haven't been feeling well since I drank that thing.
Wait, what thing?
It was this liquid in a small vial that I found in the stables. It had this really strong smell, and I was curious, so I opened it and took a whiff, and then, I don't know, I just drank it.
I froze. Leopold had taken the vial, and not just that, he'd gulped it down like a fool. And since I was the first person he saw when he opened his eyes, he was in love with me? Oh my God! How stupid are you to drink a random liquid without a second thought? You idiot! It was a love potion for me so I could fall in love with Tristan and save my stupid engagement.
Hold on, you don't love Tristan? I'm shocked.
No, you're not. You probably saw this coming from a mile away. Oh, God, this is all my fault. I should have been more careful with that vial. If you hadn't found it, you wouldn't have drunk it. And now, since I'm the first person you saw when you woke up, you think you're in love with me, and Suddenly, Leopold stepped forward and grabbed my face between his hands.
Evelyn, slow down. You need to tell me where you found this potion.
Rosie bought it off some wandering gypsy.
So she might also have an antidote, right?
She could, except we don't know where to find her, because she's wandered off.
So how do we fix this?
Maybe we can wait and see if the effects wear off on their own.
And if they don't, what, I'm just gonna be in love with you forever?
I have no idea. As Leopold and I were still grappling with all this, a dozen royal guards suddenly walked in and seized him. What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, but the king's ordered us to arrest him.
Arrest me? On what grounds?
Leopold kept arguing, and I demanded to know more, but the guards just took him to the king, and I followed them shortly after.
This morning, our celestial crest was taken from our chambers, and we have all reasons to believe that the thief is Lord Tristan.
What? That's absurd. Tristan would never do such a thing.
Yes, Father, there must be some mistake.
We have a wounded guard who claims that Tristan demanded entry to the treasury. When the guard refused, refused, he struck him unconscious and took the crest. We even found this royal crest bearing Tristan's insignia near the vault.
There can be 1,000 pieces of evidence, and I still wouldn't believe that Tristan is a thief. That man is as honest as the gods above, and I will prove it. I will find him, recover the crest, and bring it back at any cost.
And if you fail?
Then you can have my head for it.
No, let's find another deal.
Fine, you have a week.
The court fell silent as Leopold turned around and left. I really had no clue where the crest was. But I knew that Tristan wasn't the one who stole it. Leopold was a fierce warrior, but he was emotional and impulsive. And one wrong step could cost us the crest and Leopold's head. So I decided to go with him.
Absolutely not. I don't have time to babysit you while I track down Tristan.
Then don't. I can handle myself. I'm trained in sword fights, I know how to navigate dangerous situations, and I am also very good at dealing with people. Oh my god, is that a spider? Ew, 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 kill it! And Leopold calmly flicked the spider off.
You were saying?
Ugh, please, let me come with you. If I help bring Tristan and the crest back, maybe my father will finally see me as someone who is more than just his young, naive daughter. And maybe he'll listen when I tell him I don't want this engagement. Tristan and I are not meant for each other, Leopold. It's not fair to both of us to go through with this marriage. So if you won't do it for me, do it for him. Please?
Don't look at me like that. It does something to my heart and I can't think straight.
So that means I'm coming.
Yes. Okay, fine. But if you slow me down, I will leave you behind.
Funny, I was going to say the exact same thing to you. The moment Leopold agreed, I rushed off to pack my things. Before leaving, I instructed Rosie to tell everyone I was unwell from the stress and that no one was allowed in my chambers. Leopold and I got on our horses and left for the woods. By mid-afternoon, we finally stopped by a river stream to catch a break. What?
Nothing. Just, I've never seen anyone look this elegant while drinking water.
That's probably just the love potion speaking.
Why can't you just take a compliment and say thank you?
Well, in my defense, you've never really complimented me before.
That's not true. I complimented you when you wore that green dress to the ball.
You said I reminded you of freshly cut spinach.
And everyone knows spinach is good for health. So it was a compliment.
No, it wasn't. A compliment is when you tell a lady how her hair reminds you of silk, or how her eyes shine like the stars.
And how when she smiles, she makes my world spin. I mean, the world in general, not necessarily mine. You get the point.
I get that you're blushing.
Bandits!
Leopold grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the horses, but it was too late. We were already surrounded. He reached for his sword, but I stopped him. We don't fight them. We're outnumbered.
You think I don't see that?
Just trust me and follow my lead. Oh, saints be good. You fine gentlemen found us just in time.
Fine, gentlemen. We're bandits. Hand over whatever you've got or we'll take it by force.
Aye, we's just two poor, desperate lovers running from a cruel fate. Worked for a slave master, we did, scrubbing his floors, polishing his boots, breaking our backs for nothing. So we ran, took his horses, a bit of gold and all.
I elbowed Leopold. Thankfully, he caught the hint.
'Tis true! I just love me Moonflake so much. She made a thief out of me, you know how it is? A man'll do anything when he's in love, especially when she looks like a princess that fell straight from heaven. I mean, lass. Like a clumsy lass fell from heaven.
But y'all don't look like no slaves to me. Fine outfits, curls in your hair. That's what ladies wear.
I stole the clothes from the missus too. And what, just 'cause I'm poor, you think I don't deserve to look pretty? Ah, cruel world. I'm poor and you mock me. It feels like someone put a dagger through me heart.
Oh, my darling, don't say that. If anything happens to you, I'll throw myself in the river.
Fine, stop crying. Just give us the golden horses and walk away.
The horses too? But my two tiny feet can't walk no more. I already walk all my life. I carried water so heavy, it made my back all crooked. My cruel master always said, walk, girl, walk. Now you say it too? Will I never be free? Will my feet ever know rest?
For heaven's sake, take the stupid horses too. Just get out of my sight, you pathetic fools.
I hurriedly tossed the coin pouch at his feet, and Leopold and I scrambled onto our horses before the bandits changed their minds. It was getting dark, and we needed a place to camp. So we rode through the woods and found this dingy little cave to spend the night. I was just settling in when Leopold sat down next to me.
That was quite the performance you put on back there. Where did you learn to talk like that?
I spend a lot of time in the palace with not much to do other than watch and listen to the servants. You'd be surprised at the kind of things they say when they think no one's paying attention.
So you spent your time following, eavesdropping on servants? Don't you have friends or ladies in waiting to keep you company?
You'd think so, but it's not that simple. Everyone wants to be around a princess, sure, but not actually to befriend her. They mostly want the attention that comes with royalty or some personal advantage. Believe me, it makes finding genuine friendships rather difficult.
I know how that feels, being surrounded by people, yet having no one you can truly talk to. When my older brother left, I shut myself off from everyone. I figured if I never let anyone in, I'd never be hurt again. But Tristan wouldn't leave me alone, no matter how distant or cold I acted.
Wait, you have a brother?
Had. He's no longer with us.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Leopold.
Yeah, it was tough on the family, but eventually we moved on, and it's all good now.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
God, are you crying? He's not dead. He's just not with us anymore. Like, he did something terrible and got kicked out of town.
You're a mean little pig, Leopold. And I got up to leave, but Leopold stopped me.
Don't go, please. I'm sorry.
I couldn't help giving in, and we spent the rest of the night talking about life, family, and all the things I never imagined Leopold would open up about. For the first time, I realized there was so much more to Leopold than that hard, sarcastic exterior he wore. I couldn't stop thinking about him all night, so much that the next morning I was still half asleep and dreaming of Leopold's lopsided smile when he woke me up.
Evelyn, wake up.
Ugh, what in the world is so important that you have to sound like a broken trumpet in my ear?
It's Tristan's. I went off to gather fruit and saw this at the riverbank. He had to come through here. Maybe he's still close.
Or maybe he's been eaten by wild animals, and that was the only thing they couldn't chew. There must be thousands of wild animals in here. There's no way Tristan would have survived alone.
Must you always assume the worst? Also, you look oddly adorable with a bedhead. Not that I'm noticing. Can you just trust me on this one, please? Until we find definitive proof of Tristan's fate, let's not bury him just yet.
If you say so. But I got ready, and together we marched into the jungle. But minutes into the ride, I could tell this was a bad idea. This is ridiculous. We should head back and find another way. Let me take a crack at that map of yours.
This is the only way.
How do you know that?
Because I've spent my life fighting battles, crossing enemy territory, and exploring uncharted lands. I know how to read routes better because...
Because you're a man, right? Say it.
Shh.
Don't you shush me. And then I heard it too. A low, guttural growl. Before we could even process what was happening, a bear walked out from behind a bush.
Stay still. If you don't move, it won't see us as a threat.
Is that some genius survival trick? Stay still and die? Because that might just work.
Could you just please keep...
Before he could finish, the bear let out a deafening roar, and my horse panicked and bolted through the jungle. Leopold raced after me, struggling to control his own horse. We made it out of the forest and reached a half-broken rope bridge hanging over a deep gorge.
Get down. We have to cross that on foot.
And abandon our horses? No way.
We don't have a choice.
But that bridge is barely hanging on for dear life.
And so will we if we don't move fast.
As we heard the bears roar behind us again, we jumped off our horses and let them run off for their safety, then ran onto the bridge. But just as I reached the center, my boot got stuck between two planks. I was sure I was going to die right there when Leopold pulled out a knife, sliced my boot open, and yanked me free. Then he picked me up and sprinted. Just as we reached the other side, the bear lurched onto the bridge. Leopold immediately cut the rope. The bridge snapped, and the bear fell into the gorge below. That was exhilarating.
What?
Is this what you call an adrenaline rush? You must feel like this when you're in battle, right? I love this feeling.
Are you serious right now? That bear could have eaten us up. We could have died.
But we didn't. I mean, I might have sprained an ankle and maybe a little bit of a concussion, but apart from that, I feel fantastic.
That's great. You know what I'm thinking? How could anyone be this attractive and stupid at the same time?
Excuse me, but how am I the stupid one? Wasn't it your brilliant idea to venture into this deadly forest? I was the one who told you that it's dangerous.
This was the only way out.
I don't know that, because you didn't let me read the map, you manly man.
Oh my god, I think I'm going mad. I knew getting you with me on this quest would be challenging, but you have surpassed all my expectations. And on top of all this, I'm in love with you because of this stupid potion, and it's exhausting. I'm constantly worried about you, and it's slowing me down.
Oh, so I should just go back, right? Oh, wait, I can't, because you cut off the bridge.
I had to, or that bear would have eaten us.
Leopold and I were in each other's faces by now, and the tension in the air was undeniable. His eyes shifted to my lips, and for a split second, I thought he was going to kiss me. And worse, I didn't know if I would stop him. This was the kind of spark I was looking for with Tristan, only it was with Leopold, and it was terrifying. So I tore myself away and forced my focus back on the journey. The rest of the walk wore me down. Leopold gave me his shoes, but with no horses and a steep climb, I was beginning to give up. But then suddenly, I saw smoke curling into the sky. Leopold saw it too, and we both started walking in that direction. As we got closer, we saw a camp. Men sat around sharpening weapons and laughing. We hid behind the tents and slowly made our way in. We shouldn't be here.
We just need some food, so stay close and don't do anything stupid.
Just then, I accidentally stepped on a dog's tail, and it started barking like a maniac. All heads snapped in our direction, and within seconds, men surrounded us with their swords drawn. We kept telling them we were travelers looking for a shelter, but they didn't believe us. And minutes later, this tall man stepped out of one of the tents.
What's all that noise? Leopold, is that you?
Leopold froze, like he'd seen a ghost.
It is you! And look, you've brought a guest! How lovely!
What are you doing here, Jeffrey? You swore to never step foot in the kingdom or any of its territories.
No, that's no way to meet your brother. Come give me a hug.
Hello, brother?
Yes, this fine knight is my beloved brother. The same brother who once called me a petty thief. I taught you how to walk and talk, and it took you a second to disown me.
You stole from the crown, Jeffrey. It was treason.
So I took a few jewels from the royal treasury. Big deal. It's not like the king would have noticed a few missing rubies. And after our years of service to the royals, we don't deserve a share? But no, my brother just had to report my crime like a loyal little dog. And what did that get you, Leopold? Another generation of our family serving the crown. Disgusting.
I wish we had time for small talk, but we have to go.
We turned to leave, but Jeffrey blocked our way.
Oh, you can leave, brother, but she stays. You're the princess, aren't you? I can tell by the way you curl your hair and that little crest you wear.
I swear, Jeff, if you lay a finger on her, I will rip your head off.
Oh, my brother's in love! How sweet. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. I just need her for a little ransom.
Ransom for what?
The celestial crest, of course. The most powerful artifact in the world. I'll sell it to the highest bidder, and I'll be rich enough to buy any land I want. No more wandering around like a nomad.
Hate to disappoint you, but the crest is lost.
Nice try, but I don't believe you.
Jeffrey grabbed my arm, but I bit him hard. Jeffrey lost his grip, and Leopold leapt on him. More men joined the fight, and Leopold fought fiercely, but he was outnumbered. I was beginning to lose hope when I saw Tristan walk in, with an army behind him.
About time, my friend.
Tristan smiled as he pulled out a sword and joined in. With him and his army by our side, it was only a matter of time before Jeffrey realized that he was losing and decided to retreat. But on his way out, he accidentally knocked Leopold over, who fell to the ground and hit his head. Leopold! Tristan and his army rushed after Jeffrey, but it was useless. He had already escaped. With no time to waste, we lifted Leopold onto a horse and left for the kingdom of Illyria, only a few miles away. And on our way, Tristan finally told me everything.
The morning I left, I received word from my secret advisors that a dangerous group was after the crest and were about to attack the kingdom. I didn't know who ordered the attack or why this group wanted the crest. All I knew was that I had to keep you and the kingdom safe. So I took it upon myself to move the crest to the High Temple of Illyria, where it would be safest. After I was sure the crest was safe, I decided to track that group and put an end to their games. I just didn't know I'd find you two or Leopold's brother there.
You should have told Leopold or my father. They could have helped you.
I needed Leopold to be around you in case I failed in my mission. And as for the king, there wasn't much time to explain, and I didn't want to take the risk of anyone finding out that the crest was being moved. So I did what I had to do.
And ended up looking like a traitor. You didn't have to injure that guard, you know.
The guard wouldn't let me leave, and I only struck him hard enough to knock him unconscious. Thank you for coming for me, and for not thinking that I was a traitor.
Of course. I knew you would never betray our trust.
I just hope your father sees it that way too. I sent word to him when I reached Illyria, but explanations only go so far. When we return, I'll tell him everything, and I pray he still lets me marry you.
Tristan's words hit me like a punch to my stomach. I had been so caught up in everything, I'd completely forgotten about the wedding. And even now, I didn't want to think about it. All I could focus on was how badly I wanted Leopold to be okay. When we reached the palace in Illyria, Leopold was taken to the soldiers' barracks for further treatment, while Tristan and I moved into the palace, where my father was already waiting with his guards, and Rosie. I thought he was going to yell at me, but instead, he pulled me into a hug.
Oh, thank God! You gave me quite the scare, Evelyn.
I'm sorry, Father. I'm completely fine. But I wasn't fine. I wanted to run to Leopold and stay by his side until he woke up. But instead, I forced myself to walk back to my chambers while my father and Tristan spoke, and I saw Rosie waiting for me there.
Princess! Thank goodness you're back safe and sound. I know it's late, but I couldn't wait to give you the news.
Rosie told me that while I was gone, she'd found the gypsy who'd sold her that love potion. And fortunately, he had an antidote. Oh, that's great. Where is it?
Right here. I was about to deliver it to Captain Leopold's room.
No, I'll deliver it personally.
Are you sure? You've been through so much.
I'm fine. Leopold's in this situation because of me. If only I'd been honest about my feelings for Tristan from the start, and strong enough to stand up to my father, I never would have needed that love potion. Tristan wouldn't have risked his life for the crest, and Leopold wouldn't have nearly lost his life trying to save me. Delivering the antidote is the least I can do to make things right. And with that, I left for Leopold's chambers. I knocked and entered the room, and found him resting on the bed.
Princess? What are you doing here so late?
I came to check on you, and to give you the antidote. Rosie found it. It's supposed to, counteract whatever strange effects the first potion had on you.
Well, that's certainly good news. Maybe now I can stop feeling like I've got butterflies the size of hawks in my stomach every time I look at you.
Right. That must have been awful. So, you're going to take it? Right now?
I was planning on it, unless you'd rather I wait.
No, I mean, yes. If you want to, it's your choice. I just wanted to see if you were okay first.
I'm fine. Now let's give this another shot.
And he gulped down the antidote in one go. That was fast.
What? Did you expect me to savor every drop? This stuff tastes horrible.
And are you okay? Do you feel anything?
Nothing. I'm fine, just exhausted. Now, please, it's late. I need to sleep, and you should get some rest.
And he just turned his back on me and slept, but I couldn't get any sleep. I just lay on my bed, tormented by the fact that, although I'd wanted Leopold to take the antidote, I hated the thought of him returning to his old, distant self. I was falling for him, and losing this new sight of him would break my heart. For the first time, I realized how Tristan must have felt when I rejected his romantic advances. It wasn't fair. I'd made a colossal mess by dabbling in a love potion I didn't truly understand, hurting them both in different ways. Now I had to make it right, and I wanted to start with confessing my feelings to Leopold. Leopold, I know you don't feel anything for me, and you probably don't want me here, but there's something, and before I could finish, there was a knock on the door, and Leopold sprang from his bed.
That must be a servant. Hurry, hide under the bed.
What? Why?
Because you're in my room and someone could assume there's something going on between us.
That's absurd.
Just do what I'm saying.
I crawled under the bed as Leopold answered the door. It was his friend Garrick from the King's Guard.
Oi, Leopold. How you doing, mate?
Hey, as good as new.
You sure? The royal wedding's less than a week away.
Yeah, so?
So, I just want to make sure you're not weeping like a wet poodle over the princess anymore.
That was just a phase. Let's go for a walk. I could use some air.
A phase? You've been in love with the princess ever since you first laid eyes on her a year ago.
Wait, what?
Shut up, Garrick. Christ, you can really blow things out of proportion.
That's rich coming from you. You threatened the stable boy and his entire family once because he didn't fix her harness properly and she could have fallen. You can't even walk past a lavender without getting emotional because her hair smells like lavender. I swear, mate, you'd marry a handkerchief if it smelled like lavender and had her initials on it.
Just get out, Garrick!
Leopold shoved him out of the room and slammed the door shut. As the room fell silent, I crawled out, my heart pounding. You've been in love with me since you met me?
Of course not. Okay, fine. I had a small crush on you, like, minuscule. No big deal.
Are you sure that's all it is? A small crush?
Are you disappointed? Would it feel good for your ego if I said I'm madly in love with you?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just confused because if you were always in love with me, why did you react to the potion the way you did?
I'd kept my feelings under control, locked away. But the potion just cracked everything open. It magnified what was already there. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. The antidote is in my system, so you can forget everything Garrick said.
I can't, because lately I have...
Do not finish that sentence. I beg of you. Tristan is my best friend, you are a princess, and I'm just the lowly guard captain. We both know how this story ends. Now, I'm going back home tomorrow. I need to recover and manage the kingdom in Tristan's absence.
I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out, so I turned around and left. The next morning, as we were preparing to leave, I just felt empty. I couldn't leave without seeing Leopold one last time, so I decided to go find him, but before I could leave, Tristan walked into my room. He asked my mates to leave and then sat me down.
You don't look too happy about going back to the palace.
No, I'm just tired. The adventure wore me down, I think.
Are you sure it's the adventure? Maybe something else is weighing you down, like being in love with Leopold and not admitting it?
What? Tristan?
Evelyn, I saw the way you reacted when he got injured and how worried you have been since. Actually, I don't know how I could have been so blind all along. The two of you always had sparks flying. I think I also deserve someone who feels that strongly about me, right?
You do, more than anyone I know. You're a wonderful man, Tristan, and I know the girl you marry will be the luckiest girl in the world because you'll love her with all your heart.
Well, I hope she loves me just as much. Now wipe those tears and stop him before he leaves.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. You couldn't have picked a better guy, and I'm happy for you.
And what about my father?
Leave that to me.
Tristan smiled at me warmly, and together we told my father the truth. As expected, he was furious. But Tristan reassured him that the alliance between our kingdoms would remain strong, and that he and I would always be friends, bound by something greater than duty, genuine trust, respect, and understanding. It took some time, but eventually my father saw reason. Once the dust had settled, I knew there was one last thing to do. I found Leopold near the stables, preparing to leave. Excuse me, but where do you think you're going? Last I checked, we were traveling together.
Wait, what are you doing here?
Trying to make you understand that you're not getting rid of me in this lifetime, Tristan called off the wedding.
What? Why?
Because he's smarter than you, nobler than you, and unlike you, he actually understands that my heart belongs to someone else.
Please, be more specific.
Oh, come on now. What does a lady have to do to get a kiss around here? Do I need to get another love potion?
Don't even think about it.
Leopold pulled me into a kiss, and everything started to make sense. The arguments, the banter, the way my heart reacted to him, and in that moment I knew it was always him.
As I closed the diary, I couldn't help feeling warm and fuzzy thinking about Leopold and Evelyn. They risked everything for love, and here I was thinking prom and popularity were the most important things in the world. I wanted the kind of love they had, and maybe London wasn't the end of my story, but the beginning of a happy new adventure. Just then, Mom called for me. I ran downstairs and found her in the kitchen with breakfast ready.
Are you still sulking? Because I made your favorite pancakes and got you this cool new bottle for your first day of school.
What's so cool about it?
It has a built-in harmonica, you know, in case you want to convert your dramatic sighs into actual music.
Thanks, Mom. I like that. Also, I'm sorry I've been sulking so much. I was so stuck on my idea of the perfect life I had that I didn't stop to think that maybe change isn't the worst thing.
Wow. Did an actual teenager just admit she was wrong? Should I write this down?
Don't push it.
I'm sorry too, sweetheart. I should have been easier on you with the move. Maybe you'll find your John here.
I hope so. Although I pray he's better than him. To be honest, that guy always gave me the ick.
The what now?
The ick. And trust me, it's not something I made up just now. Turns out this phrase has been around for quite a while.
I fought back my tears as I desperately tried to stop the love of my life from walking away. My love, please, don't go. I don't think I could live without you.
Then prove it to me. Give me one more reason to stay.
You can have everything. My heart, my mind, my body, my soul. And most importantly, my lips. The raindrops danced around us as we shared the most passionate kiss ever.
And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap.
The director had already yelled cut, but Reese kept kissing me. I had to push her away because her breath smelled so bad I almost threw up. It's rotten tuna, isn't it? I told you not to eat something stinky before our kissing scenes.
Ignore my calls again, and it's a dead rat next time.
You're crazy. Having Reese as my female lead was a total pain in the butt. Our agencies told us to act like lovers to promote our romance film, but she was too clingy to be a fake girlfriend. She was even worse than my obsessed fangirls who had no concept of privacy. After filming, I escaped to my private gym to work out, but just as I stepped out of the shower, a creepy girl suddenly descended from the ceiling. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I was just destined to be here. Finally, I got to see you up close. I couldn't believe you're real. You're just too handsome. It hurts.
I immediately alerted my bodyguards, and they caught her in midair as she tried to pounce on me like the hungriest tigress alive.
Leon, please. Just one chance.
Jeez, can I ever catch a freaking break? Hey, what's up? My name is Leon, and I'm a famous teen actor with a super gorgeous girlfriend and the most passionate fangirls ever. It might sound like every teenage guy's dream, but to me, it was the worst nightmare. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. The gym incident quickly made the news, and instead of addressing it, my psycho mom/manager was thrilled.
The more obsessed fans you have, the better. It just means you're getting even more popular. I'm expecting more movie offers and brand deals after this.
But we should file a harassment case against that girl. And we also need to do something about Reese.
We don't have to do anything, sweetheart. Just be grateful for your fame and enjoy it.
Then could you at least let me enjoy an ice cream today?
You know sweets are strictly out of your diet plan. Your next role is an expert martial artist who hunts robot sharks on land, so you have to bulk up. Girls love abs.
I thought we were rejecting that offer. You know I can't do action. I'm a clumsy, scaredy bunny, Mom.
That's what stunt doubles are for.
Having my controlling mom as my boss and manager was the worst. I just wanted some peace and quiet, but it was impossible with her. Later that day, while we were filming in a park, Reese kept clinging on to me like a leech, even during film breaks. Reese, for the love of God, get off me!
But you told me that I can have everything, including your body.
That was just a line from our movie. And to make matters worse, a group of jealous fans managed to pass through the barricades and sent our filming set into chaos.
Get off him, you ugly, clingy witch!
As I escaped to my car, I noticed a guy around my age peacefully playing with a claw machine on the side of the street. It was nothing special, but it was all I ever wanted. To be in my own world, without others minding my business. It was just a brief moment, but it finally drove me to confront my mom. I told her about wanting to take a break from my career, and she thought I had lost my mind. I just want to live my life as me. No more fake girlfriends, fake personalities, and crazy women around me 24/7. I'm tired of it. So please, just give me this.
Oh, stop being dramatic. What if you do something stupid and ruin the image that we've built over all these years?
As a celebrity, we have this specific image that we project to the public, and mine was the mysterious prince persona that drove the ladies wild. But in reality, I was the complete opposite. It would be cool for Leon to disappear for a while and just be normal. That's it. I just needed to announce to everyone that Leon had gone abroad to take a break and be a completely different person while he was away. Maybe a disguise would do the trick. I tried on a black wig, swapped my blue eyes for green contacts, put on glasses, then wore some weird cheap clothes and boom! What's up, loser? Mom was bawling when she saw me.
Oh my goodness, what an ugly creature! Bring back my handsome son!
It took me a couple of days to finally calm her down and convince her about my plan. Give me at least a year break or else I will never go back to acting. Ever.
Fine. But you have to live somewhere else with no bodyguards, no private chefs, and no driver. Just one maid and a credit card.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. And just like that, I started a new chapter in my life as the nerdy loser Noel. On my way to my first day of school, I felt like a lost bunny who had just been let out onto the city streets for the first time. My glasses were constantly fogging up, making it impossible to see clearly. As I carefully walked up the city staircase, I unexpectedly tripped. I mentally prepared myself for a painful fall, but out of nowhere, a hand wrapped around my waist and steadied me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up and saw the most stunning girl I had ever seen.
Watch where you're going, princess.
Just as I was about to regain my balance, she suddenly let go of me. I gasped, but she swiftly grabbed my hand and pulled me back with a smirk. Why would you tease me like that?
Because you're cute.
I was aware that I was cute, but not in this disguise. How dare you make fun of me? Don't you know who I am?
Of course. You're a lost rabbit who needs a little guidance. See you around.
To my surprise, she suddenly jumped over the railings, and I just found myself chasing after her. When I looked down, she was already sitting on a motorcycle while holding her helmet and smirking up at me. Was she expecting me to follow her? Time seemed to slow down when she put on the helmet, turned on the engine, and pumped it up. So pretty and badass. My heart dropped when she blew me a kiss before speeding away. I blinked. Wait! I bolted down the stairs to catch up, but she was already gone, leaving me flustered and intrigued. Who is that girl? Eventually, I found my way to my school building and into my class. As I walked in, all eyes were on me as if I were the president of the Losers Club. Even the girls were giving me a disgusted look, which was totally new to me, and I wasn't complaining. I headed towards an empty seat, but just as I was about to sit down, some dude suddenly kicked the chair away, sending me crashing to the floor. Oh, what the heck, man? My bad. I was just practicing my signature move for my next blockbuster movie. I'm basically the next action star, you know? Oh, I didn't expect a fellow actor to be here. But he didn't look familiar at all. Take it easy on him, Paxton. I didn't even touch the dude. And that was when the entire class erupted in laughter. So this is what bullies are like in real life, huh? It's no different from the movies. I stood up, quietly walked to the back of the classroom, and just stood there awkwardly. The door slid open, and the room fell silent as a confident figure walked in. It was that stunning motorcycle girl! So she actually goes to this school too? Paxton and the other guys were practically drooling, which was pretty understandable. She's drop-dead gorgeous without even trying. I was busy gawking at her when she unexpectedly turned to me.
Oh, hello, princess. I didn't expect to see you here. Small world, huh? Why are you standing there?
I don't have a seat.
Come sit on my lap then.
I almost choked on my own tonsils. Before I could process her unexpected offer, Paxton suddenly swooped in and offered me a new chair. Here's your seat, buddy.
Alrighty then.
Paxton's jealous face turned triumphant, while I was left disappointed. During our class, I kept finding myself staring at my pretty seatmate, secretly. Her side profile looked breathtaking, and the way she effortlessly bit on her pen and spun it around her fingers was so cool. I had worked with tons of beautiful teen actresses my whole life, but it was the first time that a girl got me genuinely intrigued. I wonder what her name was. Later that day in the canteen, I found out that I could eat whatever I wanted, and I was ecstatic. All my life, it had always been my mom, our private chefs, and my assistants who decided what I should eat. and it was such a bummer.
Dude, are you gonna eat the whole canteen or what?
He's gonna eat everything and nothing will be left to us. We're doomed! Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna pay for everything. I handed the lunch lady my credit card, and everyone was looking at me like I just farted.
That's not how it works here, young man. Is this your first time going to an actual school?
Just then, the pretty girl suddenly appeared.
He took a lot of food because it's actually for 2 people, right?
What is she talking about?
Right?
Yes. We're gonna share.
Come on, I'm starving.
Paxton and the others were looking at us with raised eyebrows as she dragged me to an empty table. To my surprise, she sat beside me and started eating with me on the same plate. Seriously? On the same plate? You're kind of freaking me out, to be honest, but in a good kind of way.
So, you're repaying me with an insult after I saved your clueless butt?
Sorry, it's just weird. Why a pretty girl like you would be super nice to a new kid like me on my first day.
Hello? Do you realize that angels like me actually exist? But I'm not doing this for free, though.
Of course, there had to be a catch. There was no way she was actually flirting with an ugly nerd. I later realized what her favor was. She asked me to cover for her as she snuck out in the middle of class. And it was nerve-wracking. Through the window, I saw her riding her motorcycle and leaving. What on earth was she up to? Soon, I learned that her name was Kiara, and it was her habit to sneak out of class in the afternoon. She was also very famous among the boys, especially with Paxton. But she just kept turning it down. One time, Paxton gave her a bouquet of roses and chocolates, but what she did next earned some gasps around.
Ah, perfect. The trash has been starving.
Another time, he showed off his brand new car and offered her a ride home, but she headed straight to her motorcycle and started it right in front of his car. But it just made me even more curious about her, and Paxton even more determined. One day, while he and his gang were talking in the hallway, I heard something that caught me off guard.
One day, she's gonna crawl to me and beg for my attention once my upcoming film becomes successful.
Of course it will, bro. I'm pretty sure you will be more popular than Leon. Wait, what? Leon? Were they talking about me? The next day, Paxton showed off his pictures from the filming set to Kiara, and it was the movie that Reese and I were currently filming.
This movie's gonna be out soon, and I'm gonna bless your eyes with immaculate visuals and acting.
So your role is a dead person?
Yeah, and it's not easy to hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. This is Leon's upcoming movie, right?
How did you know that? You're stalking me, aren't you?
I'm stalking that actor because I hate him. I hope his movie flops.
Oh, you bet. Sharing the film set with him was traumatizing. He was a total jerk to everyone. He's dating his co-star Reese, and he was so horrible to her.
That's not surprising at all. I heard he's allergic to girls. Maybe he's actually gay.
Hearing Kiara talking bad about me made my sight dim. I don't think it's okay to judge someone you don't know.
Oh, look, we have a fan here.
Kiara just raised an eyebrow at me and walked out. Oh no, was she unfriending me for that? Since then, Paxton kept telling fake news about me on set just to get Kiara's attention. And he was succeeding.
One time, he asked for iced coffee and complained that it was cold.
Oh, so he's a moron, I see.
And I also remember when Reese almost threw up during their kissing scene because his breath smelled like rotten tuna.
A disgusting, dumb jerk. What a lethal combination.
Seeing Kiara believing all his lies made me furious, so I started ignoring and avoiding her since then. But one day, she cornered me.
Hey, princess, are you ignoring me on purpose?
Stop calling me princess. I'm a freaking guy.
You're cuter when you're jealous.
What? I'm not jealous. Why would I? I just don't like people who talk bad about others without even knowing them.
Is this about Leon? Jeez, you're really a fan, huh? Interesting.
I told you I'm not. Realizing how close her face was to mine, my eyes automatically went down to her lips. I had kissed tons of women on screen before, and expertly on that. But why do I feel like farting at the thought of kissing Kiara? Just then, someone called her and she immediately left, leaving me flustered all over. As I walked out of the room, Paxton suddenly blocked my way.
Kiara will never be yours, so stop dreaming, loser. Or else.
Is that a threat? The jerk just answered me with a smirk and left. The next day, I found a letter in my locker, and it was from Kiara.
Hey, Princess. Come to the last room on the 3rd floor before our class. I have a surprise for you. XOXO.
What was she planning this time? Driven by curiosity, I made my way to the room. But the moment I stepped inside, the door abruptly locked. Hey! What's happening? Open the door! In that instant, a hissing sound reached my ears, and when I turned around, I found myself face to face with a menacing snake. My face turned a shade paler than snow, and I let out a shrill scream. Just as it was about to strike, someone swiftly grabbed it by the neck, as if it were nothing, and flung it out of the window. She looked so cool. My heart skipped a beat. But I snapped back to reality when I realized what just happened. Did you plan all of this just to tease me again? Because it's not funny.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Frustrated, I dashed out of the room, only to see Paxton and his friends in the hallway, laughing.
He was screaming like a freaking girl!
Everyone was making fun of me all day, so I decided to skip my remaining classes and head straight home. To make myself feel better after a disastrous day, I decided to treat myself to a nearby restaurant. But as I reached into my pocket to pay the bill, panic washed over me. I left my wallet in my locker. I explained the situation to the manager, but they seemed skeptical of my story. So I ended up washing some stacks of dirty dishes. As a clueless billionaire who had never washed a dish before, the scene turned into a complete disaster. Just as the manager was about to flip over me, a familiar face appeared in the chaos. Kiara, what are you doing here?
I'm about to rescue my princess for the nth time.
As we watched, she revealed that she actually worked part-time in the restaurant. Her sick mom had a massive debt with the owner, and Kiara was working it off. So, this is where you go whenever you sneak out of class.
Yep. Oh, by the way, we need to do something about Paxton. What he did to you earlier is totally not cool.
What do you mean?
I saw him putting that letter in your locker. I got curious, so I followed you after you read it. And thank God I did.
Now that makes more sense. I need to teach that jerk a lesson that he'll never forget.
Let me help you with that.
Kiara and I planned my revenge together, and the opportunity came the very next day. Our drama club teacher chose Paxton as the main character, and I was casted as the waiter. In one scene, Paxton's character caught his girlfriend cheating in a restaurant and was supposed to cry. But he looked more like a constipated frog.
Paxton, is that how an aspiring actor acts? You look so constipated. I need more emotions. Let's do it again. From the top.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you, but this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Oh, for the love of God, you are such a hopeless case.
Finally, our teacher had enough and decided to replace Paxton. That was Kiara's signal to start our plan.
Excuse me, sir, but why don't we exchange the roles of the lead and the waiter? Just a suggestion.
Oh, he's ugly, but okay, let's give it a try.
All right, Noelle out, Leon in.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you. But this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Out of anger, I grabbed the entire table and threw it in Paxton's direction, sending him crashing into the janitor's bucket. I then offered my hand to him with a smirk. Sorry, I just got carried away.
You planned this for revenge, didn't you?
As he tried to get up, Kiara pushed a button on a remote, and everyone gasped as smelly black paint fell over him. But everyone was too amazed by my acting to care about Paxton, who spent the rest of the day smelling like paint.
Hey, best actor. I didn't know you had it in you.
Nah, it's nothing.
Anyway, did you see the look on Paxton's face? That was epic.
I know, right? That scumbag deserves it. Kiara and I became closer over the next few months. We even sneaked out of school together, and I helped her out at the restaurant. Then one day when we were at the mall, she showed me her sketchpad. It was full of awesome motorcycle drawings. She told me about her dreams of becoming a motorcycle designer once she pays off her mom's debts. Looking at her eyes shine as she talked about her dreams made me feel like farting again. Oh! But her mood changed when she saw my face in a clothing store where I was the brand ambassador. To my surprise, she grabbed a pen and doodled on it. The security caught us, so we ended up catching our breaths in the basement.
Why do you hate Leon so much? I swear, I'm not a fan of his. I'm just curious.
Well, I have a friend who used to be a huge fan of his. One time, she tried to visit him on set to give him a gift that she had prepared for months. She begged for hours, but his assistant said that he couldn't spare even a second to meet his fans. I've also heard stories about him snubbing his fans and even getting them into trouble. It's just awful.
Wow, that's terrible. But maybe he also has his reasons. Fans can be overwhelming sometimes. Celebrities are humans too.
Look, let's not talk about him. Just the thought of him ruins my mood.
Okay.
What she said bothered me all night. I felt like I needed to change her mind about Leon. But how? It was the weekend when Kiara invited me to play at the arcade. While we were struggling with a claw machine, she suddenly received an emergency call.
My brother was rushed to the hospital. I need to go.
I insisted on going with her. Thankfully, he just had a minor tummy infection, and he would be fine in a few hours. And seeing Kiara taking care of her little brother melted my heart.
Is that your boyfriend?
No. He's just a friend, and his name is Noel.
Hey, Noel! Don't ever hurt my sister, or else I'm gonna beat your butt!
Loud and clear, sir.
I bought him an ice cream and a burger, and he instantly declared me as his favorite human. That night, while he was sleeping, Kiara asked me to follow her. She led me to the parking lot and went straight to her motorcycle.
Where are you going?
She pushed an extra helmet on my hands and kicked the engine on. I felt my cheeks burn as she looked back at me. The light of headlights glinted over her helmet, and through her eyes is pure beauty.
You're coming with me. I'll show you something special. Hop in.
I snapped out of my daze and quickly put the helmet on. My heart pounded as I mounted the back of her motorcycle and awkwardly placed my hands on her shoulders. I didn't see her rolling her eyes amusingly and deliberately jerked the motorcycle forward, which made me panic and hug her waist. Kiara laughed.
Could you stop teasing me?
I can't help it. You're so cute. Well, hold on tight, princess. Let's go. Yeah.
Then off we go. Kiara drove fast, but it felt like the world stopped moving. The wind touching my face made me feel free, and I never felt free for a very long time. The warmth of Kiara's back seemed to pass right into my heart, and I couldn't deny the fact that I was truly falling in love with this lady knight in her shining helmet. After several minutes, we stopped in front of a lake.
This is my special place. I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I'm here, it feels like paradise.
It truly felt like a peaceful paradise.
Thanks, Kiara. I really mean it.
For what?
For always coming to my rescue and for being a good friend. Thanks to you, I'm just really happy these days. It's my first time living without my mom, and I was worried at first.
What's your mom like?
She used to be really nice, but ever since Dad left us, she transformed into this evil witch who controlled me like a puppet, and it was suffocating.
That sucks. So, you ran away from home?
Kinda.
I'm glad that you did. You deserve to breathe, you know? And I'm always here for you.
I looked away as I noticed her staring at me.
Am I making you nervous?
Yes. No, I mean, a little bit.
Look at me, Noel.
Wow, look at those frogs. They're jumping around.
Just then, she reached for my face and turned it to meet hers.
You're driving me crazy. Do you know that?
Do you really mean that?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is crazy about you. But why me?
To be honest, I don't know. You're just something else. Something special.
I closed my eyes as she leaned in, and when our lips finally touched, it felt so magical that I felt butterflies, and I had this unbearable urge to fart. I couldn't risk becoming a walking embarrassment in front of her. I had to save my dignity. I need to go.
What? Why?
I'm sorry. I was super ashamed about it, and the fact that I wasn't being truthful about who I really was made me feel bad. A few days later, I finally decided to come clean and confess. As I was looking for Kiara, I saw some guys drooling over a girl in the hallway, and blood drained from my face when I realized who it was. Reese. Holy crap, what was she doing here?
Have you seen my Leon around? I swear my heart tells me he's just here, hiding.
Panicking, I immediately ran to the back of the school and called Mom, and she begged me to come back because Reese had been out of control lately. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. After talking to Mom, I made sure Reese was gone before I came out of hiding. But Kiara saw me.
What were you doing here?
I was just...
Look, if you don't like me, then just be clear with it and reject me instead of making me look like a fool.
How could I reject a goddess like you? Look, there's something that you need to know, and I need to... Just then, my phone rang, and I excused myself to answer it. It was Mom, and she informed me that we needed an emergency meeting about Reese ASAP because she was throwing a tantrum right now, and she might tell the press that I was in hiding.
What is it you were going to tell me?
I'll tell you next time. I need to go. After an emergency meeting, we tried looking for Reese, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day in class, I got the biggest shock of my life when Paxton arrived with her, and there were a lot of reporters with them.
Everyone, eyes on here! Reese and I got a little movie to show you.
He suddenly played a video of me talking to Mom about Reese yesterday, and everyone was so confused. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. I was about to escape when suddenly Paxton grabbed me by my hair.
Let's welcome the best actor in our class. No other than the superstar Leon, who got bored with his life, so he ghosted his girlfriend and decided to deceive us all.
Paxton then snatched my glasses and took off my wig.
Oh, Leon, my Pookie Pie, it is indeed you.
As Reese jumped on me, I met Kiara's eyes across the room, and she looked horrified. No, this couldn't be happening. Just then, the ladies went wild. Before they could devour me alive, I ran out of the school and hailed a cab to go straight home to Mom. We then found out that Reese had arranged a press conference immediately and started spilling everything. Mom and I decided to do a counterattack. It's true that I had enough of the celebrity life, and that is the reason why I decided to take a break. I wanted to be with people who aren't crazy about me. Don't get me wrong, I love my fans, and I'm always grateful. But we celebrities are human too. We also need some peace and privacy. I truly love acting, and I won't quit. But I don't want to live a fake life anymore. I just wanted to be me. Also, Reese and I aren't dating. It's just for the show. I don't like crazy, obsessive girls. Most importantly, I'm in love with someone else. My lady knight in her shining helmet. I hope she feels the same way. Reese went completely bonkers, so I was forced to file a restraining order against her, and our movie was eventually cancelled. But who cares? I only cared about one person right now, but she suddenly vanished on Earth. I asked the restaurant manager for her address, and when I went there, her brother told me that she didn't want to see me.
I told you not to make her cry, but what did you do? Now go away!
Please, just let me talk to her.
Fine. Consider this as my payment for the ice cream and burger.
He then led me to where she was hiding. Inside the fridge. Are you planning to freeze yourself to death here? Do you hate me that much?
No, I just feel so ashamed of myself.
Ashamed of what?
Because it has always been you, you idiot. I hated Leon because the fangirl that I told you about was actually me.
What? So you were actually my fan-turned-hater?
Yes. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you the first time I saw you as Noel. Maybe deep inside, I always knew it was you. And then I got to know the real you and fell in love, but I hated myself for not realizing it sooner.
I should be the one to apologize for deceiving you. I swear. I have been planning to tell you.
I know. I watched your statement earlier. And regarding your confession, I feel the same way. I mean, isn't it obvious?
I love you, Kiara.
I love you too, Noel. Leon, my princess, or whoever you are.
She finally leaned in for a kiss, but I remembered something and backed away. Wait! I have something to tell you.
What, that you fart whenever you kiss me?
How did you know that?
Relax. I think you just need to get used to it, and I'm here to help you with that. Come on, I need to know how the best actor kisses in real life.
And with that, I gave her the best kissing scene ever. But when we finally pulled away, I screamed when she suddenly turned into a guy. A familiar guy. Babe, wake up. It's time for your shoot.
Huh? Marcus?
Are you okay?
And then it clicked. Everything was just a dream. I dreamed about a handsome man.
Oh, so you're cheating on me in your dreams.
No, he was the male version of me, and he was actually—
Too late. I'm already mad. And only a kiss could make me feel better.
Okay. Now let me tell you about my dream. It was crazy.
Fine.
Have you ever woken up from a dream so wild and vivid that it made you question reality? Well, I had one of those. Except mine wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Believe it or not. Hi, I'm Avery, a young billionaire pilot, and this is my story of how I ended up in the creepiest and most mysterious place in the world. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Let's take it from the top. It all started when my best friend Mila and I were getting ready for some party on one of my private islands, and while I was picking which jet to fly, she was busy ranting about how I just rejected my 8th millionaire suitor on that same day.
I swear you reject men like it's your natural reflex. A-listers, heirs, young CEOs, that prince from somewhere I can't pronounce. Girl, what exactly are you looking for?
I slid my hand along the wing of jet number 3, like it was a Greek god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for something more. Someone who can make my heart feel like it's about to jump off a cliff, maybe?
That sounds like an arrhythmia.
Exactly. The world's too big to settle just because someone has a yacht named after me.
Maybe you just haven't met the right one yet. Who knows? He could be hiding in the most unexpected place.
Ew, I like the sound of that. Just then, my head bodyguard stormed in with the other walking muscle towers.
Miss Avery, your father strictly said, no flights without a pilot or protection team.
I've been flying since I was 4. Not to brag or anything, but I've probably spent more hours in the sky than in math class.
With supervision, Miss Avery.
Oh, please. Just this once?
Ma'am, this is serious. You can't
We're gonna be late for the party. Sorry, boys. Mila scrambled in after me, gripping her matcha tea like it was holy water.
Are we actually doing this?
Yep. I'm cutting trackers and signals. So don't scream.
Why do I hang out with you again?
Because you love me, and I got you that gold-plated PS5. Mila was only interested in 3 things: parties, video games, and me.
Fair enough.
We were up in the clouds in under a minute. You ever wonder what the edge of the world looks like?
No. Normal people wonder about movie endings, skincare routines, and what their cats are thinking. Well, you wonder about edges and wormholes and flying into unmapped airspace. Be careful what you wish for, Aviator Barbie.
But that's the thing. I liked the unknown. I liked chasing the things that most people were too scared to look at. Maybe it was the curious cat in me. The sun was already setting as we neared the island. I practically felt the music blasting from the party below. And honestly, I'd rather keep flying than partying with a bunch of basic guys. How about we go somewhere else?
Where? The edge of the freaking world?
Exactly.
You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking.
Just a few more loops, okay?
Girl, I swear on my last will, you're gonna regret this one day.
Oh, come on.
My parents won't be back for 3 days. I have to make the most of it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this chance?
Ugh, fine. But we better not miss the party. Or else.
Don't worry, girl. I got you. I whipped a U-turn midair and just let loose. I was flying. Not just with wings, but with freedom. No rules, no schedules, no rich parents breathing down my neck. It was just me, the sky, and my best girl screaming her lungs out beside me. Just then, I spotted a massive flock of birds charging straight at us, like feathered missiles, and they did not look friendly at all.
Uh-oh. Avery?
Hold on. I tried steering away, but it was too late. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my jet anymore. I was lying on the grass, in the middle of nowhere. I sat up and looked around with my heart pounding in my ears. No Mila, no jet, just weird-looking trees, starlit ruins, and some moon statues everywhere. Where am I? If something happened to Mila, I swear to God, I couldn't forgive myself. I reached for my phone, and my stomach instantly dropped when I realized that it wasn't in my pocket. It was probably still inside the jet. If it still existed. I scrambled up and immediately heard the saddest squish under my designer boots. Please don't be poop. Please don't be poop. Yep, probably poop. Great. Love that for me. But no time to emotionally process that right now. I needed to find Mila, or my jet, or a working cell tower, or anyone I could beg for help. I mean, I didn't survive boarding school and etiquette class just to die lost in an unfamiliar place. I took a shaky step forward and glanced up, then froze at the sight of the massive moon. It was hanging so low I felt like I could high-five it. Its bluish-purple light drenched the place, making everything feel strangely off. I tensed up the moment I heard rustling nearby. I spun around and gasped when I saw a deer. And it wasn't just any deer. It was tall, glowing, and elegant. And it was staring right at my soul. It then turned and pranced away into the mist. And of course, being the curious little disaster that I was, I followed it. As I walked, I noticed even more moon statues around, and giant deer sculptures peeking out from behind glowing bushes like they were quietly watching me. What even is this place? For a moment, I actually hoped that I was at the edge of the world. I was terrified and weirdly curious at the same time. Eventually, the deer stopped at some ruins on a low cliff where old stone shrines and ancient relics that my dad would probably be interested in were scattered around. My heart jumped in relief when I spotted someone, a woman, but something was off with her. She was kneeling in front of one of the shrines, arms lifted toward the glowing moon, like she was in the middle of some ritual or something. I was about to call out to her when she suddenly rose, her long, ethereal purple hair spilling over her shoulders and shimmering under the moonlight. Wait, were those elf ears? And what was up with the antlers on her head? It was probably just a fancy headband, right? Or some kind of fashion here? Before I could even say hi, the deer walked up to her. And she smiled and leaned her forehead against its nose. Like they'd been besties since birth. Weird, but sweet. Like nature therapy. And I almost didn't want to interrupt. As the deer backed away and trotted down the slope, the woman suddenly spoke.
The forest whispers when someone new arrives.
She then turned to face me and started glowing. And did she seriously just turn into another deer right in front of me? So shapeshifters were indeed real? Okay, either I was dreaming or I hit my head really, really hard. The creature just started galloping down the slope and across the terrain like it was totally normal behavior. Hey, wait! I tried to follow it, but I suddenly froze when I heard a lullaby echoing through the trees. I followed the sound, and just a few feet from where I left the cliff, I stumbled into a flower field, and in the middle of it was another woman, and she was twirling under the moon like she was filming a perfume commercial or something. God, I hope this one's normal this time. I hid behind a tree to take a closer look at her, and wow, she looked hauntingly beautiful. No antlers this time. Just a lacy eye mask and a stunning dress that was giving Dior or Valentino vibes. Not gonna lie, she was mesmerizing, and I just couldn't look away. Just then, she tilted her head toward me and smiled, like she knew I was there all along, even with her eyes closed all this time. Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to crash your, midnight flower ritual thing. Super pretty, by the way. But yeah, so I just literally fell out of the sky and I'm lost and possibly hallucinating. I was just wondering if you have a phone, or you could at least tell me where I am, because I would really love to—
You heard it, didn't you?
Heard what exactly?
The moon's lullaby.
Wait, that wasn't you singing?
I used to be the only one who could hear it.
She paused, and in a split second, she was already right in front of me.
Until you showed up.
My soul instantly left my body. Like, how did she even— There was no walking involved. The moment I blinked again, she was gone. Before I could even process what the heck just happened, creepy, shadowy, reddish figure suddenly stepped out from the dark and lunged at me. Screaming, I started running for dear life. At this point, I was sure I had to be dreaming, because if I wasn't, then what in the world were those things? When I finally lost them, I crashed into a mossy statue and ducked behind it. Through the fog, I saw moon statues, more relics, and gravestones. Blood drained from my face when I realized that I was in a freaking graveyard. Just when I thought this place couldn't get any creepier. Moments later, I saw something bluish-purple flicker ahead. As it got closer, I realized that it was a guy walking through the dark mist with a lantern. He had a long black overcoat, gloves, and boots, and his lantern pulsed with a cold, steady glow that somehow made the darkness lean back. "Excuse me, sir? Fog guy? I'm super lost, and I really need some help." But he didn't respond. He just kept walking like he'd stepped out of the underworld. Hello? When he got close, my heart felt like it was about to jump off a cliff. He had pale skin, a jawline sharper than my sanity, and eyes that looked like he hadn't slept for centuries. And yet somehow, he still managed to look hot. Dangerously hot. Am I dead and you're the Grim Reaper assigned to escort me to the afterlife? I then held my breath when he suddenly leaned in closer, pushing the lantern near my face.
I wish.
Then, a vampire? I hugged my jacket tighter and shielded my neck, just in case.
Unfortunately, no. But your neck does look tempting.
My soul screamed at his deep voice. When he finally backed off, I gasped like I'd just survived a staring contest with Lucifer himself. So, you're a normal person? Sorry. I was, gosh. Wait, I think I have something stuck in my throat. His attractive face has got me malfunctioning so bad. Probably either a shark's bone or a lobster's claw. So, okay, here's my story. I was flying my jet, crash-landed here, then found myself running away from some creepy moon cult with chanting and possibly floating people. I need to get out of here, and I assume that you can help me with that? But he just stared at me, but not with annoyance, not even with concern, more like calculation, like he was trying to decide if I was a threat, a liability, or maybe his next victim.
So, you're a local here? Still nothing. No answer, no emotion, just aura farming. He turned around and started walking without any words, and I just found myself following him like a dumb little duckling. I spotted a tall silhouette, barely visible through the fog, a towering lighthouse on a hill, and it looked like he was heading straight for it. So, are you heading towards that lighthouse? Can I come with you? I guess not. So, what's this place called? Because it's seriously giving Haunted Island vibes. I kept tossing questions his way, but it basically felt like I was interviewing the air. So, we're somewhere in the US? Do you guys have an airport here? A helipad? I'm just wondering if I could, buy an aircraft so I could fly my way out of here. Can I borrow your phone for like 5.5 seconds? I'm 97% sure my bodyguards and assistants are freaking out right now. I need them to help me locate my friend and pick me up ASAP. Any chance there's a boba tea place nearby? And a spa? Gosh, my feet are killing me. He totally screamed danger, but I was desperate at this point. You own this place, don't you? Finally, he acknowledged my presence again.
I guard the borders of this dying land from outsiders like you.
Outsiders like me? Do I look like a serial killer to you? He scanned me from head to toe and scoffed like I was the worst thing he'd seen all day. Excuse me?
More like a lost soul stumbling through things she cannot comprehend.
Ouch. That sounded poetic and insulting.
That was the intention.
Could you at least tell me your name?
Names are a luxury.
Oh my God. That's exactly what someone named Vladimir would say.
Call me whatever helps you sleep at night.
Okay, sir, whatever helps you sleep at night. Bit long for a name, though. Maybe I'll just call you... He shot me a death glare, and I should have been scared, but I blushed instead. What in the world is happening to me?
Keep talking, and I'll make you sleep. Permanently.
Did he just casually threaten my life? Okay, chill. Zipping it. Mouth sealed. Muted. He glanced back at me again, and this time, he was looking past me, over my shoulder, like something horrifying was creeping up behind me. What's going on? I slowly turned and gasped at the sight of those shadow creeps slipping out of the mist. They were the same entities who had chased me earlier. But before they could get close, Graveyard Hottie suddenly stepped in front of me and raised his lantern like it was a sword.
You're looking for the wrong person. Now, be gone.
His lantern suddenly lit up, and a cold light cut through the fog, making the creeps scream and disappear like smoke. Did he just save my life? I was still in shock when he leaned in closer again and whispered something to me.
If you want to stay alive, then stay out of the dark. Got it?
Got it. Before I could even ask him about the context, he suddenly stepped into the fog and disappeared. Wait! Hey! Where are you going? I ran and searched for him everywhere, but now he was gone. Ugh, I didn't even get his name. Will I ever see that Graveyard Hottie again? After a brief mental breakdown, I decided to keep going and wandered until I reached the edge of the woods, where there was a quiet stretch of water and a tiny old rowboat tied to a post. Oh my God! Is this finally my getaway ride? I climbed in and instantly regretted it, because when I tried rowing, it went sideways, then backwards, then I nearly flipped over. My muscles were not built for this. Why didn't I take boating lessons again? Eventually, the boat bumped against another shore, and I almost kissed the ground out of relief. Before I could even explore the place and find some help, a group of terrifying creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started cornering me. Okay, at this point, I was 200% sure I was dreaming. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and braced myself. Maybe after this, I'd finally wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to the smell of bleach and metal. The lights above flickered, and something dripped nearby. I tried moving, only to realize that I was strapped to a surgical bed in a hospital gown. Okay, so apparently those creatures actually hospital napped me. Just as I was hoping for the graveyard hottie to come and save me, the door suddenly hissed open, and a creepy surgeon walked in. He had slicked back blue hair and a creepy mask that covered half of his face. Oh, and he was holding a freaking drill. Totally normal.
Awake at last.
Who the heck are you? And why am I dressed like I'm about to get dissected?
Curiosity demands sacrifice, and you should feel honored.
Whatever you say, freak show. Touch me, and I swear my lawyers will erase your entire bloodline. From society. Legally, of course.
You're still young, but already quite stubborn.
He reached for a metal tray, filled with shiny tools and syringes.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. You have nothing to worry about. Under my care, you'll receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise your recovery.
What does that even mean? I'm not sick or broken or whatever.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. You're in my sanctuary now. A facility for correcting flaws, for perfecting minds, for studying consciousness.
He picked up a syringe, and the second that needle glinted under the light, my soul left the building.
I assure you, you'll be my next successful experiment.
Let me go, you psycho!
Let's play around with your brain. Just a little. You'll be amazed at what's hiding inside.
Just as he reached for me, the double door suddenly slammed open, and a young boy wearing a traditional-looking hat and outfit wheeled in a huge oxygen tank.
Apologies, Doctor. I heard you needed more air.
You!
Without any warning, the tank suddenly exploded, filling the room with smoke and gas. Through the haze, the boy unstrapped me fast.
They're closing in. If you want to live, take the window. Jump.
Oh, wait, what? Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Someone who used to be his experiment and survived.
Okay. But what about you?
Just go. I've got some unfinished business to take care of here.
You think running away will save her? She belongs to us now.
The door suddenly burst open, and those same creatures who kidnapped me poured in and charged straight at me with terrifying speed. Without thinking, I sprinted to the window, launched myself out, and crash-landed onto a moving garbage truck. As it rumbled through the darkness, I looked up, expecting sunlight, freedom, something. But to my surprise, the moon was still there, just smaller and duller now. Eventually, the truck stopped and ejected me like trash. I rolled into a scrapyard, surrounded by metal heaps and broken machines behind a shady lab facility. I started looking for something that could help me get out of here. And while digging through the scrapyard, I finally spotted something. A busted-up electric scooter. Just as I was about to hop on, someone blocked my path. A young girl who looked like an evil porcelain doll.
Where do you think you're going?
Home? Is there any problem with that?
I do have a problem with that.
Great. Another freak.
I see it in your eyes. You're scared and thrilled at the same time.
How did she know that?
You're running on unstable emotions, easily corruptible. But don't worry, I'm here to optimize you.
Baby girl, what exactly are you going to do to me? You look like you're just waiting for your mommy to come pick you up.
That's cute. But, you see, I don't handle trash myself.
She pressed something on her tablet, and behind her, a massive silhouette rose from the shadows, with glowing eyes and whirring joints. Is that a freaking robot?
My little friend here removes errors, and you, unfortunately, qualify.
Just as the robot lunged at me, I yeeted the scooter straight at it.
but it only bounced off like a sad little paper plate. Right as it raised its claw to squash me like a poor little bug, a long and massive bean bar suddenly crushed its arm with a sickening crunch. I looked up and instantly forgot how to breathe. A blonde guy with a face card so powerful it could make women across the globe bark, and a jawline sharp enough to bankrupt the diamond industry. Oh, my modern knight in shining armor. Who is this guy?
You all right? Hang in there. Let me just finish this real quick.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My brain was buffering harder than hotel Wi-Fi. By the time I blinked, the creepy porcelain doll girl and her deathbot had vanished.
Well, gotta give them credit. Fast feet.
Just when I thought the coast was clear, those terrifying creatures suddenly emerged from the alleys. Ugh, can't these weirdos just leave me alone?
I don't think they're here to have a friendly little chat. Let's move.
Before I could even react, he scooped me up like a duffel bag and bolted into the fog. I was screaming my lungs out as they reached for us, but this guy had insane speed and reflexes. And somehow, while he was carrying me like I weighed nothing, he still managed to beat up some of them with his precious bean bar. When we finally outran them, I was this close to puking all over his boots.
All right, we're clear. You okay?
That was actually such an insane experience. Thanks for saving my life.
Not a problem. I came here for you.
You came for me?
Well, my duty is to save and protect everyone in need.
Of course. Sorry for all the screaming earlier. The blood was pooling in my brain and I saw my life flash in 4K.
Fair enough. Let's get you home.
That's when I noticed we were at a port, in front of a ship. Wait, is this your ship? Am I finally going home?
That's right. Come on.
We boarded, but I couldn't shake the paranoia crawling in my chest. This guy was just too perfect, like he was sent here just to save me. But why? What's in it for him? Listen, I've had a rough week with different entities. So, just to be sure, are you here to actually save me or, I don't know, harvest my organs or something?
I already did the first part, didn't I?
Right. As we finally boarded his ship, I realized that I needed a full spa day. I asked him if he had a bathroom and spare clothes because if I didn't get out of this gross hospital gown, take a bath, and brush my teeth ASAP, I swore I was gonna lose my mind. Thankfully, he had some spare clothes, but it was a giant black shirt that swallowed me whole. When I stepped out onto the deck, I walked in on him, bulking up, and oh my holy juicy protein powder. Look at those muscles and veins.
Wow, my shirt's way too big on you. But hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah. But I like it. It's cozy. So, are you from here?
Nope. I came here to reclaim something that was taken from me. From us. And protect what's left.
Ooh, interesting. He then told me his name, Victor, a high-ranking military commander, apparently leading some kind of expedition through this weird, fog-infested region, hopping from island to island, chasing ruins, lost history, and something personal he wouldn't talk about.
I met a local in town. Her name is Nell, and she told me that this is a lawless region and off the grid, so it can be pretty chaotic. But that's all she shared.
That actually made some sense. But my curiosity was already screaming 100 more questions. Victor and I continued to bond. It was actually warm and laid back, and the way he kept checking on me, making sure I was okay, was doing something to me. But of course, just when things were finally looking up, the ship suddenly had engine issues, so we had to dock again in the nearest land.
We'll rest here for a while and ask around. Nell told me that the locals here are pretty sneaky and love ripping off passing tourists, so we just need to be a little careful.
We met up with Nell in a diner, who surprisingly looked like a supermodel with a tattoo on her right eye.
I heard you've had quite a trip. Eat up. You look like you haven't eaten in days.
Oh, you bet. Back home, my dinner usually comes plated like edible museum exhibits. But this will do, I guess.
So, where exactly is back home?
I told her about my background and how I ended up here, and she looked extra intrigued.
So you're not exactly the average tourist profile. People usually come here on ferries, not personal aircrafts.
Oh, speaking of aircrafts, do you know anywhere I can borrow one? Preferably a jet or a helicopter.
We can try the craft shop. Might have something experimental.
Craft shop? Like gadgets, machines and stuff?
Everything, babe. Just name it.
We finally arrived at the craft shop, and it was full of bizarre inventions and food weapons. And apparently, it was being run by equally bizarre young girls.
Build a jet in a day? Please, I could do it in my sleep with one hand.
Honestly, it sounded ridiculous. But at this point, the only thing that felt impossible was me getting back home. As the girls geeked out over engines and blueprint jargon, I glanced out the window and saw Victor and Nell talking, and they looked sus. Planning to eavesdrop on their little conversation, I stepped outside, only to crash into someone achingly familiar. Tall, brooding, and unfairly attractive. Mr. Graveyard Hottie. God, I missed him.
You're not safe here. They know who you are now. All of them. We need to leave.
What? What do you mean? And who's they? Suddenly, Victor stepped in.
She stays with me. That's not your call. Oh, I think it is. Because I'm responsible for her now.
2 of the hottest men alive fighting over me in the middle of a creepy fog-covered mystery land? Now it felt like a Wattpad fever dream. And Mila would be frothing at the mouth when she hears about this.
You need to come with me. You need muscle. Not some emo lantern guy, Avery. I've led troops through war zones, while he's guarding trees and graveyards. You do the math.
Honestly, it was impossible to choose. So I suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. And to my shock, they actually went for it. But it turned into an endless, awkward loop of ties. I considered flipping a coin, until we realized none of us even had one. I'd gladly come with both of you anyway, so... Did I just say that out loud? Before they could react, a red flash in the alley snagged my attention. A glamorous woman with sleek glasses, a stylish hat, and a banner stood there like a fashion model turned CEO. She pressed a finger to her lips and raised the banner. If you want real answers, follow me. She winked at me, then vanished into the shadows. Okay, definitely not suspicious at all. But my feet had a mind of their own. So I ditched the boys and followed her straight into a cafe and... Holy stepmother of boba tea! I wasn't expecting this to exist here. I immediately barged in, only to find that it was completely empty, except for that woman. She was sitting there, like a seductive riddle, with endless legs, casually sipping her drink like this was a date.
It's self-service.
Oh, love that. Real classy. Now, about those answers.
Why don't you throw a question first? Just a little suggestion.
Okay, fair. So, where the heck am I?
Spill the boba tea?
I mean, where? Like, exact location, GPS? How do I escape? She sipped her tea louder and even more dramatically.
They surely have the best boba tea around here. It tastes so divine, and sweet, and creamy. It's probably laced with something drippy, like a special honey made from paradise and...
Look, I'm here because you promised me answers, not some boba tea review. As if testing my last nerve, she started taking selfies with her tea. Serious question, are you trying to help me or mess with me?
Apologies. Can't a woman have a little fun? Anyway, before we get serious...
She took her drink and strolled toward me like she had all the time in the universe. I then held my breath as she leaned in, way too close.
Seriously, what was up with this whole town or whatever? Why was it full of insanely attractive men and women, aside from those freaks and psychos, of course?
Try this one first.
I took a sip and realized that she wasn't lying about her boba tea review.
I knew you'd like it. Anyway, have you considered being a pop idol? With that face card and body tea, I can make you global.
Ugh, are you recruiting me or giving me answers?
Both? Anyway, I've heard your family owns quite a few islands. Think I could have, say, 3? Strictly for my child's private playground.
Wait, she has a kid? And how does she know that? Miss whoever you are, I'm this close to losing it. I just want my jet, my best friend, and a 14-hour spa day, and to go back to a life where my biggest problem was choosing which designer sunglasses to wear. I got up, ready to leave, when the doors and windows suddenly slammed shut, trapping us in.
It's them.
Which one? There's a lot of lunatics in this place.
You're probably confused. Being in a place that promises new secrets and answers long buried in time. And where people from different places come chasing power, riches, and control. Everyone wants a piece of you. Some to protect you and use you at the same time. Some to own you. Some to experiment on you. And others to erase you.
What? Even the ones who saved me? The ones I kinda trusted?
Tragic, isn't it?
Then how do I know you're not one of them? She just sipped her tea again and shrugged.
That's your call, sweetheart.
What is this all about anyway? And what exactly do they want from me?
Your arrival just made things even messier. You're carrying something none of them planned for.
You just made me even more confused. What even are you? Spy, cult leader, crazy vlogger, rogue journalist, boba witch?
Oh, darling. I just like knowing how the story ends.
Then I want a jet so I can go home safely with my best friend. That's how my story ends.
Well then, your answers await, as promised. It's right beneath us.
She then tapped her heel on the floorboards. Wait, was she serious?
Quickly now. They're coming. And they're not here for the boba tea.
Just then, the whole cafe started to shake. And that was my cue. I flung the hatch open, climbed down, and found myself in some kind of underground cave. I was completely lost until I spotted a jet up ahead. Finally! Sweet, glorious escape. I took off running, only to stop dead in my tracks when I realized that it was just a toy. A stupid little model jet on a stand. And then I heard the echoes of that woman's laughter from above. I knew she was sus. She freaking tricked me, crazy witch. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight burst through a crack in the cave ceiling and hit me square on. I suddenly felt weird. What's happening? Just then, everyone started showing up from every direction, completely messing with my head.
The prophecy lied. It wasn't supposed to be you.
I was chosen to be the new moon, and not you. I am the true vessel, and that light belongs to me.
You are the perfect subject. I must know what you truly are.
Utterly risible.
You carry the moonlight, and with it, you can save what's left of us. Come with me, Avery.
This region's balance depends on you. Let me protect you before they twist what you are.
Just shut up, all of you! And don't come any closer! Just then, I heard another woman whispering in my head. You don't owe them anything. Just keep shining, Avery. And just like that, I snapped back. I spotted a tunnel tucked into a corner and sprinted like my life depended on it. Because it did. When I finally burst out the other side, an actual jet was there. And Mila was inside.
Girl, let's go. Hurry up. We're running out of time.
Miracles do freaking happen, folks. I jumped in, slammed the hatch, and fired up the engine. That's when they showed up. Faces I'd never forget, charging toward me. But they were too late. I had already launched into the night sky. No one owns me. I'm done being told what to do. I'm my own person, not your freaking vessel or whatever. So guess what? Bye, freaks. Freedom. At last. I jolted awake to the sound of beeping machines and blinding hospital lights. Sweetheart? Oh my God. Honey? She's finally awake.
There you are. You better have a good excuse for scaring us like that, young lady.
While I was still processing the emotional mess of seeing my parents again, someone else walked in. Mila. Her arm was in a cast, her eyes were glassy, but she was smiling, and I felt super relieved.
Welcome back, Aviator Barbie.
That's when it hit me. It was all indeed a dream, and I finally woke up. So apparently, I survived the crash, but fell into a coma for 3 months. And after the crash, Mila got us help, even with a busted arm, and screamed until rescue found us. Later, when it was just the two of us, I finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mila.
What for?
You were right. I was too curious, too reckless, and it got us here.
But we're alive, aren't we?
Yeah, and I had the weirdest dream ever.
Oh? Spill it.
And I did. Every juicy, terrifying, ridiculous, romantic detail.
Wait a minute. Your dream sounds familiar.
You say that like you've had the same one.
No, dummy. Remember the game I've been playing lately?
You play a lot of video games.
Genshin Impact? We literally watched the trailer of the new update the night before the accident. The place in your dream, it sounds like Nod Cry, the newest region in their world.
She opened her phone and played the trailer again, and my jaw dropped. The dark mist, the lighthouse, the glowing moon, the town, everything. My whole dream was literally there. But more than that, so were they. Just in their video game versions and aesthetics.
Dive into the immersive world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Devad across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. On September 10th, version Luna 1 arrives with a massive update, the mysterious new region Nod Cry, and the most important story chapter yet, revealing long-awaited truths about the heavenly principles, Fatui, and Aether and Lumen. To celebrate Genshin's 5th anniversary, enjoy a free 5-star character, exciting challenges and minigames, tons of free pulls, and more. The Wish banners feature Lauma and Nahida, followed by Flynn's, Yolan, and newcomer Aino. Ready to explore, battle, and uncover the truth? Click the download link now and use your exclusive gift code to get a head start into that.
I stared at the screen, amazed and traumatized at the same time. Was it really just a dream? Or something more? Either way.
Okay, that's it. Give me the freaking game. I need to try it.
I need to meet them again.
Welcome to the fandom, girl.
And just like that, I was ready to dive back into all those wild adventures. And even get closer to my favorite characters. You know who they are.
Hey, introducing the Harmonica Bottle. Hydrate, play, and surprise your friends. Be the star of any party, exclusively on Amazon. Grab yours now and let the fun begin. Link below. You know those stories about karma? How people will do bad things and then horrible stuff happens to them as a result? Baloney. I don't believe it for a second. Why? Because I try my hardest to be a good person, and I'm still riddled with bad luck. Take one day my freshman year, for example. My alarm didn't go off, so I overslept and was late for school. As I pedaled frantically on my bike, my backpack unzipped itself and all my books and papers flew out. I had to stop and pick them up. When I had finally gathered up all my things, I tried to get back on my bike, but my skirt was stuck in the chain.
I tried to wrench it loose and ended up ripping it. Ugh. I was closer to school than home at that point, so I decided to just change into my gym shorts when I arrived. I got on my bike and pedaled as hard as I could. I was so late. All of a sudden, I felt a bump and heard a popping noise. Then my back tire started to sink. No! Anything but this! I had run over a nail and got a flat tire. Dejectedly, I walked my bike all the way to school. I was more annoyed than angry at that point. When I finally arrived, I grabbed a tardy slip from the office, quickly changed into my shorts in the locker room, and went to my first period class, which I had almost missed entirely. Could this day get any worse? Evidently, it could. I had a big assignment due for second period. It was something I worked all weekend on. But when I went to grab it from my backpack, it was missing. I must have missed picking it up when my backpack exploded on the ride over. What did I do to deserve this? I felt like I might cry, but since that wouldn't help solve my problem and would only serve to embarrass me, I held back the tears. Instead, I went to my teacher and explained the problem.
I'm afraid I'll have to dock points for tardiness.
Yes, ma'am. I trudged back to my desk. The rest of class seemed to pass by in slow motion. I sighed in relief when it was finally over. As I headed back to my locker, I heard some girls whispering from behind me.
Wow, what a fashion statement. Think those shorts were on sale at Walmart? Do you think she'll be trying out for the next top model?
They giggled and walked by me. I felt my face getting red. I knew what a disaster my outfit was, but it was out of my control. A girl from my class, Becca, stopped by me and put a hand on my shoulder.
Hey, don't listen to them, Leah. Personally, I like the outfit you've got. It's pretty bold to pair red athletic shorts with a lime green blouse.
She winked at me to let me know she was joking. Thanks, but it wasn't intentional. My skirt got ripped on the bike ride to school.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I always have a sewing kit on hand. Give it to me and I'll have it back to you by lunch.
Thanks, Becca.
Don't mention it.
I have to admit, the good thing about having rotten luck is that you find out who the nicest people are. I smiled to myself and managed to make it to lunchtime. I didn't see Becca in the cafeteria, so I decided to grab a bite and save a spot for her. I passed through the lunch line and got a salad. As I was walking to an empty table, I slipped on a banana peel. I wasn't aware people could actually do that. I thought that was only in cartoons. I fell down, my food spilling all over my shirt. Great. Not only was I publicly humiliated, but even if I got my skirt back, my blouse was still ruined.
You okay?
Becca helped me up, and we sat down together.
Here's your skirt. I tried to fix it up as best as I could. The stitching on the rip is slightly visible, but I tried to hide it as much as possible.
I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. I needed something to do in study hall anyway.
I sighed. Becca looked at me in sympathy.
Tough day, huh?
I pointed to my ruined blouse. Well, at this point, it really couldn't get any worse. But this is just par for the course for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've always just had bad luck. You'd better watch out. It might be contagious.
Aw, you don't really believe that, do you?
I shrugged and put my head on the table. It was quiet for a while. Then Becca nudged my arm.
I saw you dropped your lunch. Would you like some of my food?
My stomach growled as a response. Becca and I locked eyes, and then started to giggle. We finished eating just as the bell rang. I was feeling a little better about life after that. Maybe this day was salvageable after all. The rest of the afternoon passed by without anything major happening. I did get hit in the face during dodgeball, but that wasn't necessarily bad luck. I just lack any coordination or athleticism. When school was over, I gathered up my things and was ready to head out. That was when I remembered that I'd have to walk my bike all the way back home. Oh well, at least the day was almost over. I trudged to the bike rack and fumbled with the lock. Suddenly, I heard a car honk behind me.
Leah, do you need a ride?
I do. You're a lifesaver.
Put your bike in the trunk and let's go then.
Man, am I lucky to have a friend like you. Becca laughed.
Well, I guess there's the answer to your question.
What?
You were afraid that you're cursed with bad luck, right? But you just said you're lucky to have me as a friend. So that proves that what you said isn't true.
I paused, thinking about my day. Hey, I guess you're right.
Of course I am. Now hurry up. Maybe we can get some ice cream before I drop you off.
I happily jumped into the passenger seat and off we drove. And that was how my best, worst day came to a close. And that was just one example of a typical day in my life. I found ways to be grateful, even when my days were ridiculous. You would think that incident would have been the worst of my misadventures, but no. When senior year finally came around, I was all set to graduate. But the day of the ceremony, my cap and gown got misplaced. I had to be the only one who walked up on stage without them. On top of that, one of my heels broke when I was walking down the stairs of the stage. Thankfully, I caught myself on the railing. Years of bad luck had prepared me for such occasions. When I got back to my seat, I looked down at my diploma. I bit back a curse as I realized they had spelled my name wrong. The whole ceremony had been a bust, but I was still looking forward to my graduation party afterwards. I had invited all of my friends, and my parents had ordered a bunch of food and set up games and a photo booth. I was really looking forward to it. It was supposed to be at the park, but then a thunderstorm came out of nowhere. We tried to salvage what we could and move the party inside to the local community hall, but we had to share the space with a group that was having a retirement party. That was when my dad got a phone call from the catering service we were using. They wouldn't be able to deliver our food due to the bad weather. I was so disappointed and couldn't hide my feelings. My mom tried to cheer me up. She set up a few games and tried to keep the party going. But soon, the storm knocked out the power, and we were sitting in the dark. I thought the day was ruined. But then, one of the guys from the retirement party found a bunch of candles. Our two groups joined together and played Mafia, told scary stories, and waited out the thunderstorm. I have to admit, it was kind of fun. Though my graduation day didn't turn out like I expected, I was bound and determined to view it in a positive light. I kept that feeling going right up until I left for college. No matter what, I was going to make those coming years the best of my life and shake off that nasty bad luck that had plagued my childhood. My dorm room was okay, just a little small, and I had a nice roommate. We didn't really see much of each other because our schedules were so different, but I didn't mind. I figured I'd make a bunch of friends in my classes and in the clubs I planned to join. I was about halfway through the first semester before my bad luck returned with a vengeance. It was a particularly cold day, and I decided to grab some coffee before my next class. There was a really long line, so I knew I'd be cutting it close, but I was so tired that I didn't care. When I finally got my drink, I rushed to class, but I wasn't paying attention to where I was going and tripped. I crashed into another person, spilling my drink all over the both of us. Thankfully, it wasn't piping hot, or we both might have gotten burned. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry.
No big deal. I wasn't fond of this shirt anyway.
I can pay for the dry cleaning bill.
I swear, it's fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, just embarrassed. I tried to walk around him so he wouldn't notice how red my face was, but when I took a step, my ankle throbbed in pain. I fell back, and the guy caught me.
Looks like you hurt your foot. Let me take a look. I'm studying to be a nurse.
I sat down on a nearby bench and let him inspect my ankle. I grew more and more anxious as I realized that I probably would have to skip my class. I hoped I wouldn't miss anything important.
It seems to be a light sprain. If you want, I can drive you to the nearest doctor.
He was so earnest and concerned that I momentarily forgot about how horribly my day was going. And for the first time, I noticed how cute this guy was. I think I'm just gonna get some ice for it. He unleashed his smile on me, and I felt my heart melt.
Okay, stay here, and I'll get some for you.
He did just that, and we ended up sitting next to each other and talking for the next half hour. So, what's your name?
Sammy.
Thank you for all your help today, Sammy. I'm Leah.
It was my pleasure. Honestly, it was nice to be able to use what I've learned to help someone.
He fidgeted for a bit, then gave me a nervous smile.
Would it be okay if I got your number?
Sure. If my ankle hadn't hurt so much, I would have jumped for joy. After a while, I was feeling better, so I decided to head back to my dorm for the rest of the day. Sammy instructed me to elevate my leg and promised to text me later and check up on me. I spent the evening giddily awaiting his text. And then I realized something. Becca was right all those years ago. I wasn't cursed with bad luck. I was blessed by it.
If all these things didn't happen to me, I never would have had the experiences I did or met the people I know. My phone chimed. It was a message from Sammy.
How are you feeling?
I hesitated, then texted him back. Pretty lucky.
Beneath the starlit sky, our love's secret line, like leaves we soar so high. Beneath the moonlight, the soft touch your hand in mine gets me every time. Lost in the city lights, our love's electric, right? You make me feel alive. I know July is gone. You make me feel at home in the neon glow. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winter sun. Maybe this is the season of love. Beneath an endless night, the world spins around. You're there, ease my mind. Like stars that never die, you and I will shine during the darkest times. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winter sun. Maybe this is the season of love. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winter sun. Maybe this is the season of love. Maybe this is the season of love.
Hello, guys. I'm Siobhan, and I'm unlucky. Before I tell you more, please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to a single mother who worked tirelessly to make ends meet, and believe me, they were rarely met. But even though we were always drowning under a pile of bills, my mom was weirdly positive, and she raised me to be the same. But I was just built differently.
But Faye scored less than I did, and her parents got her an iPhone. Why am I getting this rusty old model?
Because that's what we can afford. And these phones update with a new model every month. What's the point of wasting money on something that won't even last that long?
I tried to understand what Mom was saying, but it didn't make any sense to me. I felt I was prettier and smarter than most girls my age. I got good grades and never got into trouble, so why couldn't I have expensive things? It didn't seem fair. As time went on, I realized that to live comfortably, you needed money. Lots of it. And constantly constantly compared my life with kids around me, especially my best friend Faye. What's the big deal? These two look exactly the same. But this fabric is so sticky and weird. This one, however, makes my eyes pop. Just admit it. You can't wear this because it's cheap. Okay, fine. But what's so bad about wanting better things? And it's not like I'm gonna buy this. Not everyone is lucky enough to be born with money. I'll never understand why you're so obsessed with money. You could be the richest person on the planet, but if you're not a good person, no one is gonna stick around. You can say that because you are rich. And when I grow older, I will marry someone rich, and then I'll never have to think about money either. Not funny. Anyway, stop making that sad face. I'm buying this for you, but you have to treat me to some of your mom's fruit custard later, okay? I loved Faye. We'd been together since kindergarten, and even though she was richer than I was, she never treated me any differently. She even had an older brother, Freddie, who I always thought had a little crush on me. Every time I would visit Faye, Freddie would start running around me doing silly things.
So, Siobhan, are you into music?
A little.
Awesome!
Freddie ran outside and came back with a small Casio. He started playing, and it was like someone had murdered my eardrums. It was horrible.
So, what do you think?
It was awfully amazing. This is so good. People don't deserve to hear this. I mean, it's so good, it won't be fair to other musical genres, right? You should keep this beautiful talent hidden. You know what I mean?
I guess.
So, yeah, Freddie was a bit slow, but he was sweet, and when he asked me out for prom, I couldn't break his heart. He was Faye's brother, and she'd always been so nice to me. This was the least I could do, but prom was right around the corner, and I had nothing to wear. I asked Mom to get me a new dress, but as always, we were out of money, so she offered to give me her old dress. The sleeves are so old, and the train's full of stains. Can we just buy a new one, please? You already know my answer. But it's prom. Everyone will be dressed in beautiful gowns and dresses. I don't want to stand out like a sore thumb in this ugly gown. The hurt look on my mom's face instantly made me regret my words. But before I could apologize, she got on a phone call and left. I wanted to do something nice for her, so I used up all my money to get her a bouquet and even bought myself a new prom dress. On the night of the prom, I looked like a total vision, and when Freddie came to pick me up, he was blown away. He couldn't stop complimenting me, and we were on the dance floor when he took a gold bracelet out of his pocket.
I saw this, and I was instantly reminded of you.
Freddie, it's beautiful, but I can't accept it.
Why not? I even got it engraved for you. I've always thought you and I have had a connection. In fact, there's something I want.
Did you hear that?
What?
Someone's calling my name. I'll be right back.
But
And I just ran away before Freddie could say another word. I knew he was going to confess his feelings for me, and I had no plans of saying yes. I was catching my breath next to the washroom when this guy from my class, Hank, approached me.
Hey there, pretty face. What are you doing standing alone like this?
Waiting for my date, actually.
You mean the guy you were dancing with? I saw you two, and trust me, there was no spark. You deserve someone who knows how to treat you well. Someone like me. So what do you say we ditch this dumb prom and go somewhere better?
I thought about it. I couldn't go back to Freddie after blowing up his proposal in his face, so I dropped him a text saying I wasn't feeling well and left with Hank. He took me to this mad party at some mansion outside the city, and it really helped me take my mind off things. I thought I'd talk to Faye the next morning, but when I got back home, I saw her sitting on the porch. Faye, I can explain. Explain what? That you ditched my brother for that shady Hank? Freddie and I saw you leave with him, so don't you dare lie to me. Yes, I went with Hank, but Freddie was about to confess his feelings for me, and I panicked. He caught me off guard. Oh, please, you've always known that Freddie likes you. You ditched him because Hank is richer than us, right? That's what you really think? What else am I supposed to think? You've always been immature and materialistic, but at least you had a good heart. But tonight, you just crossed a whole new line. Don't you ever talk to me again. Faye, please. But Faye was already on her way out. Over the next few days, I dropped her a million texts, but she never responded. A week later, during graduation, when I tried talking to her, she totally shut me down. I get that she was upset, but she made me the bad guy for not loving someone the way they love me, and that wasn't fair. So as much as I missed Faye, I decided to take a step back, and over time, we grew apart. She left for college, and I picked up a job as a concierge at the fanciest hotel in town. Working at the hotel, I met all kinds of of rich people, and some of them even became my friends. But my favorite was Jenny. Her dad was a rich industrialist, and she studied at Harvard. And whenever she visited home with friends, she asked me to come along too. You won't believe what Dad did to me. I asked him to take me skiing to the Swiss Alps, and he refused because he wants to take his mistress to Bora Bora. The last time I was there, this bee stung me, and I had to be in the hospital for a whole week. They didn't even have caviar there, and I had to eat hospital food. Can you imagine?
At least you're going on vacation. My mom's getting married in Paris next week. So now I have to plan my outfits, makeup, hair, everything. And I have no time. So unfair. Ugh, get a grip, you two. There are more important things in life than vacations and dresses. Easy for you to say. Your life is perfect. You're in the best school in the country, and your dad just acquired his 100th company. Yeah, whatever. Just quit crying. You've bored Siobhan to death. At first, it felt nice to be part of Jenny's circle, but the more I hung out with them, the worse I felt about my situation. Like this one time, someone from the group wanted to try food at this expensive place. I didn't have the money to pitch in, so Jenny chipped in on my behalf. Another time, the girls wanted to go to Korea for shopping. I thought it was a joke, so I agreed. But they were serious. I couldn't even afford to pay for tickets. But Jenny made sure I didn't have to worry about that. I felt like a charity case around them. So one day, when Jenny suggested we go shopping, I decided not to go. But why? Is it about money? You know I can always cover up for you. I know, and I'm really thankful for that, but I don't want your friends to think I'm taking advantage of you. Okay, firstly, those girls are not my friends. Yeah, we hang out, but they don't know the first thing about being smart. I'd rather be with someone who values hard work, like you. You really mean it? Of course I do. Now can you come, please? I'll get you something nice. Jenny reminded me of Faye a lot, and as time passed, we only got closer. Then one day, Jenny was working with her dad on some important project. She knew I was good with numbers, so she asked for my help. I was sorting out some paperwork when I saw these documents that didn't make sense mathematically. Who made these papers? My accountant. Why? I think he's trying to scam you. Jenny took the papers from my hand, and when she saw that I was right, she was furious. The accountant was called in, and he confessed to transferring money to Jenny's stepmom's account overseas. He was fired. The stepmom was thrown out of the house. It was a huge mess. I thought Jenny would hold me responsible for breaking up her family, but instead, she offered me a job as her personal manager. I was making triple the amount I was making at the hotel, and I was really happy. But when I told Mom, she didn't look too happy. I think you should go to college, Siobhan. You're a smart girl, and you're wasting your life. I'm doing this for us, Mom. I want to make more money so you and I can finally live the life we deserve. But I'm happy with where we are. I don't want anything more. But I do. I don't want to go to college. I don't have 3 years to waste on education, then wait for a job, and then wait to finally get rich. I want to get rich now. Money isn't everything, Siobhan. When will you realize that? Mom tried her best to persuade me, but my mind was set. And a week later, I started my new job. Working with Jenny was like a dream come true. She was constantly getting invited to global events, and I got to travel the world with her. Soon after, Jenny joined her dad full-time and gave me an office right next to hers. Life was finally getting better until one day I was in my office when this cute millionaire, Carl, knocked on my door asking for Jenny. She wasn't around, so I asked him to wait in my office. We got talking, and he ended up inviting me to this fundraiser. But I had nothing to wear, so I begged Jenny to help me, and she gave me the keys to her closet. I was trying on a dress when my eyes fell on this gorgeous diamond necklace. I tried it on, and I'd never looked so pretty in my entire life. I really wanted to wear it, but I wasn't sure if Jenny would be okay with it. Since she wouldn't be back until the next morning, I figured I could just put it back before she found out. I really wanted to make a good impression on Carl, so I gave in to my temptation and wore the necklace. That evening, I outshone everyone. Even Carl couldn't resist showing me off. I was pretty sure he was going to ask me out on a second date until I heard him talking to his friends.
So, who's the new catch? She looks expensive. She's just a secretary. I actually want to get to know her boss, Jenny. She's the real catch. I figured if I got close enough to the secretary, she would introduce me to Jenny at some point, and then I'll make my move. You're such a brat.
Yeah, Carl. What a brat. Carl turned around to look at me in shock. I thought you were a nice guy, Carl, but you're a greedy little pig.
Please spare me the dramatics. It's not like you came with me out of the goodness of your heart. You thought I was rich, so you tagged along. Just like I saw an opportunity, so I did what I had to.
Oh, sweet. So you won't mind if I do what I have to. And I splashed my drink in his face and walked away. What a moron. I was so angry. I kept walking till I realized I no longer recognized the street. I turned around to leave when suddenly 2 men jumped out of nowhere and blocked my way. I panicked and ran, but they were too fast. One of them pushed me, and the other snatched the necklace from my neck and ran away. I screamed and howled, but no one came to my rescue. I thought of going to the police and complaining, but then Jenny would find out that I'd taken the necklace without her permission, and I couldn't go to her place either. I somehow made my way back home, and when I saw Mom, I immediately broke down and told her everything. I'm so sorry, Mom. You kept showing me the right way, and I kept ignoring you, and now I've landed all of us in this mess. I'm just glad you're okay, Siobhan, and don't worry about that necklace. I'm sure we can work something out. My mom calmed me down, and the next day we went to the bank and took out a huge loan against our house. Luckily, I managed to replace the necklace and dress without Jenny knowing anything, and then I just put my resignation down. Jenny was a bit shocked, but I told her I'd gotten into a good college and wanted to continue my education. And soon after, Mom and I left town. Years passed, and my life went from bad to worse. I did waitressing in the morning, babysitting in the evening, and even taught at a local school. Even Mom picked up 2 shifts at work, but we still couldn't make enough money to repay the loan. Every night, I would sit in my room and think how I'd wasted the best years of my life running after money. Even if I didn't have much back then, my life was simpler, and I had people who loved me. Then one day, I was working at the cafe when I saw Jenny and all my old friends at one of the tables. Siobhan? Oh my God, is that you? How have you been? I wanted to say something, but all I could do was cry. Jenny sat me down, and I just spat out everything. That's why you quit your job? That necklace was a knockoff, Siobhan. It hardly cost $200. What? Why would you keep a knockoff? You're rich. Aren't rich people supposed to wear only original stuff? Who made that rule? Being rich doesn't mean I'd waste money on flashy things like jewelry. You should have told me the truth. You think I don't know that? God, I feel like such an idiot. I just wanted to look rich for one night, and it cost me my entire life. God, how will I face Mom now? Will it help if I come along? Jenny and I told Mom everything, and while she was angry for a long time, she eventually forgave me. Jenny even gave me back the necklace, and I sold it off to pay the loan. With the rest of the money, Mom and I rented a small apartment in the city, and I started preparing for college again. On my first day, I was running around the place searching for my class when I barged right into this tall boy. He turned around, and I was shocked to see it was Freddie. He smiled at me, and I knew it was time to fix my mistakes.